get to try and involve
yeah,
people.
explicitly, steadfastly a standalone project. I mean, obviously there'll be sequels and spin-offs and stuff, but it's trying to be its own thing. I think there's much more reason to be optimistic for the Batman than there is for Doctor Strange.
Well,
Yeah, it
that'll
looks
be,
like there's some level of what we call artistry involved.
What?
Absolutely, absolutely. It feels like there was a vision there.
You mean like
Yeah,
storytelling artistry? Because I mean, Multiverse of Madness is gonna look cool.
Yes,
probably.
word. We don't say that here.
Multiverse of Madness will definitely look cool. There are a lot of cool shots in the trailer, but I guess Batman has a lot of cool shots, but also I expect it to like tell a story, you know? Like we haven't had any quotes of Robert Pattinson saying, you know, I don't know what my arc is when I was shooting the film.
He isn't going fuck Batman in the trailer.
Oh, that's a shame, isn't it? That's like a seal of approval. That show's on. It's like, is it coming up to 4 seasons? That thing?
I think so. Titans, right?
Yeah. Did you give that a look at any point, or
no?
Wait, Titans still going?
I guess
I think so. Yeah.
Why?
I guess
It's the show you hear nothing about ever.
Yeah, but remember, like the CW Flash has already been renewed for like a 9th season, and nobody watches those shows.
What the fuck?
A 9th season.
We still have to catch up on our Batwoman, or else. And so yeah, we stopped watching Batwoman. Now no one does.
Jill Umbro still does.
I guess. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
She's actually tweeted at me every once in a while, like, you guys need to. Yeah. It's like, we'll get
it's so
there.
bad we need to see it. All in good time.
Oh yes. But yeah, we are live. How is
hello,
chat? How you doing?
Oh, hello.
Hello. We're here today to have a little chit chat and to finally explore a divisive, negative opinion on Arcane, because we were gushing over it way too much. I think it was totally fair that we should involve a different perspective, and that's what we're gonna do. As well as probably try and catch up on the many messages we've had related to Arcane. This will be the end of the Arcane arc, which was all of February apparently. Kind of strange, but that's how it worked out.
Epilogue, if you will.
The
There's
Arcane,
a portmanteau in there somewhere.
What else? I was just thinking, what else is there to say? I guess people will be like, acknowledge Elden Ring. Be like, yeah.
Elden Ring's out.
Yep,
it's
out.
Me, Metal, and Theo are probably going to be all people who get to the end of it. I don't know if Das will, but that means that there's potential discussion, you know?
Yeah, I mean, I may have been up until 5 in the morning playing it because it's the only fucking chance I've gotten these days, but I'll probably not finish it before you guys for a while because it's tough what's going on lately. But yeah, I have enjoyed it, and I've got some things to say negatively about it, but overall, good outing.
I have so many things to say.
There's things to say, run.
Oh my god.
And yet everyone's still in chat. Look at them. They're waiting.
Yeah.
But
hanging in there.
Yeah, we'll tool around. We'll consider an EFAP where we just talk about Elden Ring. I don't see why not. The only problem obviously being that Rags and Fringy have not played it, but they, I'm sure, would be very interested in the topics to be brought up related to video game design.
Yeah, I might take a look at it if we set ourselves to doing an EFAP. I might get it, play a bit.
Someone has already asked, where's Metal? Playing Elden Ring. He's doing an Elden Ring right now. Yeah, streaming over there. I think he might even, I don't know, like play it until the EFAP's done. Who knows? Quite committed. Do you see that first super chat, Rie?
Yeah.
What? No, I didn't.
It's distracted me now. We can probably just jump right in, right? There's no reason not to, I think.
I guess there is no reason for us to not do that. Yes, indeed.
So I'm gonna give you guys the old lonk to the. Oh yeah, so Jay might show up. I don't know. I'm pretty sure Jay knew this was happening. Jay's probably very asleep. That's okay. Do a little sleep.
You don't sound like you're happy about that.
I sound pretty neutral, don't I? I'm not looking
rolling pin again.
I think you're trying to sound neutral, but in doing so,
In that case,
No.
that's exactly the tone I'm going for. As long as I don't sound too
I
angry.
am actually neutral.
There you go.
There you go.
Are you neutral, Fringy? How do you feel?
Right now?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I guess neutral is probably about the app description.
All right. Das, you feeling neutral?
Yeah, pretty neutral.
I'm not gonna ask Theo, because Theo's clearly fucking enraged. Trying to just...
So let's descend into our
Agree.
moods becoming horrifically negative after we watch this video.
Well,
Yeah.
there you go. I'll get some context going. Actually, let's see if this is in... Okay, Steve, that is not the way it's supposed to be. Screen capture. Display...
Oh my god, it's all ruined.
There you go, it's
Because
fixed
we've been
again.
so used to doing the Arcane stuff.
Oh, I think that's just my computer. Sometimes it switches the screen names, and so it floomps it all around. So I will say, I don't know if you guys noticed it, but Watch Together just like changes the way the window looks every once in a while. Size, because it's slightly bigger than usual. And I was like, yep, this is gonna fuck up the.
I guess the graphic designers need to get paid somehow.
Like, yeah, we fixed it again. Oh,
What did you fix? Oh, nothing. We just changed it.
yeah. See, look at this.
Changing is fixing, right?
A
Yeah,
whole
look
load
at
of
that.
schnizzle that I've missed out on now. And I gotta make sure I don't scroll too high so I don't give away the URL, but there we go. Ah, fixed it. And we do this. Alright, anyway, yeah, so, when looking at different bits and bobs of Arcane analysis, I had come across a channel, and I didn't realize it was the same one as the one we're covering today, unfortunately. But someone who makes shorts. I don't know if you guys ever watch shorts on YouTube, but sometimes they recommend them to you.
No,
They're
Sometimes
like...
a funny animal will do
not
a funny.
generally.
It's YouTube's attempt at being TikTok, basically. It's like... The videos are typically like 30 seconds or so, something like that. And he's made a few for the characters in Arcane, and there's a couple of moments in Arcane that I think are a bit question marky, and he's made videos for those. You'd be like, oh, this is this because this is this, and it means this for the character, and it's like, oh, that's kind of neat. And I liked a few of them. I was like, these are cool, and I agree. And then someone very cruelly was like, hey, want to watch a video about Arcane, about its bad characterization? And I was like, oh. I mean, okay, fine. Let's get some opinions. And it was from that guy. I was like, what in the world? He is a writer, I believe, and he is exploring Arcane as a way of, I don't know, expressing and learning about writing.
Do you know what he's written?
The way to do it.
Or...
Oh, no. It's just something that I know he's...
books, right?
Probably. I can't say, but yeah. I'm trying to think of what other preamble would be necessary other than just going.
Well, I know that Mauler discovered this video while I was streaming like a week ago, and he couldn't help but provide a lot of comments on that while we were having an unrelated discussion. He just keep chiming in with new observations. So,
well, from my POV, it was the reverse.
Well, sure. The Jedi are wrong.
I guess that's true.
I think the Jedi were on point, Rags. What do you mean? Don't have attachments. Makes you evil. Also, respect your computers as though they were your. Anyway, so this shouldn't, like, it made me angry, so I can't wait to see what it does to you lot.
Wow, it made you angry?
Yeah, a little bit.
It did actually make him angry because he kept chiming in with angry responses. I left that part out because I was wondering if he wanted to give that away.
Speaking of tutors,
I suppose people are going to be curious why we're tackling it, and it's like, that is going to be the reason. I assume Marcus is fine. Well, yes. So the character on as shown by the thumbnail, it is Marcus. I wonder if we should give a little thing before starting this up. It's just like, what do you think of Marcus? It's like, well, I mean, Rags, why don't you? Because since you couldn't quite make it for that last bit of the previous FAP, you can open with this, right? What's the deal with Marcus? Why do you hate him?
What's the deal with Marcus, and why do I hate him? I don't actually hate him. Marcus is Marcus comes across in Arcane as probably one of the most realistic sort of characters, in the sense that he seems like a character that a lot of people could become, and a lot of people could find themselves being, either unwittingly or otherwise. He is torn between his desire to protect his family, to try and do the right thing, to try and live up to the lofty example of people he respects, and unfortunately that leads him to compromise often on his values for more pragmatic purposes, and he hates himself for it. He's not a cheerful villain sort. He is not evil for evil's sake. He's definitely torn on a lot of things. He's caught between a lot of different directions, and I really like the way that he's written out. He doesn't get too much screen time compared to a lot of the major characters, but what we get of him shows a very conflicted man who ends up doing a lot of bad things for potentially noble goals, or at least understandable ones. But he's being pulled a lot of different ways. So Marcus is one of my favorite written characters in the series, and I think you would be pretty hard pressed to try and explain or convince people that he was a low tier character in terms of Arcane's grading scale.
Yeah, there was an interesting amount of appreciation for him when I think a lot of people might just miss a lot of his story, or at least they could. And you talk about stresses as well. He might even see himself this way as the biggest reason why there isn't all-out war between Zorn and Piltover is like a careful balancing act in sorts, but also with the deals he makes with Silco, arguably for peace, but also like if Jinx goes too far, then something has to be done. But how much power does he actually hold with being able to push anything like that? Lots of stresses. I find him to be quite interesting to think about, especially the choice to wipe him out in episode 7 is a lot to think about. Anything else anyone want to add about him before we check out a different perspective?
Nothing that hasn't already been said. Initially, I thought he was just going to be another fucking Joffrey, where he's all like, bwahaha, hate me, I'm dead now, aren't you happy? But he turned out to be quite a bit more complex than that. A lot of people had just said like, oh, the only reason he's complex is because like, oh, he's got a little girl, but it's like, okay, but the thing of it is, in order to be a parent and actually like want to be a parent, you actually have to have some good in you, right? Because otherwise, you're just selfish and everything. But while he does have a side of him that is selfish, like he is at least willing to do some things for others. He just doesn't know how to go about it in the best way possible, in a way that he knows best. So I don't want to get too much in on it, because again, I'm just going to repeat what a lot of other people said. But I would say he was slightly more redeemable, in the sense that he wasn't like pure ass evil, which was kind of nice.
Yeah.
I guess the last thing I'd just add quickly is, I think it's something I said last time, where I find him really interesting as a character who is full of all of this anger and rage at not being able to be a better person in the situation he's in, and I think that's really interesting, because I don't think I see that kind of character very often in media.
And how often do we see them? Like, there's a goal and it's just cut off. Like, the story just doesn't have that closure. It just dies, that thread. And how much it represents a lot of his goals in life and stuff. We talked about that in prior episodes, and so I think with that we can. It's so funny because it's straight away. You guys ready for this?
Straight away. All right. Well,
I'm just gonna enjoy the fireworks, I suppose.
Hey, let's do it.
There's nothing interesting about this character. There's nothing nuanced about this character. There's nothing likable about this character, and the character's arc goes nowhere, and then he dies.
I disagree
So
with all 4 of those
So he
things.
starts off with 4 horrifically incorrect
we-
things asserted boldly in
we
the first 7
Pull back
seconds.
a second so that I can see
We
them
probably
all, so they say that-
shouldn't. I'll play the next few seconds just
Hey,
so you
wait.
get the full context, and then we can pull it back.
Is he doing a thing where this is the criticisms levied to him?
Well, I'll just play the rest.
Now, that's what I thought when I first started looking into this character, but what I realized is that good
Okay.
character, bad character, wrong discussion to have when it comes to Marcus. His character's
Is it how is that not the only discussion?
When it
I don't
comes
know.
to a
That
character,
really
whether or not
means-
they're a good or bad character isn't the discussion to have. It's like,
What else are we going
Huh.
to be talking about?
feels like
I
a weird
mean,
thing to say.
I
but
guess we could talk
story
about
uses
other
it.
things if you wanted, but why can't we talk about this, especially in a character-heavy show? It seems to be whether or not a character is good or bad is a pretty
Also, the title
important thing
says
to
how
talk
a great
about.
show uses a bad character, so we are talking about whether he's bad, right?
The only
well,
way
no,
I
because he
could really...
said it's done, it's over. He's bad, but
Yeah.
how is he used?
Wait,
And,
so
and does
is
he
that
mean
actually
bad in
what we're
terms
meant
of a
to-
bad person or badly written?
I think he
Badly
means
written.
badly written, right?
Badly
Yeah.
written.
I'm assuming
Based
badly
on
written in this regard.
the descriptions of undeveloped, or no, undeveloped. He is.
Well, I was gonna say,
How
if we
can you
roll him back
There's
to these
nothing
four,
likable about this character,
No.
and the characters.
Okay, so the uninteresting and unlikable are vague terms that don't tell me anything.
well, and all
if
I have
you
to
can
say is
avoid
I
using-
like him and I'm interested in him.
And
so.
I thought he was, yeah. So whenever you're thinking about talking about storytelling, avoid interesting and likable because these are
boring.
vague terms. And boring. These are vague terms that are difficult to define. And if somebody just disagrees with you and says, well, I found him interesting, you kind of have nothing that you can counter there. Whereas if you say like unnuanced, there is more that you can identify to latch onto to support your position.
Yeah,
Just-
I figure you can.
That's your fringy tip of the day. Don't use the term uninteresting or unlikable. It's not helpful.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. If you're trying to translate ideas across to people who disagree with you, because when you say
Yeah.
nuanced, everyone's going to be thinking like, oh, does he mean like there's more
Multi-layered.
dimensions to the character?
Yeah.
There are multiple things that drive them. That's probably what. And you can figure that out. You can definitely get a definition and generate a sort of standard for the character to fulfill and agree on it, and then see if they fulfill it and decide on the pieces from the actual show.
Yeah.
But
And you can
likable,
pull
like
reference-
I don't know, man. What are you gonna
Likable's
say?
complicated.
Yeah, it's
You're wrong.
At the
You
very
gotta
least,
say-
if you're going to use that, like, I think you just have to provide the references and the reasoning behind it. That's
But,
the
like,
only thing that can be interacted with, because the term is empty in that sense.
It's bizarre to me because like I know Rags liked him a lot, genuinely, when watching the show. And so someone telling me like, nah, he's unlikable, I just feel like that's not compelling at
doesn't
all because it's just
comport
not
with-
true.
Yeah.
You have to tell
exactly.
me why, and you
Even
have to
that,
give me
though.
references. We got to get to
Even
something a
then,
bit
I don't
more.
know. That
Like if I said,
what if
well, Rags, he is unlikable because he, causes damage to a lot of good people. He's spineless. He's blah blah. blah. I figure you'd be like, okay, you're telling me things about him that you don't like, I guess.
Well, we use that, and you say, all right, so you don't like Silco too? Silco is unlikable in the same way. Are you just using this as a replacement for heroes and villains? Is that all you're using this word to mean?
You could definitely get some conversations out of it because I think unlikable is a mistake here, but undeveloped is a really interesting one. Fringy, I think you made a video about this. A Vumbler.
Video?
The character development is yeah. Not every character needs to develop. Some characters
Thank
can be
you.
static, and it's okay.
Sometimes
Yeah.
it's better for them to be static based on their role in the story.
Yeah.
So,
and, I mean, of
citing
course,
that-
what about?
As an issue is
It's not an issue for a character to not be developed. If they are underdeveloped, it's like, so I guess you could pull that there was meant to be more to them, and it just kind of didn't hit the mark. But undeveloped is like, well, there are a lot of characters who are undeveloped in stories because the purpose that they serve is not to change.
well, imagine I said Emperor Palpatine in the OT is uninteresting, unnuanced, unlikable, and undeveloped. He's uninteresting because he's just, I'm evil, I'm going to take over,
He's
and then
evil.
dies.
He's
Unnuanced,
because
obviously.
he's just evil.
Yeah.
He's unlikable because he's a bad guy, and he's undeveloped because he doesn't change. It's like you could say all of these things.
Yeah, and I like
Um,
Palpatine. He's a really good place to go a lot of the time because he is a very simplistic and static character.
Yeah.
But he serves his role very well, so...
Yeah, exactly.
Now
Darth
what?
Vader's role is to be more complicated and to change. That's his purpose in the story.
Yeah, from like the writer's perspective, and it just means that you should have access to all kinds of options. But hey, he said
Yeah.
that this was what he thought. Let us see what
Until
he
he
ended up
realized that
thinking.
it didn't even matter that he was bad.
I don't
Is
even
that
know,
what I'm taking away?
because I
Okay.
can't remember how this goes. Like,
His arc goes
Okay.
nowhere and then he dies. Now, that's what I thought when I first started looking into this character, but what I realized is that good character, bad character, wrong discussion to have when it comes to Marcus. His characterization is flawed, yeah, fine, true, but if that's where you think the conversation...
How?
no.
I don't agree. You haven't even
I-
established that.
I'm
just
just sitting here
said
like
it.
waiting for the thing.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sure
would
you
like
will.
to know.
It seems
Yeah.
the progress of the video is probably going to be explaining why he's a bad character and then how he's used really well. I think that's the idea the video is going to go for, so we'll at least get our references, which will
Okay.
be fun.
Ends with this character, you're missing a lot about what this character is all about. Because let me tell you, no other show is handling its flaws this way. This is crazy. It's a bad character, but they
Handling its flaws this way?
What do you mean by that?
That sounds like the show, like they were aware in the writing room while making
That
the
he was
show that
bad.
Marcus was a bad character, but instead of fixing it, they decided to like rebuild around him.
Which
Dude,
I
morph
don't
the show
see
around him.
that.
I don't
That's
think that's
odd.
how it goes. I don't think.
Which is
Usually,
how would that be the case? If you identify that a character's badly written, you're like, well,
yeah.
they just exist as they are. I can't change them. It's not like I'm the
Like-
writer.
When the writer determines that there is a flaw, and they believe there to be a flaw, usually they will start going about fixing it. Not
Yeah.
whatever this is supposed to mean.
Well, yeah, because it is a confusing way to look at it, because he seems to... It's like he's one of the in the writer's room with them, like, yeah, you guys did an amazing job with such like a flawed character, and by that I mean a badly written one that you guys made. It's like, wait, what?
It almost
And
feels
then
like
he's
a
like, wait, you
leans
guys
into-
didn't know?
Well, they did. They're
we
like,
thought he was
well,
pretty
we got a
good."
bad character. How are we going to fix this? Well, maybe we can put
No.
some drywall on it, and we could paint over it and put it in the back so no one notices, and don't give him a lot of screen time. Yeah, that's a good fix.
This isn't worth harping on too much, but the writers in the writing room aren't aware that they've put out a bad character usually. They will probably think it's a good character until
Yeah.
the audience picks it up and goes, this is shit.
And then they're like, oh, that wasn't
You're
my
They
racist.
might
intention."
disagree and they might heed what the audience says and think it's valid, or they might not. Who knows?
get so much utility out of him, it's just as impressive as their good character work. So, starting point, Marcus, uninteresting, unnuanced.
Jesus
Oh,
Christ.
wow.
Okay.
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 Oh, okay.
Go turn into a meme.
Alright,
That's-
those-
Okay, good.
memes,
They're a
that's
meme.
good.
The memes.
Unhealthy, understandable,
Unhealthy.
undertale, undulate, unisex.
Thank
I
goodness.
mean,
It's unlikable.
unisex,
You ran out of words, I think.
which is like a vow of chastity, is unisex.
So alright, I'm gonna hit that play button now.
Undeveloped. This is uncharacteristic of Arcane. No other character who gets this amount of screen time fails in any of these categories, let alone all of them.
So he does still think this is true then?
Then why
Okay.
I'm getting mixed signals here. I really am.
Because he's saying he fails in all of these categories, which are just the, you know...
I'm desperate for him to expand on this. Like, please, man in the depths. of
Uninteresting,
being
unnuanced,
water, like,
unlikable, and
we-
undeveloped. It's like, oh, jeez.
Unlike all the, they're just so vague.
This is the character analysis. Give me the
Well,
video
you-
called the Marcus analysis.
He's still on his intro, I'm sure of it.
I know
Literally
he's
just
40 fucking seconds in. It's fun.
Also, I guess on the subject of likable, I feel like it can get a little bit complicated because when we talk about liking a character,
Mhm.
I feel like we're generally not referring to whether we would like them as a person if we met them, you know? Like, I like Palpatine, but I wouldn't like Palpatine if he existed and
Oh,
was
yeah.
real.
He was in my living room.
Um,
Yeah.
No,
yeah, but I like him as a character.
I agree with that, but like that's the other thing that gets super complicated. I can like Palpatine just for his performance, the actor, I mean. I could be like, his performance is so good. You'd be like, well, so what do you like about him, like, meaningfully as a person? I'd be like, ah, fuck all, but I just really like the voice and the presence he has. You know, I could say that, but... So likability can come from so many different places. This is why it's such a difficult thing to be definitive about. Like,
I think in media, the attribution of you have the quality of being likable. I don't think that really works in media the way it could work in real life because of that manifold.
if you're looking to refer to likability in a character as the traits they have that are traits one would enjoy in a friend in real life or something, I'd just be like, wow, that is limited.
That's
Like,
That
not even
feels
real.
like
Nobody
there's a
does
lot of-
that.
Nobody does that. No,
Nobody
they
does
don't.
that.
They definitely don't.
To show you what I mean, you look at any character, and let's take interesting. What do I mean by that? Well, our slum brawler
Okay.
character is a small teenage girl. Our slum boss is a pacifist and a really
okay. So,
Okay, so
Is that
what if
what's
what,
interesting?
what if our brawler wasn't small and they were just big and normal? Could they not be interesting?
Oh god, this is... So we've just opened an enormous can of worms. Interesting means slum brawler character equals slim t... Obviously pointing out there's a level of juxtaposition with the characterization, therefore interesting.
I feel like there's got to be more to it than that.
Oh, there's so many things to say about this. Like...
Wouldn't the main thing be, you haven't told me how well written she is. All you've done is just give me a description.
It's almost like
of
character
what she
pitches.
does versus... Yeah, like I don't know anything about her based on this. So is she interesting? I don't know who she is.
Like how do we define? Because you know, like Din Djarin, he's pretty interesting in pitch, but he's terrible.
That's a concept, yeah. But he's just a nothing.
Oh, I thought you meant the tone of his voice when you said pitch, and I was like, no, not really. He's kind of monotonous, but
true. But yeah, if someone said like, you know, a veteran bounty hunter who lived through the warfare, like his childhood was being, you know, fucking obliterated by warfare and by the CIS, you're like, oh shit. He has a hatred of droids, but at the same time needs to work around and with them to conduct his business, and he gets caught up in Luke Skywalker's shit. You'd be like, okay, that sounds real fucking interesting. And look how it turned out. Also, hi, Jay.
Hello.
You decided to show up.
Yeah, fuck.
Yeah. Sorry, I was busy doing your mum.
Nice.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Alright, should we... should we just play that opening for Jay?
Okay.
We'll scroll back to this part. Are you...
It's a double dip, and this
There's
EFAP.
Is it on 0 for you?
It is on 0.
Alright.
I think interesting about this
I was
character.
just saying the words. I heard you showed me this already, the opening of this video.
Did I?
I think when you were like testing.
I was ranting about it. Were you in the call when I was doing that?
Yeah, you were ranting
yeah.
about this, and I was in the call, and you showed me the beginning of the video.
Oh.
I don't remember it 100%. If you want to show me again,
I
you know,
will. I'm going to do that right now.
There's nothing interesting about this character. There's nothing nuanced about this character. There's nothing likable about this character, and the character's arc goes nowhere, and then he dies. Now,
Man. It's like, even if that were true, what would be the problem with that? It's just like, he is a side character. You could totally have like an uninteresting character who's just there to be a plot device and then dies when he's no longer needed for the story. That's not bad writing.
Yeah, we oftentimes decide, I guess, on how significant a character is by screen time. Obviously, plot impact is really important as well, but the idea of, like, there's probably some... You know, like, Caitlyn's mum, for example. Someone said, like, what was her arc? It'd be like, well, I mean...
Yeah, I remember the animation that Played Creations did of I don't know if any of you guys remember this. It was the guy who pulled the lever on the Death Star. He was a bad character. You didn't get anything on him.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah, I remember.
Yeah,
that.
we were trying to come up with this whole
I've
backstory.
I've just googled plagued and was hoping to get the
Plagued.
Oh yeah, that's it. Plagued, only word.
And you didn't get the result? That's fucked up. YouTube's just not helpful. Alright, well, so we just got to this point.
what I mean, you look at any character, and let's take interesting, what do I mean by that? Well, our slum brawler character is a small teenage girl. Our slum boss is a pacifist and a really good dad. Our hardest working character is physically deteriorating before
Our hardest working character.
our eyes. Our smartest characters are really ignorant and dumb. These are all unexpected.
What?
I've got problems with all of this.
God damn.
You're
the way that you're characterizing them uses different traits of their small teenage girl. She's not that small, and she's only a teenage girl for the first
a period
3
of
episodes.
time until
I would argue,
you know, grows up.
relatively, she's absolutely not small. Like that's the whole point. Is she's built up.
She's pretty built,
but
like she's still lean. But
if he's saying like in a broad sense, like she's a teenage girl though, and then she's supposed to be the brawler. It's like, how interesting is that? For me, I'm like, well, that's an idea. I'd have to see what happens next.
Who she is. I don't know who she is.
Like,
all you've done is given.
You told me what she is, not who she
like,
is.
Imagine saying,
exactly.
You know, a lot of people seem to think Silco is one of the best characters. When let's look at his description. He's just crime lord. Oh.
I feel like that misses a lot of the nuance of that character.
Yeah, that's
He
the thing.
puts
Like,
his fingers together. Ooh.
what's the incredible juxtaposition with him? Maybe he's gonna have him in the list. I don't know, but like, I don't know. It's just like, I don't think this is how you define interesting. This is a very strange way of going about it.
Yeah. This is
Yeah.
like pre-writing 101 fucking idea of like what to make ideas of how to make an interesting character. It's
Like when you go,
it's
what a
like,
bounty hunter with a lightsaber, what about that?
Yeah, exactly that.
This is
It's
just a
like-
high concept.
Yeah,
Not even high.
It feels like
Isn't
the
it-
kind
isn't
of
even
a high
interesting
concept?
in concept
No.
alone.
Not, you're right. It's just concept. You're
It's
right.
just
it is
like-
just concept.
It's tri-concept.
Boba Fett but rides a
This is-
Rancor. What about that?
What if
No.
what if there was like Sonic, but he was like black and edgy?
Ah, yeah, like a bantha.
Like a bantha. Oh, dude, they need like a Shadow the Hedgehog bantha with a little red
He's
strip.
gonna probably show up in the
like a
post-credit.
hedgehog.
That'd be great.
This is like I don't want to be too mean out the bat. This is like a fucking. This reminds me of like
Do it.
when I was 11 and I went to movies with my friends and they would come out saying like, "Oh, what if there was like Batman, but he was evil and he was evil Batman? That would be so interesting." It's like that's the same level of commentary I feel.
You were
as we
friends
get
with
in
Zack
here.
Snyder when you were 11?
He's like a
Yeah.
30-year-old who's like, oh my god, Superman, but
Listen,
he's like,
Jay, I've
he's
got
like
so
not
many
nice.
ideas. No one's listening to me.
I guess the thing
And then
is,
you told
I
him
also-
no one should listen to you.
I feel like you could make these kind of descriptions of bad characters as well if you just reach, you know?
Well,
Like
a
is
lot
it
of them they
like
Sorry,
Kylo
I'm-
Ren, villain, confused. It's like, yeah, see?
Confused
Yeah,
Like,
sounds
that's
exactly.
interesting.
Timba,
That's really
his arms
interesting.
It's
wide.
like Boba Fett, he's a crime lord, but he's trying to be a good
he's
person.
not a
Isn't
crime
that
lord.
interesting?
Yeah, like a crime lord
Oh,
who's
no, it's
not,
all
who's
falling
not
apart.
evil.
You see, like all of the
Interesting.
shitty characters we've had lately, like they kind of satisfy this, don't they?
He's just a lord.
Because
Loki,
this
he's
isn't
like the god of
anything.
mischief, but he really cares about like the downtrodden and innocent
Mhm.
people dying.
No.
Yeah. How interesting, as opposed to when he was just a straight bad guy. That wasn't interesting.
But that's
Like,
the funny thing. You say straight bad guys. Like there was pieces of him, right? Like it is all.
There were
And
pieces,
you'd be
Guys,
like, ooh.
they can. Guys, you clearly weren't paying attention. He's confirmed to be a bisexual guy.
Is that? Do you
Ooh,
can't be
there
evil
we
when
go.
you're
Now he's
bisexual?
interesting.
Oh, that's the interesting part. Yeah. But anyway, like so this is
And
probably the
maybe-
I can,
least.
as a bisexual person, I can confirm it is not possible to be evil.
That's pretty cool.
Well, it
So
makes me
if
think
anyone
of
ever
like
says,
I don't know. I forgot what I was gonna say.
"Oh no, maybe
Shame.
it'll
You
come."
guys missed out on my thought.
Damn.
Oh, that's
What'd you
okay.
hear
You
in
could just
there?
conjure more to replace it.
But they wouldn't be the same thought, would they?
That's all right. Maybe they'll be even better.
Just want to push him to the
He's got-
second one.
Our slum boss
She
is a
says-
pacifist.
Slum boss
Slum
characters
boss.
pass. So the funny thing about this is, I don't think it was like, I don't even think that's much of a juxtaposition to be the boss of Zorn and to be pacifistic. It's like, well,
Also,
there's-
he's not a
good dad.
pacifist.
he's also not a pacifist. That's true. He's more.
Yeah, he has gauntlets. He will pacifist across your face if
I
you
will
fuck up.
He doesn't
exactly.
want
Yeah,
to.
he even
That
That
threatens
was a really
people
good
with them.
pun, Rags.
Thank you.
That was actually pretty good. I like that pacifist. So I think that it's important to highlight the fact that he's a peacekeeper, not a pacifist. He wants people to not fight, but he will fuck you up if he has to.
One of
Yeah,
those jokes
he
that I
will.
was
Like he
enjoying,
threatens
not on, like,
the
a-
guys in his in the one drop, or not the one drop, the last drop
Hmm.
for not honoring the deal. It's like, honor the deal, or I'll fucking punch you in the face.
Which is very pacifistic, I would say.
That's the exact quote. I remembered my thought. It was a great thought.
Um,
I'm
Oh,
just,
go
I
ahead.
just wanna with our brawler character is actually like a teenage girl and she's like small. It's like, okay, so are we supposed to take the implication from that if Vi
No.
was just like some like 25-year-old like 6'5" dude that she wouldn't be an interesting character anymore?
yeah, that's not what interesting is.
If they were a
Yeah.
straight white man, yes, they would not be.
If you wanted to
feels like his
redefine,
talk of interesting seems to be limited to concept alone. Like
yeah, which is
this
strange.
this is like
if you
hooks
could
at
even call this
best.
concept, it's
Yeah,
it's,
like that's
it's
what I mean.
so low.
A hook at best. This is, oh, what if?
Well, so this video has a very good like to dislike ratio, because when you said that, my immediate thought was, damn, I'm trying to stop saying my immediate thought. I'm sorry, I'm trying, I really am.
Slow thoughts frame.
My first thought, there we go, that's a little bit different. My first thought was, I've definitely seen conversations about characters be this shallow. I've definitely seen this.
There's
like,
so many like, because
it-
you know if he
it
was
fit-
here. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Oh, it just reminds me of like when I've watched videos that are giving advice on writing characters. Sometimes it will be this simple and it will be responded to positively, but but we're missing so much nuance,
Well, do you think it's,
or we're missing the core.
it's the kind of thing where everybody who agrees with this video doesn't actually, they just haven't really tooled through it, because
Yes.
I think
As fast as he's giving info, I can believe it.
Yeah, it's something that seems like agreeable at first. Like, yeah, that is an interesting juxtaposition, and I remember from that like writing class or something that like I got told that was good. Yeah, like that's, but it's with a lot of things when you slow it down and allow each point to sit, and you start to think about any way that you could like counter that point. It starts to become more apparent that we're not really talking about anything here.
I think, yeah, this is the Force Awakens of video essays, and there are a lot of Force Awakens of video
What do you
essays.
mean by that?
You watch it and you're like, haha, yes, that was
Yeah,
good,
the
because
Force.
you didn't think
I was about
it.
to say. I was about to.
Yeah.
The Force Awakens is actually a really great example because
Yeah,
it's
that
a
is a good
film
one.
that, like for instance, when you're watching it, you may not think, "Wait, this planet absorbed the full mass of a star. How is that even possible at all?" Or like, "Wait, you tell
Why is
wait,
Han Solo
even-
like this?
Yeah, but you're not given enough time to think. That's like how J.J. Abrams makes stories. Is like they move so fast that you're not given any time to really think about how stupid what is happening is. But then if you rewatch it again, knowing where everything's going, it probably becomes more apparent, like the problems. I guess it just feels the same here. These are things that might seem at first really agreeable. Like, oh, this is a point. But then once you slow it down and start thinking about examples to the contrary, it doesn't really hold up anymore.
so
But I guess what I'm
I
saying
hated
is I'm
TF8
not surprised.
10 minutes in.
What?
It's like, yeah, it did work on everybody. But I'll say it works on
It didn't-
everybody.
It worked
Well, yeah, I
on the
mean, this
vast
video isn't
majority of
working on
people.
everybody, is it?
No.
Well, this video is working on clearly a lot of people because it's got a really good like to dislike ratio. I guess is what I mean. I'm not surprised that a video like this would get responded to well.
I think that this video's like to dislike ratio matches what the like to dislike ratio of The Force Awakens would probably have been on with people coming out of the cinema.
Probably, yeah.
If you were in this call right now, he said he's given us a pretty obvious definition of interesting, which is just like there's a juxtaposition in the characterization at the premise, and so I'd be like, oh, like Marcus, where you've got this like almost spineless but very arrogant character whose mentor is one of the most like principled and peacekeepy types in all of Piltover. That's quite an interesting juxtaposition, isn't it? And he'd be like, no, wait, no.
More so than that. The juxtaposition is even more interesting with that than that with him, I think, because he's like he is spineless, but he's really motivated to try and do the right thing. He just doesn't have the guts to do it. Like there's a lot of juxtaposition to him.
And so the goal would be for me, if he was in school, just to point out that his definition is going to be unsatisfying to himself, which I think is true. I really find it hard to believe that he's only ever used the term interesting or uninteresting regarding the premise of a character, and that's it.
And a really good dad. Our hardest working character is physically deteriorating before.
So it's interesting
This
because he
one's
works
weird.
hard and he's almost dead. God, imagine someone summing up
Go
why Victor's
on.
interesting with that.
He works hard and he's almost dead.
I just...
You've told me so little.
Is that even a juxtaposition? Like, the character who works
I
really
don't think-
hard is almost dead. It's like...
No, there's no juxtaposition
I
here.
feel like they're not related, really. They're just two things.
Couldn't you have put
Two things
almost
that
dead on
one
the end
can
of
cause
any of
drama
these?
for the other.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
like, what
Strong
if he was
Cosmic
just
is almost
scale.
dead.
yeah? What if he's just a coal miner? He's dying because he's got black lung.
A lot
And
of,
it's
yeah, a
like
lot of these
that's
characters are
that's
almost
something
dead
that can
many
happen.
times.
yeah.
Which is like, he's a slum boss, but he's almost dead. That's interesting. It's like, oh, okay. You're a slum brawler, but you're almost dead. Like, what? Sorry, is almost dead just interesting?
Like, almost dead's
Character
the
trait.
free. It's like you can just slap it on anything else, and it makes it more interesting.
Also, yeah, someone just pointed out, I guess this describes Walter White.
Yeah.
Same arc.
Yeah, there you go.
Well, that was why he was
Almost
interesting.
dead.
Waller.
That was why he was interesting. Yeah.
Yeah.
For our eyes. Our smartest characters are really ignorant and dumb.
Yeah, you're just wrong. Like that's just
Oh,
incorrect.
smartest- yeah, that's
What do you
Ignorant.
think he's
not
referring to
maybe.
here?
Well, so it would be
I
the
think
same thing as
he's
ignorance
referring-
of Zorn, and then I guess
Yeah.
Jace's general like lack of knowledge on a lot of
Ignorance of
topics,
the
but that's not
political
even fair.
machinations.
not
Would
fair,
this be
yeah,
like his
everyone's
treatment
ignorant
of
of
Victor being from
something.
the Undercity? Is that the scene that he's playing right now on the
Jace
bridge
was-
where he's like, I'm from the Undercity?
Well, so this is a very bad example.
this
This
is
is
when-
I grew up
Jace
surrounded by
reacting to
Undercity.
a bunch of people who've been killed. Like, what does this have to do with his ignorance? Like, what you're saying, he's ignorant of death or something? I don't even know what.
I
Like,
think
the-
he's just using that clip because it's like the least.
Well, so-
It's like the least
funny Jace
appealing
throwing up.
shot of Jace, and because he's puking off a bridge. Like, haha, look how dumb he is,
So-
he's puking.
He's ignorant of horrific,
Look how
gore-filled
dumb he is,
violence,
he's
like
puking.
everyone is.
I guess it might be worth noting. We keep saying ignorant. He said dumb. Like
Oh,
I
shit.
thought-
that's what he said.
Wait, where do we
So-
get?
He
Didn't
said
he?
both.
He said ignorant
He
and
said
dumb.
ignorant.
Yeah, I could have
and
sworn
dumb.
we got ignorant from
You're
him.
reading before our eyes.
Oh,
Our
okay, then,
smartest
and
characters
dumb.
are really ignorant and dumb.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
so he also called them dumb.
I think-
Ignorant
I feel
and
like
dumb.
dumb,
Ignorant and dumb.
Yeah.
Dumb
By the
you
way,
can just throw
dumb
out.
ain't going
Like-
to Jason Heimerdinger. That ain't happening.
You
No,
can just throw
Nope.
that one out the window. It's fine. Ignorant is the one that maybe has some
Ignorant-
legs, but doesn't really.
What was that?
But everyone's ignorant of something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
thank you. You literally took the words from my mouth, and I'm salty,
They're
Rags.
mine. They're mine.
Rags
Give them to
punched
me.
you and yanked the
Fucking
words
give
out.
them
He's
to
And
like,
in
me.
"These
fairness,
are my
I'm gonna
words."
point this out. Rags
They
actually
belong
said
to me.
that initially, so you know he's already
Yep.
said that. He's
I
definitely his point.
I
You tried to-
reclaimed my words.
Yeah, you tried to
I
steal
saw
it,
my
Jay.
words
Tried
in
to
your
steal them.
mouth. I
I'm
saw him
gonna
in there.
cry.
I saw
Rags
him.
was
I was like, nope,
Rags
they're
was
mine.
sitting there in that chair with his little bag of words, and Jay ran in and tried to yank them out.
It's a
and
big
Rags was
bag.
like,
It's a big
"Oh no,
bag.
these are my
Oh.
words, Jay. You're trying to wrongfully
It's a
claim
little
my
bag,
word."
Rags, but it's like a clown bag where it just keeps everything comes out.
Oh,
clown
it's like a
bag.
bag of holding.
Yeah,
Yeah,
like a little
clown
bag.
bag.
Yeah.
Of it. But yeah, the only best faith interpretation is that he was ignorant of the damage that could come from Zorn, and this scene is him realizing it. Is that the angle?
Maybe.
But again, at the same time, that
I
I don't think that's a fair. That's not the kind of ignorance we usually give example of when talking about
Best
ignorant
faith
characters.
interpretation. The best faith interpretation would be that he is ignorant of other stuff, and that this is just a random clip that was chosen for like other aesthetic reasons.
Okay.
Like I think the best thing, the best thing to say that Jace is ignorant of is like the scene where he says about like people from the Undercity directly to Victor, who's from the Undercity. I think
That
you could
feels
say that's an ignorant moment, but like all characters are ignorant of something.
Well, I don't even like the whole. Smart characters are ignorant on certain topics. It's like that could be something that you start with for criticism. You might be like, why is it that this person is this intelligent according to the content, and yet they're unaware of blah 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 blah. Like it could be relevant. I was just trying to think of an example, but like like how Boba Fett is considered ruthless and intelligent, but he has like no idea how Tatooine works, but wants to be the crime lord of it. He's like a big juxtaposition on his own, but like for bad reasons. Someone could be like, no, that's interesting. Be like, is it? I don't know. And what does
It's
interesting
interesting
even
how
mean
he's
at this
stupid.
point? What if your interesting character was like, he's a hyper intelligent scientist, but he fucking regularly shoots himself in the foot for the fun of it? That's interesting.
I mean, I kind of want to hear about that character. Not gonna lie.
But so yeah, he's defined. It seems to be defining interest is just from baseline traits that seem contradictory. That's all we got. But not even sometimes. The dead one is just making me laugh every time I think about it. It's like smart character, also almost dead.
In bed.
These are all unexpected things that draw us deeper into the characters and make us want to know more, make us want to see how they react to different situations. Marcus, when he's introduced, he's
All right, we're gonna have to.
He's going
I'm gonna have
fast.
to listen to that again. You are
Yeah.
not speaking clear enough to warrant that kind of
Speed.
verbal velocity. All right,
Oh, nice.
let's chillax. Okay.
Yeah, because there's a
Let
lot.
me
There's
draw it
technically like
back.
3 things you could respond to with what he just said there. Like his addition to interesting. If you listen to this is like his qualifier for those things.
all unexpected things that draw us deeper into the characters and make us want
Unexpected things that draw deeper into the character. So what's wrong with expected things that draw deeper into the character?
If anything, a good character would react in a way that you would expect based on the traits we've been presented and what we've come to understand about how they behave.
Example.
There's a place for
actions
being
were- this is about
unexpected.
their situation and their
I have a
From
perfect
immutable
example
characteristics.
from Theo back in episode 4. where he commented on the
EFAP
nature of the two
before?
inventions from Jace and Victor. Two elements, well, two things that we would expect because they're just inventions, but the way they look are indicative of a deeper part of their characters. Is that not interesting because we expect that? That we expect that they've
I
made
guess so.
things?
Again, he seems to just be talking in concept rather than like anything deeper than that. So I don't know what you're supposed to really do with all of this. Because ideas are really cheap.
You know?
Yeah, he's just rushing by and talking in really high concept, like wishy-washy terms. Like ideas are really cheap. I don't know that any of this is very helpful to anyone. But
Yeah.
again, we're 57 seconds in. Oh, no.
Hopefully this isn't a stuck with strategy. It doesn't work for long. Just ask Movie Bob.
We need to slow him down.
Hey, Movie Bob has actually got a successful career that's been going for ages.
Yeah.
Smartest
Oh,
character.
okay.
That's a fact.
Is that what it was? Okay, my bad.
Like Movie Bob makes $3,000 a month on Patreon, and he's been doing that for a very long time.
Are you serious?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just ask Movie Bob. I think he'd tell you he's doing very well and knows what he's doing.
Oh, okay.
And he'd have evidence to back
Dude,
it
that
up.
man can marinate his chicken in Mountain Dew. He's living a high life.
That's true. He did say that.
No, he
Damn,
did
dude,
it.
maybe we'll have to.
Well, he did do that.
He's posted
Yeah,
pictures of
he
it.
did
We
that.
showed them before, yeah.
Oh, that's funnier.
We're gonna. He's so successful. We're gonna need to get an episode of Cribs with him. I'm sure that'll be interesting.
Oh, hell yeah. Mountain Dew Chicken Movie Bob. Google Images, don't fail me now.
Does it come
It
up for
won't.
Google Images? Does it actually?
Ah, there we go. And there's the tweet, too.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
I guess I didn't know you didn't know about this, Jay.
Welcome, Jay.
Welcome.
Marinated 3 days
Was
in
this a,
Mountain Dew.
this was a joke, right? Like he thought
Nope.
that this was funny.
He's done this
so,
several
you know-
times.
What? He's done it several times?
Yeah,
He's
I
really
think
committed. He's really committed to the bit.
Apparently,
My favorite part is that it couldn't be like Pepsi or Coke or Sprite. It had to be Mountain Dew.
It had to be
had-
the
oh,
meme
the
fucking
notorious
Reddit user
meme
drink.
fat guy. Yeah.
Hideously scorched it looks. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that does not look appealing at all. Like, how do you make that food and go, oh, I'm gonna post a picture of this so everyone can see what a bad job I did.
look at those
Dude,
poor
the
lemons.
envy.
The
Oh
poor-
no, the
I
lemon.
feel sorry for the ingredients.
Don't you?
A
I feel sorry
turkey
for the Mountain
died.
Dew.
Oh, a chicken. Sorry, chicken died for this.
The chicken looking down at it from heaven like, that was not worth it.
What the fuck, man?
Yeah, Bob is, quite the lad.
I don't think
He is.
that
This
ain't
sounds
it.
like the kind of meal you'd make on accident, but you just stick through it. You're like, oh, I spilled all of my Mountain Dew inside of the pan that had the chicken. Well,
Well,
I mean,
I feel like there's a better meme here. Like, what if he had people over while he was cooking it, and he really wanted to do Mountain Dew, but he knew it was socially unacceptable, so he just got a big old bottle of Mountain Dew, started drinking. Oh, damn! As
Do you
he's
think
holding
he
the
lied?
bottle over the chicken, and it's
like he went through
it.
with the Mountain Dew marination, but he didn't tell them that's what
Damn,
it was. He
damn.
tried to
Like-
act like it was, yes, this is a Corinthian spice blend from da da
doesn't
da
know
da da
those
that my
words.
grandmother said back in that's
I call it the Flaming Homer.
Ah.
No,
I
the
love
Flamin'
it.
Bob. It's the Flamin' Bob. That's what it is.
Flaming Bob.
Just as a part two phrase of that, like they're basically forced to eat at that point because they're all really hungry and stuff. And he just like digs right in. He's like, "Oh my god, this is great, isn't it? What are the odds that this would be so good? This is such a great combination." They're just like,
Really
See,
ignorant
most
and dumb.
people. Hang on, the thing is, most people, when I see that they prepared a whole chicken, I would assume that they were preparing it for some other people. But with Movie Bob, I'm not sure based on his comments about normal amounts of food. He could have eaten that whole thing himself.
absolutely.
We have evidence that that's how he acts.
These are all unexpected things that draw us deeper into the character and make us want to know more, make us want to see how they react to different situations.
makes us want to know more and makes us want to see how they react to different situations, which is
That's
not
just-
possible with uninteresting characters, I guess.
Exactly. Hey, you want to see how this character reacts to being kicked in the face?
Yeah.
They say, "Ow."
They go, oh,
They say, "Ow," but nuanced.
We talk about character
There
writing
was.
instead of like interesting character hooks that aren't even like
Well, and-
that unique.
and the conversation is focused too much on like the viewer at this point in terms of like what
Yeah.
they want to see more of, where they want to see. Is like, well, that's down to
Fuck the
them.
viewer.
Like that, yeah. Fuck the viewer.
Honestly, fuck the viewer.
Because if we define everything that way, it's just gonna get really confusing. Because it's so baffling. Because I watched this show with people who are like, can't wait to see where Marcus ends up next. Can't wait to see how he deals with blah blah blah. Ooh, I like Marcus. It's like, I'm sorry, you can't have that perspective because he's not interesting.
Sorry.
Yeah. When it's all about the viewer, and all the viewers that we are aware of have really enjoyed Marcus seeing his like journey.
Which is why this isn't compelling just yet. But we're only a minute in, which I feel like is the equivalent of 4 minutes in another person's video with how fast he's talking. But that's fine.
Marcus, when he's introduced, he's a corrupt cop. He's mean, he's prejudiced, he's weak-willed. I've seen this character 100 times. You give me the first.
He's not introduced as a corrupt
He's-
cop in episode 1, though, is he? He's just a
Yeah,
normal cop.
he's not corrupt. He's just a bit angsty.
He's not
Yeah,
corrupt.
he-
Also,
yeah,
I don't think. Have you
He's
seen this character
He's not
100
really
times?
introduced. He's introduced as like a side
think-
guy next to what's Grayson. Grayson took the.
Yeah, she's
took
got
the
him
reins
under
on
her
that one.
wing, seemingly because of the
If-
fact that he is volatile.
I feel like if we are being as shallow as possible in terms of our interpretation of this character,
Yeah.
I guess we have seen corrupt, prejudiced, angry cops before, but I feel
Oh,
like that misses a lot of the
Yeah,
nuance.
unlike
Yeah,
in
usually-
2022, a strong fucking brawler girl with shaved hair on one side. That's never seen that before.
I was-
That's not an archetype.
I was about to say, I didn't even catch that. Did he say that this is something we've seen before?
Yes,
Yeah.
We've
million
seen all
times
of this before. Let's be honest.
Every
All of them have
idea's
been run,
every
yeah.
idea's been done. All of them.
Yep.
Well, his argument is going to be that this idea is done a lot. To which I would say, okay, there are still other ideas in there that have been done a lot.
I
Like
don't
a
even
book
think-
smart, like his one for Heimerdinger character, like was that if we steel man what he said about Heimerdinger is that he's book smart but like ignorant on other things. Which I'm pretty sure that was been done to death.
I feel like that may have been done before, yeah.
I think
I
that
feel like
might
it's
be
been
actually the
done by, like,
typical arc
everyone.
for a book smart
Yeah.
character is for them to learn that actually they're not street smart. Fucking like Lisa Simpson.
I don't.
Simpsons.
Lisa Simpson was the blueprint.
I don't think we have seen this before. Is the thing though for me, because usually the corrupt and prejudiced cop would be in the position of like absolute power rather than being underneath someone that doesn't line up with their viewpoints.
True. In fact, Marcus is fairly unique in that
I-
regard.
Yeah,
Would honestly make
he's
several arguments for
powerless.
why he's pretty damn unique.
I wonder if him being powerless might be relevant to the character in a wider.
Oh, yeah.
sense.
Introduced,
probably not.
he's a
Why
corrupt
he's introduced this way.
cop. He's mean, he's prejudiced, he's weak-willed. I've seen this character 100 times. You give me the first item on his character checklist, and I can predict the rest for you. And what is
No, you can't.
No, you literally
you
can't.
can't.
You already pointed out how
You
you
actually
would.
can't.
Well,
like,
I think what he's in order to Steelman, I think he's just talking about the corrupt cop archetype that has been seen before.
I feel like there
Not
are a lot of
Marcus
different
himself
corrupt
just yet.
To miss the
archetypes,
forest for the
though.
trees, I think.
also,
Like
I
I
don't
think
see how.
you've put Marcus in the corrupt cop filing cabinet before
Which-
actually looking
well-
at the character.
There's lots of different types of the corrupt cop archetype because sometimes you have them as the straight villain, sometimes they have a turn to good because it's like some aspect of their life got screwed up. You've got like the jaded cop who's like more reckless. It's like, well, are they corrupt? It's like, I guess they're using their power in means that aren't exactly right. Like corrupt cop archetype has a lot of subcategories, so you
is there
couldn't
one
tell
that
me
doesn't?
anything about it.
It's kind of what I mean.
I don't. I
character
feel like
writing, huh?
every single one has because it comes down to who the character is and what their journey is or lack thereof.
Oh god, because like this, the way that he's doing this is so frustrating. So I just think you can do it with literally anything at all, any character.
Mhm.
Like this is the first scene we have with Vi. We're like, the plucky young girl who's still kind of butch and no nonsense. She'll fuck with you, and if you try and fuck with her, that sort of thing, huh? Okay, seen this before. And we're like, what?
Well, because we got Echo on screen. Echo, the young revolutionary who's a bit of a hothead and is also somewhat biased against the people up top for reasons that are unfair. That's
I've
an
seen that
archetype if you
before.
want to be that.
Yeah.
I've seen that a million times before. You tell him that he's a hothead leader revolutionary, then yeah, I can predict his entire arc.
Imagine watching this with someone who's like, this Grayson character, man, she's so archetypal, and you're like, what do you mean? It's like, oh, she's
a
been on the
dutiful
force
cop.
for a while. She's seasoned.
Yep.
She's seen it all.
She's-
She's reasonable. She'll know what to do. It's like, okay. What?
Did you know that she was going
Ooh,
to get
she's
killed?
reasonable, said in a fucking meme voice.
She's reasonable.
Oh, look, Mr. Reasonable over here.
And yeah, he would have had Marcus for what, like 15 seconds, and he's like, "I've got your number, mate." It's like, chill out.
Did
We've
you
seen
really?
fuck all yet?
Did you really?
This feels like it feels bad faith to me again because it feels like he's gone straight into the filing cabinet with all the other corrupt cops without actually looking at the character and how he's presented, even in his first few interactions.
So, it might be too early to say this, but we'll have to wait and see. But I am getting the impression that this is that he views stories through a lot of the broad nebulous writing advice archetypes and terminology and things like that, rather than case by case.
And we hate that here.
I get that impression, but I don't know that we've seen enough yet for me to say that for sure. So I suppose we should just press on.
I
Very
think
well.
we've seen enough.
Wow, Jay.
No, I'll give him more.
Yeah.
We've seen enough. End the video. Turn it off.
It's done.
Fuck you.
Is there to set this guy apart? What makes me interested in him? Give us a unique quirk, an activity, even just an aesthetic, anything. But no, we just get plain old
Even
Marcus.
just an aesthetic.
Plain old Marcus.
He has a mustache.
He's an Aussie.
I guess it's
Well, maybe
Yeah.
not
Besides
voice
his
actor, but
eyebrows.
with
Come on,
voice.
man.
He's in a position that's unusual for his broad archetype. He's got more of a chip on his shoulder than his archetype usually might, if we want to use wishy-washy terms. Like, what?
Well,
yeah.
I was just
one of
joking.
the
Like, I
things
don't
about him
even.
is that he's mired with regret.
Yeah.
And there are different types of corrupt cop archetypes where the guy is so jaded that he has no regrets anymore, and it's like, wait. So how could? Yeah, I guess you haven't told me anything about him yet. At least not meaningfully.
I'm not excited
Oh
about.
wait, we're gonna find out what nuance.
I was about to
means.
say,
Hold
I'm
on.
not looking forward to his discussion on nuanced. That's gonna be a.
It's going to be a web of synonyms. So he's nuanced. What does that mean? It means he's multifaceted. What does multifaceted mean?
Multi-dimensional. What does that mean? It means he has
Well,
multiple
let's see,
approaches
let's
to many
see.
things.
Unnuanced, what I mean by
Size.
that. So to go back to our Slum Brawler, he could have just had this character be good at punching things. But no, this is a character who only knows how to solve any problem by punching. And that makes
No,
him a
you're
big
just
strength.
wrong.
Oh, wait,
So that's
Oh,
wrong.
man, damn,
Wait,
you're
whoa,
wrong.
whoa, 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 whoa.
Episode 2, my friend.
Oh no, you use that as an
He's going
example.
to show the clip.
No!
He's going to fucking no.
Also, no, this is not the clip to prove that.
I'm so unhappy seeing this.
The
solve
only
every problem
solution
by
is
punching.
punching. When every approach she's had with Powder up to this point has been peace, calm, and encouragement. This is her at her like lowest point, and you're like, see, she only solves problems by punching them. Like, what the
Oh
fuck?
yes, because that was what Vi's concern was. The problem that I'm solving.
That's not. Yeah, this is.
What?
This will solve it.
Hey, Powder, we'll get him
Twist
next
the
time.
fucking
Whack!
show because you want a visual that goes with your wrong idea of how the show is.
Couldn't she have at least showed the clip of her
Also-
kicking Savika in the face one more time?
Wait, also, sorry, is this not indicative of a lack of nuance? She is a brawler who only solves her problems by punching. It's
I
like,
guess-
wait a minute.
We'll have to hear
We
him out
couldn't-
for that one, but that does seem kind of sus.
Oh, he's probably gonna say like there's an arc to be had. But the thing is, I'm confused because she experiences a large portion of that arc in the second episode.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
So
But this is still pretty
Must be
archetypical that like character only knows like brawler only knows how to solve problems by punching them. Even the wrong interpretation is
No,
still
but
pretty
remember, she's-
archetypical.
She's pretty small though, so that's really interesting.
That's really interesting. Yeah.
And she's a girl.
And like, how many brawlers shave part of their hair off? You know.
Most.
Shut up, Jay. Someone in chat said no. He's saying she should have punched Jinx here. It's like, oh, okay.
Oh
we go.
yeah, that was the right.
Oh
move.
man, I did not. That's not what I
was
want to
not
hear
ready
about.
for that image to be on the screen after that line.
I like Vi enough that annoys me a lot. Like being like, her
Yep.
character summed up is a person who just punches everything to solve her problems. Like, oh,
No,
Stop
no.
it.
Yeah.
Stop it.
stop it.
But no, this is a character who only knows how to solve any problem by punching. And that makes it a big strength and a big weakness. The punching thing is connected with her family relationships, which is connected to the...
Well, you can't reference Vander when he's the person who taught her you shouldn't punch everything. What the fuck?
Then you can't use the clip where he's
He
at his
literally
absolute
called him-
lowest point.
Well, he called Vander a pacifist.
Yeah, what the fuck?
That's true, he did.
So is he a pacifist, or is he teaching Vi to solve every problem with her fists?
You can't argue she learned to punch everything from him.
He's an indirect pacifist.
yeah,
He
you're
doesn't
not
punch
allowed-
everyone, but he tells everyone to punch for him.
You are not allowed to
Master
simultaneously
manipulator.
argue both positions. You have to pick one.
Pick one.
I'm trying desperately to find a way to steel man this, and all I can come up with is maybe he's saying that Vander didn't used to be a pacifist and then taught Viaman. Like,
that doesn't
that's
work.
something you really want to clarify in your video if that's your stance.
Well, if so, he should have shown the clip, the episode 1, the bridge.
yeah.
That's probably the only point of reference that you have.
But even at that point, you have to you cannot ignore the fact that he teaches her explicitly that you shouldn't be fucking punching everything.
Mm-hmm. Also,
And she takes the lesson.
because
She absorbs it.
Something.
Remember how
Something
he
that he's
explicitly gestures to her bloodied fist and says this only causes more problems
Yes.
directly to her?
Yeah.
That was, you know.
You say something there, Fringy? Or was-
Damn. Let's just press on.
Very well. You sure you want to? It's been pretty painful. I don't know.
The culture
Yeah,
that surrounds her,
let's go.
and the political situation that this character contends with throughout her whole arc is connected to her stubbornness. It parallels her romantic attractions. It's used to express unique things and unique...
Okay, I'm lost. What the fuck?
I'm
Parallels
it's
are
just
romantic
unique.
attractions.
Yeah, we're just
I'm
machine
like-
What?
guns.
What?
How did we get here?
to the culture that surrounds...
No, wait, I want to go back even further.
Yeah, back
I gotta go
further.
back further.
I feel like we're gonna need to slow this guy down.
We might...
He's really trying to get away with a lot.
Character who only knows how to solve any problem by punching, and that makes it a big strength and a big weakness. The punching thing is connected with her family relationships, which is connected to the culture that surrounds her, and the political situation that this character contends with throughout her whole arc is connected to her stubbornness. It parallels her romantic attractions. It's used to express unique...
I'm sorry,
how does
I'm
it parallel her romantic attraction
I'm
that she punches
confused.
things?
Is
Because
she,
I'm just
lesbians
confused
Is he-
right now.
have
is he
higher rates of
talking
domestic
about
violence.
the fact
I
that
think
she's
it-
like
I think it
aggressive
might
with
be
Caitlyn?
more- I think it might be more
Um,
specific that she's attracted to Caitlyn specifically. I don't know though. That's the
But
best
what-
thing I
what
can
is-
get
all I
out
can
of
do
it.
is
I'm just
shrug his
confused.
But I mean, Caitlyn doesn't solve all her problems with punching.
Neither
so,
does
like,
Vander,
I-
Fringy.
Neither does Vi.
Neither, yeah, no, I know, and neither does Vi. She doesn't do that.
Oh,
either,
neither
so
does
I don't know.
Victor.
It's a good point.
That's true.
Maybe he will one day, though.
Dying fist.
Dying.
Dying fist. If I can't live, no one can.
Parallels her romantic relationships. Or relationship. The solving all problems with punching parallels the romantic. I'm struggling.
This feels really awkward because he's totally wrong that this is who Vi is. So it's like all of these examples that you're pulling. It's like, but I don't agree with your fundamental thesis.
It's hard to
Like, I
figure out
don't-
what it even means because it's said so quickly and so broadly.
Yeah.
So wrongly.
things and
Yeah,
unique
I bet.
situations. Marcus,
Unique
so I skipped
things and no, sorry, we got it. Unique things in unique situations. What does that mean?
Really
Punching the
qualify.
pole in that room. That was the unique thing.
Unique things.
I know
Unique
you-
things. You've told me
Oh,
so
yikes.
little, man.
I know you probably think you don't have much time to spend on this because you know it's preliminary to Marcus, but you can make the time.
Oh,
And
we
this
could go
is very
longer than 10
fundamental.
seconds.
Yeah, this is fundamental to the whole thing. So like, just do it. Tell me everything I need to know to understand where the fuck you're coming from because I'm so lost right now.
around her, and the political situation that this character contends with throughout her whole arc is connected to her stubbornness. It parallels her romantic attractions. It's used to express unique things in unique situations.
You know what? I would even go as far as saying Vi may have a level of stubbornness for sure, but like she literally gives up the like she encourages and sorts out the Piltover discussion in the council. And she gives up Jinx's
Yeah.
name. Like these are not things she would do if she was strictly stubborn, I think.
She should have punched the council into believing her.
She doesn't even
Just
she doesn't-
imagining that already.
she gives herself up in episode 2. It's just like there's so much more to her than stubborn. Like, come on.
Yeah.
Poor Vi. She's getting shafted.
I mean,
Attractions.
she's
It's used-
often Do you think he might be confusing just her being upset a lot with her stubbornness, or maybe I don't even know.
She's
No.
driven. Is that maybe the confusion or something? You're
It
right. She
could
gets
be.
upset a lot.
It could be.
Bi sucks. Racism in chat.
You suck.
Get rid of it.
Used to express unique things in unique situations. Marcus, so I skipped over the one interesting thing we eventually do see about him. He's a single dad.
That's the one interesting thing about Marcus is that he's a single dad. This video is amazing.
I'm getting annoyed.
Just enjoying it as like he's a single dad in opposition to himself being multiple dads.
He is both the father and the father.
What a bizarre thing that's just been said. I don't know. Like, you know, there is one thing that's interesting about him. He's a single dad. It's like, oh, okay.
Is it necessarily?
I don't know. Is that
That's
any
really
more
interesting.
interesting? What if he was
Crazy.
not a single? If he was with a wife, what is that less interesting? Is it because
Yes.
how do you define
Definitely.
this? Is it because there's less conflict?
The
or
less
struggle?
wives, the more interesting. It's basically a
two-
mathematical equation.
There are two possibilities for this video right now. One, that he's just going to leave that up in the air and not explain why that's interesting, or one where he's going to now explain where him being a single dad is why that's more interesting than him being like married. And both of those things feel so bizarre to me that I can't picture either.
That's what I mean, man. Like, even if someone said, I prefer a single dad character as a more interesting form of drama because, you know, there's going to be more struggle there, it's going to be harder. It's like, not necessarily. It depends on how you write them.
Mm-hmm.
Depends on the emphasis of the character.
Him being a single dad could be way less stressful than him being married to a woman that he doesn't love or something with a kid, you know?
And
Like,
also, think of the variation within the single dad. Did his wife die? Did they split up? Like, you know, and how if she is still alive, what is the nature of their relationship? There's like more to be, but none of that would be deriving just from the fact that he's a single dad. That would be based on his relationships with other people.
Yeah, the drama and the character could come from other parts of his life because it doesn't have to all be condensed to
What
one
if his family
single...
life is just super duper stable? Is that less interesting necessarily?
I guess
that
so.
It's mainly his
Even right
professional
now,
life?
I would say everything that makes Marcus interesting has nothing to do with his having a family. His having a family is just relevant to it.
Mm-hmm.
So like, Silco is a single dad, not in like the traditional sense, but like, you know,
The only
he's
thing
a single
interesting
man
about him.
raising a child. But like, I don't think that any of the interesting things about his parenting style with Jinx come from the fact that it's just him. Like, if he had a wife who was there too or whatever, right? I think you'd still find everything interesting about his, everything that you can find interesting about his parenting style, I think would still be there.
I suppose it's up to the writer at that point, right?
Well, yeah, but like, so
kinda how I
let's
feel about
say
all of these
we've
things.
got, let's say fucking Silco and Savika are actually like an item and whatever, and right, Savika takes a fucking, we're doing that little rewrite, but everything else is the same. Then I feel like we've still got all the same interesting elements of Silco. Nothing has changed about him. That makes him less interesting.
I don't necessarily... Well, I think the point should be that you wouldn't have to change anything. Not everything could still run as interestingly as it has. Obviously, if you did make that change, you could make it so that the dynamic between Silco and Savika is different, and maybe even Savika feels some level of motherhood over Jinx, thus making their relationship more strained. You could do that. This is the problem with this whole video. All the things he describes, I'm just sitting here like, so these are all just concepts. We haven't even gotten into what they are.
I think the only character that would make more interesting is Savika, who would have to like have her, well, potentially make more interesting. Who would have to have her like resentment of what Jinx does on missions. Would then be like, I guess, I'm looking for the word. I'm looking for the word. I can't find it. That would be a conflict for her with her like perceived duty of like care to Jinx. That would be an element of her character to then explore.
We got
That would be, I think, the most significant change. I think you'd see far fewer changes to Silco. That was the main point.
Mentioning Silco, and someone in chat just said it about Vander. It's like, yeah, we got a couple single dads in this. Who does that make them more interesting? They weren't mentioned in their little interesting character package.
I guess we'll have to hear him out.
True.
We'll see, but being a single dad is not an antonym to being a corrupt cop. You see, it's just not. It's not
That would be
not
so
that
funny if he was like,
interesting, really.
he's a corrupt cop, but he's a single dad. You're like, wait.
Name one single dad who isn't a corrupt cop.
Honestly, that would fit in. The way you said that kind of fits into the video that we've already
Yeah.
seen.
And it would be really funny. I'd like to see it.
Fine, that's interesting. That's unique. He has a daughter, and she's his big.
So
That's
weakness. Now-
unique.
It's not unique.
No!
He's the only one. He's the only fucking one.
We
There's
have
never
3
been-
single dads.
Here's a novel idea. What if we had an unmarried father? That would be like. I don't think anyone's ever
That's
done
never
that
happened.
before.
That's never happened.
What-
No one would
what
do
a
that. It's
concept.
ridiculous.
That's
I've seen a
unique.
million
Wow.
times before the corrupt cop. I have not seen a million times before the widowed man. that's not. That's not very common.
How does
you
this?
know?
How does this work? Like,
I guess it's unique if it's a Disney movie and the father is not dead, but you know.
How do you write this and like think that's okay? 'Cause surely, like after a moment's thought, you just go, "Hold on a minute."
Yeah,
I
that's
just pictured him
right. I
watching
said he
the
wasn't
show
dead.
when they show this, and he's like, "Whoa, a daughter! There's like no woman. Whoa!" You're like, what? What's happening? What?
Like,
Produced via budding, or does he just
and
like,
then
tap?
and he goes to the scene where Marcus throws down the money, and one of the coins lands in the blood. He's like, "Yeah, seen it."
Corrupt cop, seen it before.
Don't waste my time.
So odd.
He's a single dad. Fine, that's interesting. That's unique. He has a daughter, and she's his big weakness. Now, for the nuance aspect, why does he care so much about his daughter? Well,
Why does he care so much
Do
about his
I need a? Do we
Please
need
tell
a
me there's
reason?
more
Do
elaboration
we need
here
a
on
reason for
I
this?
have. That's just funny as a title of a subject. Why does he care about his daughter? You're like,
Like,
I don't know.
feels like a line spoken by like an alien trying to understand humans. This
Why
this
does
small
human
human,
care
why
about
do you
their
care about
offspring?
her? Well, she's my
Small
daughter.
human, why do
Please
you
explain.
cry?
it's because he's a dad, and that's what dads do. That's where it ends.
just
Generic
generic
dad-
dadness.
Love your
Generic
kid.
dadness.
Generic dad.
Oh, no.
The man who is willing to do all
do
the
you
things
mean
that he
deeper
does for
meaning?
the sake of his daughter.
I don't
That's
need
just
a
what
deeper
makes sense.
meaning. You know what? I think that this is acceptable as an
what do
explanation.
you
Shut up,
mean
Free.
deeper meaning?
Well, because it's pretty generic to just
Generic.
care about your
He's a
daughter.
pretty- What?
Man cares about his daughter cliche.
Cares
Well,
about
okay.
his daughter cliche.
I
Cringe.
guess you're right. That is pretty cliched.
How many macaroni drawings have you done? Only one? I don't know.
Shame on
Fuck
you.
off.
Fucking generic dad.
And like this whole, there is no deeper meaning. It's like, so if we agree with him that it would be defined as a deeper meaning to know why he, like, to give an example, this is, you know, she died in a, it wouldn't make sense with the picture, right? But if we just rewrite it so that she died in childbirth, and so this represents their love. Also, you know, going for something like that, I don't know that that somehow makes Marcus a better character. I don't know that we need an addition. Like, the idea that it's not enough that he simply loves a daughter that he has, it's like, that's not enough. It's like, oh.
This is such a bonkers way of looking at characters.
How long is she even on screen for? Is it a grand total of like 20 seconds?
Yeah.
Not long.
But no, we need. This is the. I really do find this frustrating.
You might
It-
see
the-
pictures of her more than her.
What the EFAP audience should have noticed about the way we do shit here is when we have a character like Boba Fett on screen for a million years and we know fuck all about why he does anything he does or his values, that's a big problem. When you have someone who pops on for a split second, maybe to a degree, like Boba Fett did in the OT, we don't need to know all the deeper values. We just know he's a bounty hunter and he's doing a job for Vader, and this is what his power level is. Like, because that's how much he showed up for. Turns out, when you're like focal point for characters is like, you expect to learn more about people who fill up the entire screen the most. I don't know why we need to know what his motivation for caring about his daughter is when they represent so little screen time, and that fills a slot of understanding what's happening with him.
That would be interesting, you see.
Oh,
I
at
was
that
so
point,
ready-
I want to know what she cares about. What are her values?
I was so ready to give credit to him for like actually defining how he's using a term, and then we got this because he didn't actually really define it in any way that is at all defensible.
we get no more than that. It's a really unnuanced motivation. Do they have some kind of
Unnuanced motivation.
It's his
Okay.
kid, man.
Unnuanced.
Is it
What
bad
do
to
you
have
want?
an unnuanced? You know, if I'm just like, I'm gonna eat this because I'm hungry. He's like, that's very
That's not
unnuanced.
very-
Wow, that's really,
Well, I mean-
that's really trite,
well, I mean-
Mola. Jesus.
It's not very nuanced of you, Mauler.
I guess
Try
it is
harder.
unnuanced for like a hero to want to save people, but is that a problem? Hey, I value human life and I want to protect it as best I can. It's like, well, that's
Yeah,
pretty
it's-
unnuanced, my dude.
Silco wants
Why do you
someone's
care about other
sovereignty.
people?
That's pretty generic.
Yeah, you
Yeah.
want sovereignty for the people he uses around? Wow, okay.
Why does he even
Seen
want
that
it?
before.
Like, what? Yeah.
I feel like when we say see that before this whole stream, but that's fine.
Are you eating because you're hungry or eating because you're dying?
Oh, that would be much more interesting, yeah.
nuanced motivation? Do they have some kind of special relationship? Do we see him love and care for her in unique ways?
It's his
No, we-
kid!
I'm care and love for her in unique ways. Now I'm curious what his examples would be. Like, is he talking about how they bonded in very... The show isn't about them. What are you doing?
What do you want?
The guy who pressed the lever on the Death Star was a bad character. He was just a generic lever pusher.
Yeah.
Did he want to push the lever? Did
Nothing
he have a
unique
special
about that.
relationship with the lever?
Seen it a million times.
She's like, oh, he's doing it because it's his job. It's his job. Okay, well, I've seen
I've
that before.
before, yeah.
He's like every other stormtrooper here. Cool.
Kind of special relationship? Do we see him love and care for her in unique ways? No, we just get the tell my daughter dies
Unique
scene. That we,
ways?
Oh my god, Yawn!
Oh my god,
Oh,
Did we forget the part where
my.
where Silco was using her as leverage against him?
Did we also
And then
miss the
and then
part
it
where
works.
the
Fucking
fact that he doesn't even
yawn.
get to finish his last words is important for his character and, you know, the meaning of his arc? I guess.
Yeah. You also haven't identified why he's bad. All you've done is tell me why you don't think he's like great. You haven't identified any problems with him. Only a lack of depth.
I think we're
Please.
supposed.
What I
I think we're
what I think
probably
I-
supposed to think that's the problem.
I think I have identified that this man is a monitor 2 watcher of Arcane. He had it on the
Oh,
other
yeah.
monitor and he was doing
Yeah.
Oh no.
Well,
Yeah.
He
like,
heard a
I've
loud
got-
noise with the explosions and he turned his head. He's like, oh, he's dead. Okay.
I
Yeah.
think, as much as
Um,
I can understand why
I
you
don't
say
think-
that, Theo, I think Fringy's already nailed it earlier on. He's tangled up in writing rules to the point where he's made himself, like, convinced that Marcus is badly written for things that Marcus has done. Like, there's no problem that we've yet found. He believes these to be problems, though.
How?
But
You
that-
said
I mean,
because
we're
there's,
watching it in real time.
because
I don't know.
Yeah.
You have to think about it for
I
like
have no
2
answers
seconds
for
and
that.
you realize it's indefensible.
I want to say I don't think he's a Monitor 2 watcher of Arcane. He has 19 videos on it.
Yeah, I think he's obsessed with
You
Arcane
Jesus
in a big
Christ.
way. This is the thing. I've
You
seen stuff from
Jesus
him
Christ.
where I've been like, he has interesting takes on other stuff. This is a major miss, though.
What are some of his
takes?
takes that you like, Wumbo?
I saw a video where he talks about how Silco's eye thing. It's very quick. It's a YouTube short, but he basically says that it's a form of trust he has as a connection with Jinx, and that is used against him when she's at a low point with trusting him, and that it's a great way for the show to translate to us the dynamic of their relationship and how it's sort of oscillating at that point. I remember thinking to myself like, that's an interesting
good.
idea. It's fair.
I like that.
And that having her do it shows a big level of trust he has for her, which I think we talked about as well. I was like, yeah, that's fair. There's other stuff, but this one's not great. This video, not great. Dies without finishing his sentence. Seen that before.
we've seen a billion times. Is his daughter?
He literally
before.
said seen a billion times. Oh god. Stop.
No, we just get the tell my daughter dies scene that we've seen a billion times. Is his daughter herself interesting? Maybe that changes up things a little. No, we get nothing.
Oh, I did the meme. I just said, like, oh, we need to know her values. She's not in the show for more than, like, fucking 20 seconds, like I said. This is insane.
This
I
man
think right
wants
now
like
he's searching for the interesting part, right? And he's just clarifying though the daughter isn't the interesting part. I have no problem with this as being a thing that he says to support his wrong argument, but the argument is the problem. Because like this is a thing that I would say if I was like saying, oh well, what's the interesting part of this supposed to be? Is it his daughter? No, right? That is it her herself?
but-
No.
if the argument was constructed from faulty components, it was worth pointing out. And if you're saying it's an accurate component, I'm saying the contextualization of the accurate component is my problem. That, yes, she doesn't have development. It's like, of course she doesn't. What do you mean? Why are you even pointing that out? It's like,
I think we know what he means, it's just wrong.
there are several people throughout, well, there's many people throughout all of Arcane that don't have development. It's like, if I pick a random person, like I said, Caitlyn's mum, everything can be said about her, but like, why isn't it being said about, well, presumably it's not in another video, but like, why wasn't Caitlyn's mum given a big arc? Why wasn't she more characterized in terms of her relationship with her husband and her daughter? You just be like, I don't know, man, because the stories, we don't have infinite time. Not everybody gets all of the development. We get what we need to understand the story.
It's just expensive enough as it is.
Yeah, what does each episode of Arcane cost to make?
Well, there were no official numbers, but like speculation said 10 million per episode.
That's money.
I can already imagine the show is expensive. It's beautiful.
Coming to a YouTube channel near you, the problem of Techno Union Man, according to this guy.
Well, you will admit, Theo, there wasn't much nuance there.
He was certainly not nuanced.
Either. And likability, every character in Arcane has moments that are just cool, badass, impressive, admirable, funny.
Oh no. Cool, badass,
Doesn't have a
admirable and
Impressive,
funny.
admirable and
I'm
funny.
getting annoyed. I don't like
Oh
it.
no, this
I
is
can-
very
I can
bad.
tell.
So you've just made it so that your definition of likability requires one of those 5 traits, and there are so many characters that do not fulfill those traits that are fucking
There are many
famously
characters
liked.
who don't have badass epic moments. There are many people who aren't funny. There are many people who, like, these are, man. Like, I feel like there's got to be more to it than that.
This feels like not even writing 101. Like, this is before that. It's like, likability is not... It's like, what is likability, class? And then all the children go, when someone's really cool. No, when someone's really funny. No, it's all just something badass. Like,
Ultra Lord.
Because this explains directly why he doesn't find Marcus likable in any way. Like, of course, because Marcus, he's like a representation of how human beings aren't always funny, badass, and super principled. And do it. I can't believe he showed a visual of Vi jumping off the pole with her fucking Atlas gauntlets and crushing it. Like, yeah, Marcus never did that. Like, that's true.
Yeah, fuck Marcus.
That's what it means to be likable.
Have you ever done that?
No, I guess I'm not cool like that.
Shut up.
Oh, I'm very disappointed to hear that. That makes me sad.
We get nothing from her either. And likability, every character in Arcane has moments that are just cool, badass, impressive, admirable, funny. Marcus has none of that. He's mean to everyone. He's weak. And
mean
He's
to
not
everyone.
mean to everyone.
He's not mean to
He is
everybody.
not
We just-
mean to everyone.
We just talked about a character who he's not mean to.
And
It's
also,
funny.
I like how you have a scene of him like being mean to Silco. Like,
Being mean to Silco.
Stop
not
being
cool.
mean to everyone. Poor Silco.
that's what the fucking guy with a hand on his shoulder said. Dude, come on.
I like as well,
Being
some people in chat that can catch it on. It's just like, he's mean. Oh no. What a tragic
have
character
that.
trait. What the fuck are we
Good
doing?
character.
Like, God, can you guys think of a single character who's mean to anybody who's also liked? I can't. Impossible.
I can
Well,
think
well,
of like
all of
those
five
It really is
off the top of
possible.
my head.
It's like name everybody in the show. How about that? Everyone's fucking mean to each other at some. Like, why?
I can
Why?
think of, like
Those characters are
5
all badass,
characters
more
that
than-
They all do
are
badass
explicitly
things.
malicious.
Like Vi is mean to someone by kneeing them in the face, whereas Marcus,
mean.
he's just like, you're bad, and that's it.
I think it's that whole section of like he loves his daughter, treats her really well, but we just don't know why. Anyway, he's mean to everyone.
But obviously, he's not
This
going to be mean to
prick.
his daughter.
He would say that. It's like, so maybe don't use the word everyone. That's probably because you know what it tells you if a character is mean to everyone except one person. That's interesting. That's
But why
that's
isn't
something,
he mean
isn't
to
it?
his daughter? I'm not convinced he shouldn't be.
You know who else is mean? Silco. Silco is mean. He's bad.
Silco is mean to everyone. Why I don't like him.
Nah, but he's not mean to Jinx, so you do like him.
Oh no.
funny. Marcus has none of that. He's mean to everyone. He's weak. And he accomplishes nothing, so there's nothing to be impressed by or to admire.
I don't think
Oh.
I don't think
Okay,
just
so
saying
he
he's
does-
weak really does it justice.
So he is using likability in terms of I don't want to use the. It's not moral, like
Admirability?
yeah, admirability in some sort of sense.
Nothing to. Yeah, he pretty much just said that there's nothing he achieves that you can admire, I think is what he just said as well, which...
He has no qualities that we would perceive as positives in the real world, therefore he is an unlikable character. That's a crock of shit. Shut the fuck up.
What about hiding and saving Vi?
Yeah,
I guess we're just
we
omitting that.
forgot about that.
Do we
But,
consider
like-
that something achieved or not?
I would consider that something he achieved. It's
Mhm.
not a great achievement given what he does with it, but he did something.
And considering it still leads to something bad in the end.
Well, yeah, like, I don't know. There's a conversation to be had there, I guess is what I'm saying. But I shouldn't even have mentioned that, because the fact is, a character who doesn't achieve anything, quote unquote, that doesn't make them unlikable. This is a very strange metric.
I'd imagine a lot of people would find that really compelling.
I mean, like Homer Simpson in a lot of episodes. I mean, that's my mission right now, is to compare every Arcane character to one Simpsons character.
Nice.
Like,
Hey, we already did the flaming
Marcus
Homer,
is
right?
home.
a lot of the endearing stuff about Homer is that he doesn't succeed and achieve.
Yeah.
And like I said, with Undeveloped, his arc just kind of goes nowhere.
Oh, Jesus. All right. Fine. We're
Arcs.
done with this explanation of those traits already, by the way.
A real man. That's it.
Yeah, that's it.
So this is not to say that people can't connect with this character. They can and they do. Marcus has fans, but to quote Jeff Winger,
For the same reason, I can pick up this pencil, tell you its name is Steve, and go like this.
All right, we crossed the line.
Oh, fuck off, man.
So
That's
he's
a lot
just
of lines.
he's just said, Rags, this is directed specifically at you, okay? You only
And
cared
yeah.
about Marcus because he had a name.
You know, nailed it.
And I want to make this clear. He's explicitly telling people they felt a thing because of this reason and nothing else. Like, because
Yeah,
I happen
it's
to
like,
love
is an
this
insult
clip.
now.
I love this clip.
It's
It's
a
great.
great clip.
Because Winger is right in this scene. I call a pencil Steve and I break it. It makes you feel bad. It's like, yeah, because just personifying anything, I guess. But that is not why we care about
Imagine
Marcus.
personifying a human.
No. I can't watch this
That's
and
not
honestly believe this guy consumed the show, like, in good faith.
He's made
It's
19
definitely
videos
tough.
on it.
I know,
So,
but look at this one. This is the only evidence I have to go by. And it's just, like, incredibly wrong and surface level.
hey, look,
I
I'm
feel
willing
like
to believe it's a
somebody could watch
possibility
an
that he just
episode.
dramatically missed with this one video. Like,
But how do you miss this hard
Well-
while actually watching the show?
what
I think it's because his idea of character analysis and writing is really kind of warped in a sense that it kind of needs to follow a flowchart almost. It's strange.
It's
It's almost unnuanced, if you
Yeah.
will.
What I'll
It's
say
just-
is his POV is easily going to lead him to some really great observations, I imagine, but it's completely fucked him on this one. This comes across as like having no fucking clue what you're talking about, which is weird because, like I said, I've got that additional context, so I know that he can. But like this is just he's just fallen down a fucking rabbit hole at this point. He's no more meaningful than a pencil with a name. Because, like, he almost had it, by the way, this little bit before, where he's like, there are people who are fans of Marcus, and, you know, I'm not saying that you can't connect with them. It's like, ah, sweet. We've acknowledged the fact that that's a possibility, so really, it contextualizes the beginning of the video as specifically just his POV. And then he says he uses the Winger clip, but it's like,
But you only connect with him because he has a name.
So this is not to say that people can't connect with this character. They can and they do. Marcus has fans, but to quote Jeff Winger,
For the same reason, I can pick up this pencil, tell you its name is Steve,
Like an
and go like
insult.
this. And part of
Well, yeah, I mean, so this is the funny thing. I think most people will be like, we on EFAP are way crueler and abrasive and blah, blah, blah. While videos like this, you know, they don't hurt anyone's feelings, they just express an opinion. It's like, I don't think you realize when you're being insulted. Like, you've just been pretty dramatically insulted.
You haven't heard the mean word, but the mean sentiment is there.
Oh, yeah.
you dies. Just a little bit on the inside.
the character is just overall underdeveloped. He's the worst character in Arcane's main cast from a writing perspective. And like I said, I'm not making this video to dunk on Arcane or on Marcus. This is about
You
showing you
are
what great
dunking
writers
on
can
Marcus.
How are you not?
How are you not?
Yeah.
That's what this is.
It's also completely
What do
wrong.
you
Let's hear
think
what
this
he
is?
says the video is.
All right.
Just compared him to a pencil with a name, so
Just
I don't know, dude.
completely wrong.
So what said is Steve was nuanced and badass. Yeah, it was Steve the pencil when he fucking used the Atlas Gauntlets in that scene. It was fucking great.
If Steve had put on the Atlas Gauntlets, then he would have been a good character.
It seemed, by the way, that he summarized this section by saying he is just underdeveloped.
Well,
Like that was
it
the
was,
main issue.
Was Steve
He
the
just is,
pencil?
yeah.
Was he a single dad? Because then he would have been interesting.
So are we done with the Marcus
No, what
analysis?
would have made
Dying single
no.
dad.
What would have made Steve interesting is if he was a pencil, but he was actually an eraser.
Oh yeah, that would have been interesting.
Pretty
And he was
crazy.
almost
Dude,
dead.
Okay,
Not a
pitch.
corrupt eraser.
Pitch. He's a pencil, and he's almost dying.
Oh my
Ooh.
god.
No, he's
he is.
almost
He's
out,
got
he's almost
snapped
out of
apart.
lead. He's almost out of lead. There's not much more pencil left.
He goes around saying, "You know,
He's more-
I don't
more-
have as much lead as I used to."
He's more eraser than pencil now.
Oh my
because that's how
God.
low
He's
down
more
the
eraser than
pencil
pencil now.
pencil is.
So
That's such a juxtaposition.
again,
Nice one, Ringy.
are we
Yeah,
done? with the
you know what?
Marcus
I'm actually
analysis?
super interested in that story.
I don't
Is that
know
funny?
where this
Is that
video
the
is going
character
now
analysis?
because this is well past what
yeah.
I saw when I was ranting.
It
I think I
sounds
only got
he's
like
getting
30
ready to
seconds
move
in on
on.
Friggy's stream, and I was just getting angry.
Yeah.
No, because
I'm
I
ready to see
remember
why.
you
This is
saying,
dense.
I remember you referencing the daughter part.
However far that
so
was
you
in.
got
then.
that far in.
It sounds like he's getting ready to move on, and that's what's worrying
But
me.
but there's still like another 12 minutes of this.
Well, to be fair, the title. So he's established he's a bad character. Now it's time to show us how a great show uses him. Which is this is
I
going to get
see.
so
All right.
cringy probably, but hey.
oh no, we're about to get into a lot of themes here.
All
Oh,
underdeveloped.
jeez.
He's the worst character in Arcane's main cast from a writing perspective. And like I said, I'm not making this video to dunk on Arcane or on Marcus. This is about
says
showing
Yeah,
you what
you are
great writers can do.
absolutely dunking on Marcus. I'm sorry. You are. How could this not be?
Well, it's not
You-
the point of the video.
Yeah, the point is to show how a great show uses a shitty character I'm dunking on.
that just. I don't know. That feels like. Yes, you are. You are dunking on Marcus. You're saying that he's bad.
To dunk on
Because-
Arcane or on Marcus. This is about showing you what great writers can do even with really weak, underdeveloped characters.
I find that
The way that he says that is so bizarre. They wrote him. Like,
Yeah.
it wasn't like they were handed a character who they had to find a way to... Like, he's almost
Yeah.
treating Marcus like he's a real person who exists, which is not... Is that not indicative of
Oh.
good writing?
No,
That
we're
it's hard
treating it
for you
more.
not
We're
to
treating
be
it more like, you know, like let's say the writers of Arcane were handed season 2 of Book of Boba Fett, and it was their job to,
Well, let's
to
just
turn him into
use an
something
example.
interesting.
Electro in No Way Home. It's like John Watts was
Yeah.
handed Electro. It's like do something with him. It's like fuck's sake.
Damn
Like how do I use this retarded character
have
from
to?
this other thing? It's like yeah.
Well, we don't need the development because it's not his story.
Well, this is the funny thing. More was done for Electro than I think anyone thought was definitively necessary, and it could be better and everything. I'm just saying, like, that is the scenario it feels like he's describing when he says that, but they made him. They made Marcus. That it almost feels like he's saying it like they'd agree. Like he says, like, oh, you did a great job with that horrible character you made, and they'd just be like, what?
What?
It's a very, very strange way of putting it.
Because they do so much with this character, they do more than most writers do with their main characters. If you're a writer and you're watching this and you have that one character that's just not working, this is going to help.
See, and now we're getting confused because he's
Oh,
like, they did
down.
more with him than a lot of main characters. And you're like, wait, so is this not in the category of how well written he is? And it's like, no, this is a different category. You're like, oh.
I have nothing to like latch onto with where he's going with this, so I just need to hear it.
Help you. It's going to give you lots of ideas of what to do. Okay, I'm going to introduce use number 1, and the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to describe Marcus, I'm going to list things about him, and I want you to think of the opposite of each item I list and see if you can find the pattern I'm highlighting, okay? Ready? So Marcus
This is
is a
fun.
bully. He
Interactive.
wants war. He hates the
Once
You
war?
gotta give me time.
Does he want war?
No, he doesn't.
He's
No.
a bully. Well, he
No.
does in like the first
I
2
don't
episodes,
think
right?
so, because in
he's
the
an
first few
instigator.
episodes, well, in the
He
first
doesn't
few
want-
episodes, he doesn't want war, and he's so hell bent on finding somebody.
He wants to arrest someone for the explosion in Piltover. I don't think he wants war.
Yeah.
Yeah,
he
if he
wants to-
wanted war, he wouldn't want that at all.
Yeah,
Blew
I
up
just
his
got
fucking
that he
city.
was.
Like,
I don't. This is what I was gonna say. Maybe I was missing something, but I didn't get the sense he wanted war. That's not quite.
Me
not.
neither.
that's an incorrect read of the character, I would say.
Hates the Undercity. That's fine with me. Yeah, he's got the bigotry. At least in the first 3 episodes. I think he mellows out a little bit as time goes on.
I like
See if you
your
can
phrasing.
find the
He's
pattern.
got the bigotry.
Got the
pattern I'm
bigotry.
highlighting, okay? Ready? So Marcus is
But bully as well. That's fine. I think that's
He
fine.
likes throwing his weight around.
Yeah,
He's got a chip on his
he-
shoulder about it. Yeah.
Yeah.
The bully. He
okay.
wants war. He hates the Undercity. He's bigoted
Wait,
because
wait,
he
we're not playing the game though. We've
completely
got to think about
bi-
the opposite of each thing.
Oh, a bully.
Bully.
So
Once-
a
Yeah,
paragon, a paladin.
Yeah, yeah.
Wants war, wants peace, I guess.
Doesn't
Yeah,
want
that's
war.
that one's pretty simple.
Yeah.
What was the third one again?
What was the third one?
Hates the
He-
Undercity.
he's
Hates
just
the
shotgunning
Undercity.
these things out. I don't have
Hates
any
the
time.
Undercity. Loves the Undercity. That would be the opposite there.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Are we just describing? Oh, hang on. Are we supposed to be describing a? Because I'm assuming this is going to try to lead us to another character, and we're describing like who he's
Yeah.
a foil for or whatever. So who loves the Undercity? Who is a
Wants peace.
paladin and
Vander?
wants
Vander.
peace? Vander, I
I
guess.
swear to
I'm
God,
seeing
if it's
Vander so
Vander.
far.
Buys into the Piltover narrative. Doesn't buy into the
Vander
Piltover
doesn't.
narrative.
Yeah.
Vander.
Well, is there a Piltover narrative about Zorn? Is that clear?
Well, that would just be like the prejudiced view, right? Of
Against the Undercity, so it feels like 3
Yeah.
and 4 are kind of similar.
Yeah.
buys
'Cause
into
as
the
a Piltover
Piltover narrative
person, you
about
just-
Undercity people. He doesn't trust them.
Yeah.
Well, he
Doesn't
So
trust
you've just
Undercity
listed
people.
three things that are the same. That he hates
yeah,
the
this is all
Undercity.
part
He
of
Yeah,
likes
kind of
Piltover and
I think
hates
there's
the
an-
Undercity
Clumped
people.
together.
There's an irony there as well that it's like he trusts Silco and it fucks him over. So
yeah.
Yeah.
I guess it depends on where in the timeline we're talking. This is a problem with a character that isn't strictly static, as you've already said he is. I don't know where you're judging him from exactly.
All of the clips we've seen have been from like Act 1, Marcus.
does trust one of them, but at a time when the Undercity
Oh.
is a pretty trustworthy place, he chooses the one wrong person to
How does that
Pretty
help your
Trust the
point?
wrong one. So the
It
opposite
really
of this
isn't.
would be to trust the one right Undercity person.
Yeah,
or
like the idea
not
that he's
to
like
trust the
he doesn't
one-
trust anybody except when he does, and it's the wrong one. You're like, what?
Well,
Oh,
fuck him then.
It feels like he said that like it bolsters the 0.5, but I don't think it does.
I don't think we were
Yeah.
shown that Zorn was a trustworthy place in Act 1.
No.
It was explicitly not, but Vander was keeping it together and things were quiet.
Yeah, and to be fair, things were still pretty, like there's this bitterness down there, a lot of it.
Yeah. There's resentment, but nobody's willing to,
Also,
get out there with a fucking gun yet.
I guess I'm amused as well because, like, when we see him in episode 4, he's constructed, like, this whole history with Silco based on what seems to be trust. Like, and it's breached when Jinx is counted to the Firelight. All that shit happens. Because that's not Silco's plan. Silco doesn't want that to happen. It seems to me that they do have a pretty long-form trusting relationship with the leader of the Undercity. This seems to fuck with 0.5 quite a bit, actually.
trust. And lastly, he locks up Vi. He has this one moment of humanness, uncharacteristic of someone from his background, that changes everything.
Uncharacteristic
hang on,
of
what is
someone
the-
from his
Moment
background.
of-
The
Yes.
opposite of locked up. Wait a minute.
What is the opposite,
the opposite
of
of
locked up Vi?
release
Wait a
Vi?
minute.
Caitlyn is his
So it's
opposite.
Caitlyn, yeah.
Are we saying that?
Oh no!
Yeah,
Is he
it's gonna
saying
be Caitlyn.
Also, that's
Does he
pretty
think that
arbitrary.
everyone-
Like,
The opposite of locking up Vi.
Because we have a problem. Because
It's
that
unlocking up
doesn't-
Vi.
that doesn't really jive with some of the other characteristics though. If he's going for Caitlyn.
Well, let's have a
True.
look. Let's go
Because
back.
Caitlyn
to-
kind of does believe in the Piltover
Yeah.
narrative.
Yeah, Caitlyn absolutely
Well, so
believes in
Not
is
right
Ca-
away.
Is Caitlyn
great,
the opposite
amazing.
of a bully? It's like, I guess.
I don't know if I'd say the opposite of a
It
bully.
feels kind of weird to say that,
she's
doesn't
a
it?
bit. She's a bit Paragony.
She can be pushy as well, though.
Yeah.
I guess this is just my general
She's
problem with.
nuanced.
Yeah, that's the problem. It's like referring to a character as
What's
definitively
that?
one weird thing. It's just like, eh.
He
What
wants
else we got?
war.
So, does Caitlyn want peace? Yes, she does. That's chill, I guess. But I don't believe Marcus wanted war, so this is a weird comparison.
Yeah.
He hates the Undercity.
So she loves
We
the
don't even
Undercity.
know he's making this
Gonna have to-
comparison yet.
Press X to
She's-
doubt on that one.
Yeah, she doesn't trust the Undercity very much. In fact, so much so that she needed a guide.
Well, and she has lots of prejudices about it. Part of her arc
Yeah.
is discovering that they were unfounded to some degree.
Yeah.
So yeah, I don't think that's going to apply.
He's bigoted because he
buys into the Piltover. So she does. That's the problem.
She
with
does.
this one.
Definitely does.
So this doesn't flip.
completely
Because-
buys into the Piltover.
This is
I'm
such
really
a weird
curious.
take on prejudice as well, because you grow up in these environments, so you believe certain things.
By the way, it
Yeah,
could
because
be
you
that it's
never
not
think
Caitlyn.
so.
Yeah, we just have to
It's-
see where
it's
it
gonna
could
be
be that he's
I
not
don't know,
comparing
man.
him to
I think
another
he-
character. We don't know where he's going with this.
The whole-
100% it's Caitlyn.
I think when you someone was the first person
Yeah.
to say capturing Vi, oh, so releasing Vi, I was like, oh, so it's Caitlyn, like because that
Yeah,
it
he
made
kind of
me
showed his hand
Yeah,
at that last
what
one.
is the opposite of capturing Vi?
I
So
take
narrative-
issue with that because he said like one moment of humanness. Does he
Does he
think
mean
everyone from Piltover is like a horrible monster?
I have well, we'll listen to that one again now because there was another thing I wanted to say about
about
that as well.
Undercity people. He doesn't
Um,
trust them.
So Caitlyn explicitly doesn't trust Vi when she meets her.
Explicitly.
So rip on that point too.
Well, he does trust one of them, but at a time when the Undercity is a pretty trustworthy place, he chooses the one.
I hate that qualification. It's so stupid.
Undercity is a pretty trustworthy place.
Well, I guess
It is.
Caitlyn would
Trust
trust the
him.
one right person in the Undercity. That's why these are so clunky
Oh,
because he's trying to
no.
flip them.
Mhm.
Even though if you remember, Caitlyn trusts Echo as well. So rip.
One wrong person to trust. And lastly, he locks up Vi. He has this one moment of humanness, uncharacteristic of someone from his
Yes, I knew something I hated about that. One moment of humanness. Like Marcus is all human.
Uncharacteristic of
One
someone
moment.
of his station.
One
I
moment
think
of
is what he was
humanity,
saying
I
there.
think, would be the word.
Is it
as well.
humanness?
Or humanness. I don't think you can go up to someone and be like, you've got a lot of humanness about you.
Hey, it's his word, not mine.
I guess there was no humanness to when he was sad at the funeral for all of the
Nope.
dead enforcers.
I guess there
that were
was no
stemming from-
humanness
yeah.
when he looked resentfully at his
No,
face
'cause
in the
that's
mirror
not a
and then
word.
slammed the sheriff's.
There was no
back
humanness
down
in
on
that he cares about his daughter.
No
either,
humanness when he
I
looked at
guess.
the drawing his daughter made for him. All of that shit's
Yeah.
so unrelatable because I've seen it before.
No
Yeah.
humanity in him trying to muster up the will to shoot Caitlyn. I don't know.
It's important that our characters are humanness.
Mhm.
Oh
and
no.
have humanness.
The big
I sure
humanness.
do am
Important
like
that we think
humanness.
about what we say.
Yeah. Humanness. I don't know. All right, anyway.
Humanicity.
his background that changes everything. Reverse all of these. Who am I describing? A
Oh, that
character
is
with a lot.
Wait.
Wait, what?
So the opposite of a bully is lots
Full of love. I don't think those two things are opposites.
And also, yeah.
So that
But
yeah,
also,
we've already
it is Caitlyn.
we
It's-
fucking
she's right
fell
there.
we fell face first onto the floor with our comparison straight away. Like
Yeah.
a bully, otherwise opposite. No, to be
love-
full of love.
Also, they
I'm
have
just enjoying. I'm
they
just
have-
enjoying that the opposite of locking someone up is going to be used as an actual point in this. That he did the opposite. She did the opposite of locking her up. She let her out. Like,
It's symbolic, Jay. It's symbolic of the
convinced he's
foil.
only saying
That's
full
part of the
love,
point.
which is a romantic subplot.
And to be fair, she pulls a gun on this guy when she first sees him. By the way,
Yeah, and
does.
she really holds it on him for a
Oh,
while.
yeah, she
even though
doesn't-
He's already talking.
she doesn't hesitate in terms of like, oh shit, I didn't mean to. She's like, no, I'm keeping this gun on you because I don't trust you. You know, Kate, famous for trusting everyone in the Undercity, which I'm guessing is going to be one of his points. I really hope it is.
A lot of love. Who wants peace?
A lot of characters. This is the problem. A lot of characters want peace. Very few want war. So I don't
Once
know.
again,
Yeah.
That's Vander.
Who loves the Undercity?
No, she does not.
No, she doesn't
At
love
least
the
not-
Undercity.
In this very fucking scene that he's bringing up, the first thing she asks Jace is, "Were you scared?" What does that fucking tell you about her view of the Undercity?
So she loves it.
Mhm.
Man, this is three
She
for
doesn't buy
three.
into the narrative. Yes, she does.
3 for 3. We're out.
Who doesn't buy?
And yes, she definitely. That's part of the problem for Vi to her.
Yeah, she
Vi is
does.
annoyed that Caitlyn knows so little about Zorn. So
Man,
wrong
just-
again.
Into the Piltover
Yeah.
narrative about Undercity people who trust them and
No,
No, she doesn't.
No.
No. Can we get a picture of her aiming the rifle one more time, please?
Oh no, that's so wrong. Ripperoo. Man, 5 for 5. Can we get at least one?
at the time when the Undercity is a pretty untrustworthy place, she trusts the one right person to
That's all
trust.
times.
So she
Yeah,
trusts.
there it is.
Do you see that? She trusts everybody. Also trusts the
She
one
trusts
right one.
everybody, but she trusts the one right person. You can't say the
0.5 and 6 kind of fuck with each other, don't they?
Man, we are just falling off a cliff here, aren't we?
Oof, Daisy. as you might say.
We've entered the cringe dimension.
And makes the decision in a moment of humanness uncharacteristic of
Can he get one right, which will be releasing Vi?
He's forgotten the word humanity. He has forgotten the word humanity.
He said humanness.
Humanness.
Yeah, he said humanness again.
Oh no.
Oh no.
someone from her background
Personicity.
to free Vi, which changes everything.
Yep, there it is.
Got some peopleacity.
You freed Vi while Marcus imprisoned her. You guys are foils.
That was like the one right thing of this.
And it was the one we thought was cringe. Like,
It's very funny. It's a very funny thing to try and make as a point. That you did the opposite of capture someone.
Ooh, you really force-fed this one. Wow.
alright, that was awful. What's next?
Thing. Marcus is the anti.
No.
No, this is the
man.
Marcus is the anti-Caitlyn.
I don't think
Ow.
their main character arcs have anything to do with each other.
Yeah. Except
not
obviously
just
his role as her superior. There's very little that connects them.
I'm trying to think of a scene where they meet.
I don't think we
On
see
the
them
airship?
meet.
We see them meet
one
on-
single time.
Yeah,
We see them meet on the bridge.
Yeah, no, oh, sorry. I thought you meant when they first meet, like narratively.
No.
Yeah,
I'm
we
just trying to think of like important scenes between them. Is like my point.
episode
Like,
4 and this one.
Yeah.
Episode 4 and the bridge one. I think that's the 2 times they see each other, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Yep.
Yeah,
So I
because he
guess-
forces her onto graveyard duty.
And
Or the
If
grave
you're-
ship.
yeah, and if you remember, when he
Graveyard
pulls the
ship.
gun on her, she is fucking baffled. She has no clue what the fuck's happening because she's got no real understanding of what the hell's going on his end, and he neither for her. Like he has no idea what her story is. They're very much not in each other's lives, which isn't necessary to become opposites, right? In terms of like narratively, but I just the arguments were horrible just now, like for understanding how they're opposites.
What?
The subject matter of what their character arcs and the themes of their arcs are dealing with have very little to do with each other. Caitlyn, I guess, mirrors Marcus a bit, but that would be Caitlyn in Act 2 onwards mirroring Marcus in Act 1, but even then not really at all, because the subject matter is still different, the positioning of the characters is different.
Yeah,
So I don't know. They both wear blue uniforms, there you go.
you did it.
Whoa, you might be onto
Caitlin's
something.
not
here.
wearing
No,
a
that's
red
a
uniform.
similarity, not a
Whoops.
difference. You fool.
Yeah, you
Theo, you
Ah,
fucked
similarity.
up.
No, it's a similarity.
But
of
Vi wears
institution,
red,
you see.
so she's a foil to Marcus because red is the opposite of
Ah.
blue.
It's a difference of
And think about
similarity.
this, right? Think about this, right? Marcus has a moustache. Violet has the opposite of a moustache. No moustache.
Oh, that's true. The opposite of something is not itself. So yeah, that's true.
No.
Right?
Nice.
Actually, no. The opposite of a moustache would be like some kind of anti-moustache.
Like
It's
a
not
fire.
just
What
the
that guy
absence
is.
of
Would it
something.
just be
I wanna make this very
hair
clear
in
to
all the
everyone, 'cause this is
places
something-
he doesn't have
I just
hair,
wanna-
and then no
I
hair
just
in the
want to
places
make
he
this
does have hair?
clear. What?
No, no.
Hair on every other part of the body.
I just want to make it clear we're being very silly.
So right,
What?
I want to clarify this because this is something that people get wrong a lot. Right, the opposite of something is the antithesis of it, which is not just not having that thing.
Well,
Zero isn't the
anything that
opposite
isn't
of-
that thing is the opposite of it.
Zero is not the opposite of 1. -1 is just that's something to remember. And the opposite of 0 is 0 because 0 is nothing, and therefore
Would you
Marcus
say
is the
it's
opposite of itself.
Would you, now, I had this conversation with Mola last night. Would you say that the opposite of love is hate and not indifference?
Yes,
Would you?
yes.
Do you think that the opposite of an intense emotional response is another intense emotional response, or the lack of it?
Yes.
Why?
No, yeah, because opposite describes something of equal but opposite. Oh fuck, equal value.
Not do that.
Equal
You
value in the other
bastard.
direction,
Hold
not
on.
something of a different value.
The opposite is situated on the other or further side when seen from a specified or implicit viewpoint.
Well, so that's what I said to
Um,
you, was that I think it just matters on how you're how you're creating your scale, because I could put 0 is indifference, and then on one side is love, on the other side is hate, and that's arbitrary in a sense. You'd be like, well, why did you decide that? And it's like, well, that's just the one I'm working with. And I do think that's the most commonly understood one. It seems to be that people
Yeah, I mean,
typically use that that
So
way.
yeah, I guess
Well,
we can
generally,
get
yeah.
into the definitions are two things. They are either just someone's opinion of how a word that should be used that is not more important than anyone else's, or they are a description of how the word is commonly used, and that one's an objective fact. But yeah, definitions are funky.
But the point is, Marcus is the anti-Caitlyn.
Even though we didn't get there at all.
Not true, both Asian.
No, we really had to force this.
There's a lot of-
really hard.
I do like, if you reverse engineer this video, right, there's going to be a grand point built on many, like, major points built on many sub-points, and we're just like, we started all the sub-points, and none of them work. So it's like, oh god, where are we going
Have
next?
we had a right point? And it's the only right piece of evidence in this video so far that the opposite of locking someone up is letting them out.
I think
guess
that-
so.
Yeah.
Yeah, seems to be.
It feels to me like this comparison was born from him seeing that they're both enforcers and going, oh, that one's good and that one's bad.
That's crazy. And then one of them loves war and one of them hates it. And you're like, what do you mean? What are you
Wait,
talking
hold on.
about? It's like, think about it.
Caitlyn.
No.
Use number 1 of weak underdeveloped characters.
Oh, use one of weak, undeveloped characters as a foil for better character. Oh, I hate this. I hate it. I hate it.
Surely foils have got to play off
There's
each
a
other. They have
foil
two
for
scenes
better-
together.
I
Being a
hate it, I
foil
hate it.
is
don't like
already
that at all.
what I would define as like important to their character in terms of, not necessarily, because that's almost a meta argument, but what I mean is like, if they're a foil, that means they must have traits that reflect
Yes.
another character that you can talk
yeah,
about.
but they aren't cool, Mahler.
Oh, I didn't punch somebody
How,
in the face.
how cool are they?
That's actually, I'm really glad he said that in a sense, because there's so much more to character
Very
than whether or not they're
ridiculous.
fucking cool or awesome or funny. It's like,
Funny.
No, there isn't. Shut up.
For instance, I am cool and awesome and funny, but I am a character for other reasons as well.
yeah.
Whatever those might
It's so
be.
weird that everyone went silent there, like they
Because everyone's afraid to disagree with me. That's part of my character is my intimidation. I'm like Silco.
Well, see, but that's why you're a bad character, because you only work as a foil, Rags, and that's just not good.
You've got other traits
Mm.
besides being smart and funny, Rags. Like your giant cock.
There you go.
Giant cock.
What's the opposite of having a giant cock? That's your foil.
A tiny
no
vagina.
A tiny vagina.
You have a tiny vagina. You can accept
Vagina.
only the tiniest of penises.
I have a feeling this
That's your
section is
foil.
going to be hyper cringe because he's going to start labeling all the ways that Marcus is like good in the narrative while having us agree that that means he's a bad character overall. You know, every one of these examples he's going to bring up are probably going to be things we may even agree with, and then we'll be like, so he's a good character, and he'll be like, and see, he's a bad character.
Yeah.
It's going to be a really weird
I
experience.
can see that happening.
Like I said already, this one for me would be in my repertoire for describing how he's a good character, but apparently it's evidence that he's not.
I don't understand how this works in terms of how do you arrive at this view of a character when you say, like, because this is writing advice, right? This seems to be where he's
Yeah.
going with this. Like, this is how you can use your weak, underdeveloped characters. It's like, wait, what?
If I can
Am
pause
am
you,
Did you
supposed to-
explicitly say it was writing advice?
well, so if I could pause you both just for a sec, Thunder's just let us know in chat. He has a chapter in this video, we've not reached it yet, called Fixing Marcus. This is definitely an
Oh, I'm
advice
gonna
video.
be so mad. I'm gonna be so
him.
mad.
I can.
He's gonna
I'm gonna
fix
be
him
so
for you, Theo.
upset. I'm gonna be
Theo,
so.
it's okay. It's
No.
okay.
Why are you upset? He's
Bring
gonna
it's not
fix my
okay.
character.
I'm gonna be so unhappy.
Correct.
Is a foil to a better, more developed, more likable character. And
Ugh. I hate the fact that he's just said it's true that Marcus is less likable than Caitlyn, when I know people
I like
like
him more
Marcus
than-
more than Caitlyn.
I like him more than Caitlyn.
I find
Yeah,
him more compelling
Marcus-
than Caitlyn. I can
Yeah.
say
Ranks
that.
high in terms
am I
of
about to
characters
accept-
I like.
Am I the only person here who likes Caitlyn more than Marcus?
Probably,
Yes.
maybe. I don't know.
Probably, yeah.
You're
Caitlyn's
only
a
saying
nice
that because
character,
she's
but I'm not
Asian.
interested by her.
I
I
hadn't
like-
noticed. I don't see the world through that lens, Rags.
Well, the joke was they're both
I-
Asian.
Oh yeah.
I haven't noticed for either of them. I don't see color. I am
You're colorblind.
the opposite of racist.
Don't worry, Fringy.
I'm
You'll
the
be able to say
opposite
it
of
eventually.
racist. I'm not racist.
Who's Fringy?
I don't know who I like more. I think that Marcus is more complex than Caitlyn, though.
Yeah.
Like I said, my easy answer is just that I think I would have liked to have explored. If I could get more screen time of one of them, it's probably going to be Marcus, because I'm almost like, what would he decide to do in all the stressful environments?
Right.
Yeah. Where we know
Caitlyn's a lot more
exactly what
straightforward.
Caitlyn would do at pretty much every turn.
Which isn't a problem.
much-
I
No,
just.
it's totally fine.
Oh no,
Yeah.
like an earlier part of this video was the point that that's not a problem.
Mm-hmm.
Marcus is a very necessary foil because we are only surprised by this scene because we've seen these scenes.
Not surprised by it.
No, you could literally have said we're only surprised by that because she pulled a
Ah.
fucking gun on him seconds ago. You don't have to
Yeah.
reference this. I'm sorry. Are we at the point now where it's like, you know, you kind of should be hugging those in the Undercity and not treating them with some level of distrust? It's like that's like a bigotry or something. It's like you do go Vi's entry
That's
into this
the
city.
bigotry.
She gets like mugged.
Immediately.
Like, why are you saying this? Like, it's some weird perspective to have that because he's not showing that clip, which is starting to annoy me now. Because it's like, Caitlyn did not treat that man with love the second she met him, and nor should she, necessarily. It's a fucking creepy dude right next to you. You have no idea what's going on. This is a dangerous place. No, you should hug him. That's nice.
Like, maybe it's like maybe don't pull your gun out right away, but also maybe don't be like, "Hey, do you want to come to my house?"
Just like,
Zorn is run by fucking crime lords and gangs, dude. Come on.
it's a nice little human moment when she hugs him because of the fact that he's helped to potentially save a life. And,
Yes.
like, it doesn't need to be, we like it because of the contrast with the scenes of Marcus being cruel to the Undercity people. Like, that never even crossed my mind.
It also comes to me as sort of an expression of, man, I've forgotten about you people from Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Like an expression of appreciation for people, like especially way down at the bottom there, you know, in the place that was specifically referenced as, you know, the place that the Piltover people don't like to think about.
Hmm.
What makes Caitlyn's love and trust mean so much to us is Marcus's hate and distrust.
No,
No.
you don't need
That's not
Marcus's...
true. I don't need to see. I don't need to see
Yeah.
the opposite of something to know what the thing itself is.
In Act 2, Marcus has nothing to do with, like,
It's-
and everything Marcus is doing has nothing to do with his opinions on Zornite. I don't think
So,
he even really expresses
I think
them
that's why I
anymore in Act
said
2.
he mellowed out, because I can't even remember him, like, repeating lines of how much Zorn people are horrible and gross and disgusting and horrible and should be
He doesn't
prisoned.
give a shit. He doesn't talk about it at all.
I'd say he's moved on now, because his worries are about balancing the corruptness of his, like, position.
Yeah.
So it can be valuable to have like to set some like if we got like a load of enforcer characters and they were all like fuck Zorn, and they like pull out a gun, their first fucking instinct like Caitlyn does. Like, you know, all of the enforcers are like that, right? We get loads of them and they're characterized. And then we get to Caitlyn and she does exactly the same thing, and but we pretend that she does a different thing. Caitlyn, you know, of course, that's gonna right away say something to the audience, and it's gonna almost be immediate characterization for her in that she's not gone the same way as everyone else. So I wonder what's different about her.
Mm-hmm.
And you can achieve something like that by setting up a status quo and then moving away from it, or subverting it. But I don't think that Marcus on his own does that. I think that would just be an argument based on all the other enforcers.
Seen Arcane quite a few times. This is the first I've ever been exposed to the idea that I've appreciated Caitlyn's actions through having seen Marcus's approach first. That's just... I treated them as different people. And to be fair, I never looked at the enforcers as, like, all the same people.
All the same, yeah. I mean, that's literally that's like it's what causes the problems in the show, and he's doing it unironically.
Yeah, he's like, Caitlyn is given value by
They're all the
showing
same.
that she's different to... Yeah, I don't agree.
It's what makes her relationship seem impossible to us. It's what makes her love and curiosity about the Undercity seem so uncharacteristic. If this wasn't set up and...
No, that's completely normal to be curious about the other city right next to yours. The idea that she's invested in sorting it out as a result of seeing what's going on there, again, comes across as a much more normal progression. This is maybe why Caitlyn wasn't scoring very high with the audience, is that her arc is super easy to understand. Very, very straightforward. She's a good person doing good things, and her mind has changed because she had a few misconceptions. And she struggles.
That's why I like her, because she's
realities
simple and
of the
easy to
world.
understand for my little dumb brain.
She's exposed to realities of the world that were deliberately kept from her.
Yeah, this is what I mean. I don't think there's a lack of interest or even nuance there. I just I don't know why we're treating this like it's only meaningful when you know what Marcus's actions are. It's like, no, she stands on her own.
and shown through Marcus, it would have just been told to us, which, as we all know, is not ideal storytelling. And I go a step further with this.
Oh.
would have just been.
What are we doing? What is all this
but
now?
What?
What?
Yeah, I'm gonna roll him back.
Seems so uncharacteristic. If this wasn't set up and shown through Marcus, it would have just been
So Marcus could be gone, and Caitlyn would still be as meaningful as she is in terms of her
If-
story.
Absolutely.
I don't
You can
understand how
appreciate
you
things
can
for what
think
they
that.
are.
How is it actually possible to think it would, like, okay, if Marcus is gone, then it has to just be told to us? That's not true at all, because it isn't told to us with Caitlyn. Like, as in a show don't tell sort of sense.
This is one of them, like, when you don't know about anybody else's POVs when reviewing a thing, you can just say stuff without realizing at all that... Because, like, this constant framing of Caitlyn through Marcus, like, is alien to me. I'm just like, what are you doing? Like,
Yeah, what are you doing?
They have nothing
What's
to
going on
do
here?
with each other.
I just accept, obviously, the occupation side of things, but
Yeah,
that's about it.
It's so fucking superficial.
seems so uncharacteristic. If this wasn't set up and shown through Marcus, it would have just been told to us, which, as we all know, is not ideal storytelling. And I go
Would have just been told to us. What does he mean by that?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think he means without Marcus, like, because he's referring to show don't tell or whatever.
Yeah.
And so if Marcus wasn't there, then Caitlyn's attitudes towards Zorn would have just been told, I guess, through dialogue. But that's not true, because it's not told through dialogue as the show is right now.
And I'm assuming we don't need to have this conversation, but show don't tell is... I'm starting to become very much not a fan of that statement.
I don't like it. I don't like it at
Oh,
all.
it's one of those ones that's become understood by, well, that's become NPCs have got a hold of it basically.
It's right
It's
up
something
there
that you
with
can
style
repeat
over
it.
substance.
Well, you imagine
Yeah.
someone said, I hated Silco's last lines because you're supposed to show that he loves Jinx, not have him fucking essentially say it. You need to show that he thinks of her as perfect, not have him say it. You're like, okay.
A lot of the ways that you show things is by having characters tell other things.
Yes. That's why I think at first it's like a whole arc. It's like I was like, that's a great saying, and then I was like, ooh, that's a saying that is pretty good, but like this part's missing. And I'm all the way up to now like, we should stop saying it. It's like it's not helping.
Yes.
Find a different
Really?
saying. Like,
Go a
Remove
step
it
further
from
with-
discourse and take all of
Go
its
home
other
saying you're drunk.
phrases with it.
This is like what I talked about with the Jinx Silco video. Your perfect line and that whole decision from Silco is because his love of Jinx is wrapped up in this idea of Jinx as embodying Zon. She is the
Embodying
embodies
Zorn.
Zorn. The interpretation I would have gone with is he sees himself in her, not Zorn.
Yeah, he has immense
Yeah.
personal investment in her because he was trying to give her the support that he wanted from the people around him.
Because I don't think we've ever even... That's not even a thought that we've actually addressed. is he-
Embodying
How-
Zon?
That had never occurred to me.
I'd need to know exactly what he means by that. I guess in terms of just, no, I can't get anything out of it.
It's. I feel like. Oh no, we don't know watch
Is
that
it-
one, do
Is
we?
it just as surface level as she is an
No.
inventor and she lives in the Undercity?
I honestly don't even want to speculate what his reasoning might be at this point.
I'm not telling.
Maybe
Be
it's because of
scared.
how she's so kind and trusting.
Oh. Jinx is so... Just she's so Zornish, you know? Zorn.
strength in the chaos, the desperate, beaten down lowlife, forged in the fires of injustice and betrayal, into a monster stronger than anything
bet
rich,
he thought that
advanced,
sounded
polished
really
topside
good.
has
Feels like he's describing Silco, not Zorn.
Yeah.
ever seen. That's Zon personified, that's Jinx.
I'm glad we don't have to watch that video too. Holy shit. That's fine.
Yeah,
Oh.
Jesus Christ.
Marcus is Piltover personified.
I
No, he isn't.
disagree.
Piltover what is
No, he isn't.
Piltover personified? And
Marcus.
are you about to say
And
something
Marcus.
bigoted?
He is just going to say Marcus is bigoted and he's going to leave it at that.
Oh god, this is not fun because of all the Piltover characters representing a very nuanced Piltover that have many different perspectives about all of it. How could you... alright.
It's the
Because-
whole point is that you can't just lump everybody from a place into one archetype or one kind of person.
But it
and he's
sounds good,
doing
doesn't it, Rex? It sounds good. He represents
Yes, to him it
Piltover,
does.
and Jinx represents Zorn. Jesus Christ, I don't... No.
I would say he and Heimerdinger make up the duo of Piltover personified.
Oh, now it's Heimerdinger too. Okay.
Heimerdinger.
I don't even.
Hi,
How do you square that
So
away?
why did those
Heimerdinger and
Piltover
Marcus
is
are
adorable
Piltover
and
personified.
intelligent?
How?
Well,
Why
you see,
couldn't
it's
I
'cause
say
one of
Jace and
them-
Victor are Piltover personified?
Yeah, I feel like you could make an
That's
argument
what
for
I'd go
literally
with.
fucking anybody. I could have said Jace and Victor are Piltover and Zorn. Like, I can make the argument. Come on, how are you doing this?
That's why Jace likes Victor, because Victor represents Piltover.
Yes, and that's why Victor likes Jace, because Zorn, big fan of Piltover.
Mostly, I would say he and Heimerdinger make up the duo of Piltover personified. Marcus is haughty,
Duo
he's
of
corrupt, he's
Piltover
hypocritical, he projects all.
Marcus is not haughty.
I was gonna say, remind me the definition of haughty, 'cause it's not fitting with what I remember it to mean. I haven't actually checked it in a while.
I think it means proud, I think, or better than you, high on your horse. Yeah, arrogantly superior and disdainful.
So
Maybe in the first few episodes.
maybe in the
he
first
is.
3, but he's really not maintaining that as time goes on. The impression I get from him over the gap is that he's developed his corruption with Silco to the point where his character for the next 6 is someone who's very, like, carefully trying to navigate this minefield. He's no longer like, I'm better than you, Zornites. That really doesn't come up.
Yeah, he doesn't care about that anymore.
It's funny because the more we
These
talk
fat
about it, the more I'm
things
like,
is,
maybe he isn't
like-
static, actually. Like,
Yeah, he undergoes very significant changes from Act 1 to Acts 2 and 3.
yeah.
Well, I guess just Act 2 and Episode 7.
He does go through a significant change.
Well, holding that fucking bloodied coin is pretty much the show being like, this changed him. This gave him thinkies.
He
kept
visits
the coin.
Grayson's grave. He gives eulogies for dead enforcers.
He's not walking into the last drop ranting about how they're all criminals and he's gonna get them all.
Yeah. Different guy.
All of the actual vices of Piltover onto the Undercity, this being the most egregious example.
You people down here are all the same.
But see, the Marcus you just showed in that other clip and this one, I just don't think they're the same person.
They're not.
Yeah, I don't think they're the
This
same.
Marcus has a very visible chip on his shoulder about, like, Zorn and what it's about and his position.
Grayson's death and all that.
Yeah.
And he hasn't undergone some serious ass loss yet to make him rethink himself.
Mistaking arrogance for bravery. You think you're standing up for something? But we all know that.
I'm just gonna pause for the sake of good old copytism.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
You never know with these.
It's just like, actually, I'm the one standing up.
There is a crime behind
Are you
every
standing up?
coin that passes through this place.
Yeah, I think that was the idea with that line, yeah.
But most importantly, he's weak. I think that's his outstanding trait that determines how he
I
deals
think
with.
that is not fair at all to Marcus.
I mean, I would describe him as, like, you know, himself being pretty emotionally weak in
If
the
you're
sense
choosing,
that, like,
it's a problem
I
with
don't
one
think
word.
it's fair to call him weak.
yeah, using one word is, you know, a bit of an issue, but, like, I wouldn't say that's an unfair characterization of him. Not in terms of, like, he's a weak character in the sense, like, you know.
I swear I've
But-
heard some people on the panel describe him as weak.
I've called him
I have.
spineless.
I've called him weak.
Yeah.
I've done it
But-
before, so.
Dare I try and explain my difference here is that if, without spine meaning he's committed to 2 positions at once almost, instead of choosing one, I don't know that this is difficult to try and spread out, like, spineless but not weak. It's like, he's dealing with very, very difficult situations, but at the same time, he's not got a strong principle to adhere to. He's got a couple of them that are all over the place. He's not... For example, if he was to, like, choose to shoot Silco or his daughter, it's like, that would be easy for him. But his daughter being threatened as compared to the whole cities of people, different... Or, you know, Caitlyn, like, daughter or kid, it's like, that's... you gotta shoot Caitlyn, otherwise your daughter might be... It's like... you know, and...
That's the noise he makes. He just goes, ugh.
It's tough. It's tough to be specific, but, like, the problem is, I think it's the connotations of weak. It makes us assume a lot of things that might not necessarily be true, and I think that's just a matter of him not, instead of using that word, maybe just resort to describing him. He's had plenty of time, but we're at 5 minutes right now. I'm kind of surprised.
Nice.
What's the opposite of 5 minutes?
I guess it's any other amount of time that isn't 5 minutes.
Yeah.
Math is hard.
But most importantly, he's weak. I think that's his outstanding trait that determines how he deals with every challenge as the plot throws at him.
outstanding
He
trait.
fails at
It's a weird way to put it, isn't it?
Is-
But all right.
Yeah.
Ending.
everything he tries. He fails to find the criminals in Act 1. He fails to arrest Van.
Fails to find the criminals in Act 1. No, I mean, that's not weakness.
Also,
I
that
mean, you're
doesn't-
searching an entire
He does find them.
section of.
Yeah.
He literally.
That's another problem with that argument.
He fucking finds and chases them, but he can't keep up. Like, also,
Like-
let's pretend for a second that didn't happen. It wouldn't matter. He's searching an entire city, like for a day or two. It's like he failed. It's like, shut up.
If you're gonna, with the way he's arguing, if you're gonna use any term, weak isn't the one. I think ineffective or impotent is what I would go with, which is in general how I would describe Marcus. And I think it's a bit more apt than weak, because weak comes with baggage that you don't want.
Yeah, I agree, man.
Marcus didn't hesitate to shoot Echo. He ain't spineless. So, like I said, that he's definitive on certain aspects. I don't think he cared about Echo at all. But he cares about Caitlyn and what she represents. So it was harder for him to make that decision. It's a lot of stuff he has trouble with. This is the thing. I would even consider revising spineless. I just it was an easier go-to. I don't know if I'd call him spineless in a fucking breakdown video talking about his character. I'd have to go through and figure out exactly how I would define it, but
That's why I think it's hard to categorize, because Marcus is faced with like very difficult decisions. Like we went over this in some of the previous streams, where for a lot of Marcus's time in the show, making the right choice and doing the right thing means his daughter dies and he dies as well, potentially.
Which is
Yeah.
easy for someone to criticize in leisure and safety, but
Yeah, I can't
Well,
stand calling a person weak for acting like that, because
yeah, this is the thing that I think we were trying to highlight several times. I think Rags, you opened with it on the stream. It's like he's actually more representative of the average person than pretty much anybody in this show.
Mhm.
I think a lot of people would have his responses to a lot of these situations. It's fucking hard.
Yeah.
you may not have been in deep like off the bat, but like people would be trying to make their best without doing what they know to be overall the best thing that's going to cost them greatly. They're going to try and make ends meet with what they have to work with.
Everything he tries. He fails to find the criminals in Act 1. He fails to arrest Vander. He fails in his deal with
Fails to arrest Vander.
That wasn't his thing. He
I
wasn't the officer in charge of that.
Well, I
And
don't
it wasn't necessarily
He also
failure. It was
He didn't want Vander also.
Yeah, he wanted. Well, they were expecting to get Vi.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's so weird to categorize these as failures as opposed to like events.
I mean, it's like it's him not getting what he wants, because his desired outcome of this obviously did not entail Silco
death
showing
of-
up Deckard and killing everyone.
Yeah, like I would argue that the failure here, if we're gonna do that, is Grayson died. This is like majorly the problem of this, because if Vander's stolen by Silco, I think he would just be confused. Like he'd just be like, oh, what the fuck are we doing? But having those enforcers die, along with Benzo, I suppose, that was the huge like, what the fuck was this?
There's deaths, and he didn't get the proverbial pound of flesh he still needed. Like there is no arrest still because of this.
Yeah.
Silco, which, by the way, he doesn't even seek out. It just falls into his lap. Later, he fails to blow up Silco. He fails to shoot Caitlyn.
Fails to
blow up Silco. That's an interesting.
do it.
Bro, come on, man.
Fails to blow up Silco.
Fails to just to kill himself
Like,
with a
you don't
grenade.
Decides not to kill himself.
This is what that's it. That's the key. He keeps referring to these as failures as opposed to like Marcus is thinking about a thing and then makes a decision. The choice not to pull that pin, like I don't know why we've called that you know, if he pulled it, he could have said he failed to stay alive.
I'm just imagining, right, a situation where he's friends with Marcus, and Marcus comes out of like that meeting with Silco and says, you know, there was a moment in there where I considered pulling the pin on the grenade I was holding, and then he just turns to me and said, wow, he failed. Failure.
You fucking failure.
It's like
You failed!
you can see what the
Just
guy's
do
alluding
it.
to here, right?
Pussy.
He's talking about all of the things that Marcus has not accomplished, and whatnot, all of the things he's been ineffective at. But you don't have to he's going for the repetition of failure, but in doing so he's having to twist events to fit the, I guess, script. when you could have just rewritten this to more accurately account for events while still making the same point.
Yeah, and again, just so like he could have
Just
shown the
drop it
shot on
again.
Echo and been like he failed to allow Echo to live or something. Just be like, okay, this is weird. This is just a weird. He decided not to pull that pin. I don't think we should call that a failure of killing Silco and himself.
Yeah,
This guy failed to not make a video.
because you can twist that into something that has something to do with the wider going like thing Marcus is dealing with, being impotence and the inability to do what he believes is right and what he thinks is necessary and all that.
You know
He
what?
can't be the hero he wants to be.
I'm actually surprised he didn't reference Echo and say he failed to kill him because of the fucking the bullet the bulletproof vest thing, whatever it was. I could totally see him adding to that, being like, see, he wanted to kill Echo and he failed to do so. It's like, shut up.
He does nothing when Grayson is killed. He does nothing when...
He does nothing when Did you see the giant Hulk monster?
Yeah, what did you want him to do?
What would Caitlyn have done?
He does what I would have
Caitlyn
done. I would have been like, thank God I'm not dead. Holy shit.
I think he's
I would've
surprised to
felt
be alive.
pretty-
I think he's
I would have felt
terrified.
pretty powerless in that situation, I gotta tell you.
Mm-hmm.
Silco threatens his daughter. The only thing he successfully...
Wait, did you say he does nothing when Silco threatens his door?
Yeah, he did nothing when the mob boss threatened his daughter. How's
Yeah.
this
What a
possible?
It's not even
failure.
true.
He does
This guy
nothing
is-
when
got
Grayson
his
is
two-
killed. He does nothing when
That's-
Silco threatens his daughter.
Okay, so what he does is he frames the firelights, because this is a message from Silco that your daughter's about to die if you don't follow through with the plan that we set up. That is an action he is taking to try and save his daughter's life. Because obviously, what are you expecting? That he's like kills them all in this room? It's like, as if there wouldn't be any contingencies to worry about what Silco had set up, you know? I don't like this. Like, this is part of it. We're veering very far away now from being able to understand Marcus. We're practically treating him as though, like, yeah, I would have done stuff in all these scenarios. Like, would you? Would you?
John Wick Dodo, guys.
It's really easy for you to say that right now, but man, if you were there, I don't think you'd have done a damn thing.
Nope.
The only thing he successfully accomplishes is saving Vi, and forgetting how uncharacteristic that is, it doesn't...
It's not
What?
uncharacteristic. Why is it
Why-
uncharacteristic?
This is the video
You
all
d-
about
you don't-
Marcus. Tell me why that's uncharacteristic of him.
Yeah, I
No.
think I don't think it has anything to do with Marcus from this guy's perspective. It's just because he's an enforcer, and that's just not the thing that they do, according to him. Because they're all the same.
Well, I guess Caitlyn, she's the one that would be allowed to do this. Maybe.
I guess,
his
those,
video.
I guess those nameless enforcers that sprinted into the burning building to,
Fuck
go
'em.
after.
Yeah, it was uncharacteristic of enforcers as well.
I would love to know what his thing is for this, but we're not getting anything apparently.
Or even just the fucking enforcers right at the start. Someone just blew up a building. Let's try and catch the people who are running away now. I don't know.
I actually liked how well informed this moment was, specifically because it pulls Vi away from Powder. I wanted it to be well justified. When I thought about it, it's like Marcus is he just got Grayson killed. He's trying to prevent someone else from dying. That's his goal here.
Mm-hmm.
Tell me why that's uncharacteristic of him.
He doesn't even
Yeah,
really go as
he's-
planned. She ends up basically being a liability for him, if anything. I think Marcus epitomizes passive evil as opposed to a character like Silco.
Passive evil.
So how does that passive evil?
So should we just list all of the actions Marcus takes that has drastic effects on the plot, or?
Passive evil. Maybe the passivity doesn't have to do with actions themselves, but the way that the evilness is. It's more on the evilness, not the actions.
Evil in that he does not prevent the bad thing. He doesn't actively seek out to stop the bad things going on in the world and allows them to take place around him. I don't know.
Well, I would just go as far as saying he makes an actively evil choice when he makes a deal with Silco.
Yep.
Like, that's fucked. And then to use that corruption to allow all kinds of, like, passing and selling of the worst drug known to fucking man. Like, that's also pretty evil. And all for money, and for a rise in his career. It's like, these are all pretty active evil choices as far as I'm concerned.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
Who's active evil. Combine that with Heimerdinger, Ivory Tower evil, apathetic evil.
Ivory Tower evil.
I'm sorry.
Ooh.
I'm sorry, are these actual writing terms? Because I've not heard of them. Ivory Tower Evil.
I haven't heard of them, but that gives me a fairly clear picture of what he's going on about. In
what
that,
was, like-
evil that is ignorant of the wrong, like
Yeah,
evil in the
'cause-
sense of ignorant of all of the wrongdoing going on around them.
I think Heimerdinger is just ignorant of like how bad it is in
He just doesn't know.
Dude, I would
Yeah,
argue
it's-
Heimerdinger morally is possibly top tier, like, of all the characters. This is a guy who
Possibly,
clearly
yeah.
cares about, like, life intrinsically. He is simply unaware of a lot of things.
Yeah.
Which is like the
Once
point
he's
that was
made
made in the
aware, he
beginning
tries
of the
to make it
video. One
better.
of the words put next to him was ignorant.
Well, is that what Ivory Tower evil
And
means?
dumb.
I guess Heimerdinger evil now.
That's what I'm saying. Like, it's such a weird way to define. If he was like, Ivory Tower evil just means that evil comes from you as a result of your ignorance. I'd just be like, so what? Humans, I guess.
Yeah, how perfect do I have to be?
You
And
can't
how
know
all-knowing
everything.
do I need to be?
That's Piltover. Well-intentioned, wants to be a hero, but so weak or so ignorant it's useless. Worse than useless, it's self-destructive. Now, what's the point of doing something like this in a single character? Showing themes at different levels of scale, big
I don't see why these aren't points for why he's well characterized. I just don't understand this.
picture and small picture is what makes a story feel rich. It's what makes a setting feel.
Surely what he's describing here is a good character. Like, I don't.
No,
Well,
it's
he's-
a
Well, I
bad
guess if
character
it's
is
not
used well.
exciting,
He failed to
I'm
establish
I'm
how
still
he's
not
bad,
like-
so I'm left like spinning in the void. I don't know what's happening.
Yeah, I'm still not convinced by any of his arguments that he's a bad character. Like even if they're all true, right? Even if we accept everything he said as true, it's like he's just described a character that, like, he personally doesn't vibe with. That's it.
feel rich. You have an overall plot line that explores a theme, and then maybe you have a character relationship that explores that same theme differently because it's on a smaller scale, and then maybe you have a single character who embodies that theme.
So these are actually,
well,
if you want to talk about like how the ring addiction, all that stuff, and then Boromir is like in the form of a person, what it is like, yeah, these would be things I would reference for why Boromir is well written, not why Boromir is well used. This whole well used versus well written thing is very
well
strange to me.
used.
I don't know how you even draw that juxtaposition. Like, how can a character's like well fulfill their role in a story while not being a good character?
Like I said, I wonder
Because-
if he thinks Palpatine is a bad character. I don't know.
Because the only judge I have is that for a character is, you know, the role they play in the story. I don't know what other standard I can really justifiably hold them to.
I guess
So-
how well characterized they are and how well you understand them would be my main character, my main standard for a good character. How consistent they are according to their own traits and how well characterized they are. And I think you could probably still have a. I think you totally could have a poorly characterized, completely like. Completely just shallow character who represents what like enforcers. You know, who represents enforcers in a way that like we're supposed to believe is what most of them are like.
A sort of
That could be
caricature
done.
enforcer.
But you wouldn't call them bad, right?
Well, no, you could totally call them like a caricature who exists to let you know, like, this is people's perception of enforcers, right? It's like let's say he's called like Dylan. Okay, that's his name. He's a massive like enforcer caricature in all of the ways that this guy is describing, and he basically just exists in the story to let people, so that like people from Zorn can look at him and be like, yeah, that's an enforcer right there, and everyone can act like he's really normal and that's what they're used to. He himself might be like a character that we would all describe as bad and shallow and maybe even inconsistent, but he fulfills that role in the story. He's a plot device who works for the function that he's there to fulfill.
But I don't think that's a good way of accomplishing that purpose.
And I would question how this person being used well for the story at that point if they're inconsistent.
Sure, yeah, that's a good point.
Dylan the Massive.
Theme or
Dylan the
object or
Flea.
Like, Dylan could exist, but I don't think Dylan's other way of going about constructing an understanding of societal perceptions.
I love how we might have accidentally just coined a character archetype as a
A Dylan. Well, yeah, because if that
Dylan.
Dylan did exist, I could see us saying like, yeah, I guess he's a good representation of how the Zornites see enforcers, but he's so cartoonish and he doesn't seem to represent any of the other enforcers. So it seems like pretty lucky that they all happen to use that one as their like POV of the enforcer or something. Like there would probably be a lot of elements that we think doesn't mesh with the overall. Meanwhile, when you get something like Marcus, I can understand why the Zornites would have a particular opinion of enforcers while also giving him a lot of nuance. Nuance that apparently isn't there.
action or decision. That's use 2 of
Oh, okay. Use 2 of weak, underdeveloped characters. Embody an element of theme or setting.
How can you
oh,
embody these things
please.
without being a...
please.
Feels like you'd end up being a
Okay.
developed character if you embodied.
I'm getting really tired of
element
having
of
to
it.
say this. Themes come from the writing. They are metatextual. They come from the stuff that has been put on the page or put on the screen. They don't just appear out of nowhere. When they do, that's usually bad. When something's being correctly communicated to you and it isn't properly represented in the work. So something can't be considered to be representative of a theme while being poorly written in terms of that theme.
Yeah, if a theme is poorly written, then that means essentially it doesn't exist. It's the Last Jedi thing.
The
You
theme
can't say
isn't
that
there
the
if it's
theme
badly written.
is
Well,
yeah, if
contradictory. It does. It's there. It's said. You know.
oh yeah, I guess so. Yeah, you said one character says it, but the things are what we see is different.
If you remove that line from Yoda, it's going to be much more difficult to. Well, I guess you might not have difficulty discovering it because you can see what they were trying to do. But if you go strictly like a robot from what happens, you can't dig out the theme they wanted you to.
In many ways, the existence of The Last Jedi itself contradicts its own theme because it fails to communicate its own theme, which, according to it, would be the greatest teacher, and then they made The Last Jedi. Not The Last Jedi, then they made fucking Rise of Skywalker.
Well,
Fuck
maybe
my
we
joke.
Fucking did it.
Maybe not, Jay.
I failed, therefore I will
Because
learn.
Its failure to, I guess, give that message off is what was helpful in understanding how to do it. In a sense, maybe you could say that.
Yeah. The Last Jedi is so meta that it failed on purpose to teach us all a lesson about failure.
Nice one, Ryan.
What a genius he was the whole time. If only we'd listened.
Only we'd list.
Well, I mean,
can
that's
move on.
basically what a parody is, isn't it? At that point, we're describing something that fails on purpose to teach us about failure. That would be a parody.
Like that channel, is it Bad Writing Advice? Something like that?
Oh, I really like Terrible Writing Advice. That's a great
I like
channel.
that
I
channel.
do like that channel because the really great thing that guy does is find a way to use something that is broadly considered to be like a bad trope and then try and pull something out of it of like, well, you could do this. Well, this is an option. Think about a way that you can turn it on its head or play with people's expectations. Yeah. Terrible Writing Advice offers very good writing
channel.
advice.
He's like, if you're actually stuck on an inspiration for a story, I would recommend watching some of his videos because you might end up going, oh yeah, that trope is like often used really poorly, but what if I did this with it? Like I've found myself in that situation a lot.
Yeah, I've had ideas spring from exactly there.
I think the video that is sort of emblematic of the value of that channel is actually not one of the just standard Terrible Writing Advice ones, but where he talks about, I can't remember if it was a specific trope or in general, but the idea that whatever has been identified as a trope, there's an opportunity there. Just think about it. And I think the example used was the precocious pickpocket, the guy who walks through the market, fish out of water, and then some kid bumps into him, is like, oh, sorry, and then he checks his wallet and it's gone. The inversions would be, he actually notices that his wallet has been stolen because he knows a lot more than these people assume. Or the person steals the wallet, reveals that he stole the wallet as an attempt to try and get a job from this person. You know, all of the options that you have to... Because, like, a trope is not... Because, you know, real life's a little bit more complicated than just... black, you know, this is how it must be. And we saw that in this video. You know, oh, corrupt cop. I mean, we've seen that a million times before. It's like, I mean, if we're going to be as vague as possible, yeah.
It's like a lot of these things I don't like because they talk in terms of
would there be...
concept. Sorry, that's why I don't like a lot of these things because they talk in terms of concept and act like a lot of the variables that go into making a particular trope aren't, you know, mutable.
Which simultaneously explains why he has this perspective, because he's looking at it without looking at the variables.
Functional fixedness.
Like, we got this lame, angry, you know, overbearing, bigoted cop guy who's corrupted. You know, like, oh yeah, but let's make him interesting. Let's fix him. What if, like, he commits to some real bad corruption, and then he, like, takes a double, like, he rethinks it all. It's something that's really shocking to him. But then he doubles down on it. It's just that that's constantly in the back of his mind, and, you know, he's a character that you expect maybe will come through in the end, have some big win, right? That's, like, almost archetype 2. Like, what if he doesn't? What if his story is cut short before he can make that decision because he spent so much of his life trying to straddle this line or something? And you're just sitting there trying to think of all these ideas, and he's just sitting there like, you're still on archetype 1, sorry. Corrupt cop. Oh. I thought we'd moved on. But that's
Stop
okay.
talking
Well-
about writing this way.
I now definitely believe that this whole video is just mired in the writing rules that some people just accept as being it just it's compromised something because
Acceptance
it's
of
like,
rules without knowing why they're rules, or
Well,
even if they should be rules in the first place,
thing
not
is that-
questioning them.
a lot of, I've said it a million times, a lot of the writing rules can be useful in terms of guiding you, but you need like a fundamental that you're working from. Otherwise, you end up in a situation like this where you have a bunch of rules that are not actually linking together, or it almost feels like you're viewing the story through these rules rather than trying to separate those rules out and take each component bit by bit and not trying to frame them through some like metrics that you've been told throughout your life of like, well, a good character is when they have these traits, or a good character is one that goes on an arc, or a good, or
So I read
well,
one
if they
that's
fall into
active.
this
For once.
archetype, yeah.
Like people have automatically agreed that like passive characters that are static are bad. It's like who said
Which
that?
is just, well, the first question is why? Tell me why. I don't know what you could appeal to that would be like a thing that there
People
wouldn't
don't
be
like
examples
it.
to the
People don't like
contrary
that.
of.
That's something people don't like. And then they come up with like
Yeah,
a couple of
and
examples of characters people don't like who have those traits, and you're just sitting there like, I could do this with any trait.
Yeah, exactly. This is, yeah.
So flimsy. Unfortunate.
Developed characters, a bad character can still be used to explore a theme or to enrich a
so
set.
even here, like used to of weak, underdeveloped characters. So if they're underdeveloped, they are not weak, right? Because you put these two words.
Yeah,
here.
wait a minute.
Do you mean weak as in
Weak
like the
in-
trait of the character?
Yeah, does he mean weak written or weak is a character trait?
As a
'Cause-
person. Yeah.
It seems because originally he was using weak as a character trait, but now I can't tell whether or not he's using it weak as in writing or character trait now.
Yeah, because weak as a writing thing could mean like he's hollow or he's just I don't know. I don't actually know. I don't know where.
I think,
when he lumps the two together, that's what it comes off as.
yeah, take the word weak out here because you've just got done with a section talking about weakness in a completely different sense.
Yeah.
And I was just thinking, by the way, like the whole there's a bit of advice they typically give of like don't break the rules before like you can only break the rules once you understand them or something like that.
Yeah.
It'd be like you should probably just understand the rules in general for anything. Just make sure you know why a rule exists.
Yeah.
Well,
Because
yeah.
like your protagonist being an active engagement in the story. It's like you don't have to do that. It's a good rule of thumb, though. It makes it feel more engaging for a lot of people a lot of the time. That's my rule book for writing would be so lame because I would just have non-committal words everywhere. I'd just be like, you gotta kind of do this sometimes. Sometimes.
Well, I mean, here's the thing: like, we could all just have like. I'm sure that for all of us, the idea of a story where you've just got like some guy and his thoughts as like major world events happen like outside his window. That could be really interesting to read.
Well, the example everyone goes to is Big Lebowski. It's like one of the most popular passive protagonist movies ever. He's just a guy who's like, I think the first time we see him, he's just like in the supermarket in his like dressing gown and slippers buying milk, and is the most normal person. I say normal. I'm not saying that that's what everyone gets up to.
Not that normal.
But
Mundane.
yeah, mundane. That's a better word. And all of the plot happens to him as a result of his name getting mixed up with someone else's. He's just a normal, run-of-the-mill, mundane person. Yeah. I recommend that movie, by the way. It's fucking funny.
I always hear that Big Lebowski's super cool.
It's just I fucking love that it exists because of the fact. What are the other examples we have for passive protagonists? There's more than that. I know that.
There are well. I mean, how do we? I always feel like video games are an interesting reference because what do we say about somebody like Master Chief who doesn't really have a perspective, but he's very active in the story and he does a lot of things.
Perspectives are iron sights.
But yeah, but nothing like he doesn't really
he's
have an
almost a
opinion
tool
on.
of someone else at that point, right?
Well,
You
so
and I.
the reason why I like it as an example is because that's the point, right? Is he doesn't really have any perspective. But that's okay because other characters around him have a perspective. However, you as the player are active in the story because you're the person who does all of the important things that he does. But like he doesn't change because of it. He's incredibly static.
Hmm.
But does that make him bad?
Yes.
I don't see how you could say that it's bad. All you could say is that it's not. I don't even think you could say that that's not good. You know, like I don't know that it's that
It's fine. Yeah.
it's fine. It serves the purpose that it needs to, and then you have other characters who are more dynamic, like the Arbiter. You know, what do we do with like Link? He doesn't have like he's a blank slate completely, but that doesn't
Are
mean
we
he's
gonna
bad.
say? Are we gonna say that blank slate characters are good characters, or they just like serve a different purpose in the story?
I don't know how I could say that they're bad, unless I was shown something that is contradictory to what they believe in. Like
People
if
have
Link
characterized
just goes
Bella from
around and
Twilight
helps-
as a blank slate character.
Yeah, but I guess, you know, surely bad means that something is dysfunctional rather than it's all functioning, but at a very base level.
Or can we say that they're
Um,
not good either? Then they simply are.
Well, I never said that they were good. I just said they're not bad.
Well, yeah, I was gonna say, like,
Um,
even if we describe how awesome passive protagonists can be, it's still that trait alone is just neutral. It's like they're passive.
It's like,
Yeah,
you know,
like
that chair in the
well,
room being sat on. That's a group. That's it's serving its purpose.
I think all I'd say is that you can have a character for whom change is unnecessary, and you put it in there because you think that's what you're supposed to do, and the change is unnatural and forced.
Yep.
And doesn't align with what happens in the story. You have made that character worse in an attempt to make them better because you thought that better meant change
Well, because
rather
everyone
than more
tells you to do it.
Everybody tells you that your character has to change, and they're wrong. They're just wrong. Like it's probably better if your character changes generally,
Not
but it's not
necessarily.
necessary.
It's just something that lots of people. Well,
I think
I
it's generally gonna help you out to have your character
It's
go on
just
an
a
arc.
lot of things. It's just one thing that a lot of people find engaging to see as a character
They find it
learning and
appealing,
changing.
yeah, for sure.
It's nothing more than that. It's just
and
something
yet-
that a lot of people like and they find rewarding.
And yet, the entire structure of sitcoms for the longest time was nothing changes, and that's what you like. Everything goes back to normal at the end, and you're happy. And that was a format that appeals to people, and it still does, because like that's what a lot of shows on network television. If we're not thinking about like the, you know, HBO, like AMC, like those types of shows, you know,
I think
NCIS, those characters are incredibly static. They barely change, but that's what and people like those shows a lot. Law and Order, the characters don't often change.
If you take something like Batwoman, the show will claim there's arcs
Oh, I
going
love
all the
Batwoman.
time, but like you'll never
Yeah,
feel it.
and-
It'll always just be told to you.
You
It's
never
like,
feel those arcs.
you know, we as a team didn't used to trust each other, but from now on we will after this hardship we've been through, or something like that. You're like,
and-
what?
and that would be, yeah, I think that Law and Order, a show with characters who are static and don't change, is more valuable than Batwoman, a show that tries to make its characters change, but the
always
changes
funny.
They
are,
refuse.
like, really stupid. They're really stupid.
Well,
Like they
Look at that.
something just comes out of nowhere that causes a radical change in the way that a person behaves.
Look
You
what
could
they've done
argue,
to Alice, like trying to recontextualize her all the time to be a good person while making her kill everybody all the time.
constantly trying to, like find a way to keep her changing and being reinvented. And you know, there's a conversation to be had about the fact that change in people doesn't happen quickly a lot of the time. Like change is something that happens gradually. You know, barring like some massive earth-shattering like event in your life that prompts change. The pace at which people change should and like why that would happen probably ought to influence your decision on whether or not a character in the story that you're telling should change and how radically. And yeah, when you think about changing a character, you try and think about how it relates to theme or specifically the plot and what kind of circumstances the plot would bring out in someone. Simply throwing a change in there without considering all of the other aspects at play is probably going to yield really bad results. It's why you need to think about each decision that you're making for your story in terms of changes or what role they have, how much time you're going to allocate to one character as opposed to another.
You know, Poe in TLJ, we would argue from a character POV, he made the right decisions with all the information he had, yet he concludes he did not by the end, and that's his arc. And if someone said, "Well, see, but that matches the theme, it may be contradictory for his character," I'd be like, no. It doesn't match the theme because of the fact that he's learned from not making a mistake when the theme is to learn from making mistakes. Like,
yeah, exactly.
I guess
feel
that's
like this is hitting at, I guess, the most fundamental writing advice you can give, which is to act with intentionality in terms of what you're doing. Like, be aware of what you're trying to do and structure around that, which is very tautologous, but like it's the closest
agree,
thing to
though.
fundamental writing
yeah.
advice you can give. Like, you need to be aware of what you're actually going for and how the rules or like principles of writing play with that. Because it may be exactly the point that your protagonist isn't active.
alrighty. What's use 3, I wonder?
Setting. They can be personification of something else external to them that's important and compelling, even if they're not compelling as a character. Okay, third thing I want to talk about is his death. Also very weird, very sudden. It seems like he might be developing. He has
Very
that moment with a
weird.
grenade, and then bridge scene death.
Oh.
So Marcus's death
Oh,
parallels
that wasn't
two
his death then. What?
So he's saying it's weird, and it looked. He just said like it looked like he was going to develop, and then he doesn't. I don't even like.
Just him committing to that action, not a aspect of why does he need to develop there?
It's so strange to
Because
think
like
about.
if you don't blow yourself up, your character doesn't develop.
Yeah, I think that's the implication. That had he
okay.
blown himself up, he would have been talking about how Marcus developed. I don't know. I just want to. What is the rest of this point going to be?
earlier scenes. One is Grayson's death, the open-eyed, lifeless stare. This, unfortunately, I think is meant to be the resolution of his arc to some degree. His whole career is plagued by this foolish relationship he got caught in years ago. It's what cost him the one person he admired, and then he couldn't escape the same fate in the end. Meaningless death by one of Silco's monsters. I think that's the main takeaway we're supposed to have here, which isn't very interesting in my opinion.
Man.
You don't think that this scene is interesting?
You had me
That's
for a
insane.
moment. Had me for a
That's
moment
not-
there.
And then you said it wasn't interesting, and
I
that
was-
was your
Wasn't
big
interesting.
mistake.
I was-
What do
This
you
is
think
very
is interesting?
I was hoping for a double down to be like, and then consider blah blah, blah but and to be like, it's good, but no, he said it's not interesting. It's like, what? This is the thing
I
about
do
like how I
wonder-
never want to do this in my videos. If I like highlighted everything they're doing with Rey at the beginning of The Force Awakens, for example, where it's like, you know, they show her look at the food after establishing how little food she has, and then looking at BB-8, but also having an affinity for droids and respecting the fact that they're actually individuals. All that's done in looks. But if I had said like, yeah, they do all of that, that's not interesting though. It's like, you wonder like what value is there for the viewer at that point? Because you've told them what the thing is that's happening there and why it can be meaningful, but to tell them on top of that, just I personally don't find it meaningful. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But
Don't know what
instead,
to do with that.
the problem with this video is that I think he's going further than that. Because he implied earlier the only reason you'd be interested in Marcus is because he has a name.
Thanks, bro.
Yeah.
Not what I want to focus on. Here's what I want to focus on. So Marcus is a single father, and he seems like a fine father. He provides for little Marcus. He guides her to be a better Marcus than he ever was, hopefully more developed too. And yeah, the relationship...
Shut up.
How do you know that?
I'm sorry.
How do you know he does either of those things?
I didn't even hear the words. They're all clamming together. I didn't even know. Like, I'm
Yeah,
surprised
he's
you guys.
talking too fast and he doesn't speak clearly.
I want to
Yeah,
focus
just
on. So Marcus is
together.
Like, I'm genuine. I don't want to slow him down. Please don't make me.
a single father, and he seems like a fine father. He provides for little Marcus. He guides her to be a better Marcus than he ever was, hopefully
He guides her to be a better Marcus than he ever was. I
I
don't.
don't ever
I don't
see
think
him
he
do
ever
either of
actually
those
tried to
things.
I
do
don't
that.
think we really see
I
much
think
of the
we don't see enough, and
parenting.
also she may well just be too young for that stage of her life to be, you know, really
Yeah.
thinking about.
He seems
Like,
to be
listen,
hiding
moral
everything from
decisions.
her.
Yeah, listen, kid, don't make deals with crime lords in the Undercity because they could come back to bite you if you're ever in
Like,
that
I
position
know-
where that might
I
come
know
up.
that was what you were gonna do, but I gotta
No,
tell
it's
you,
tempting, yeah.
this,
Don't do it. Trust me, it ain't worth it. It ain't worth it.
Seeing
more
it more and
developed
more
too,
as the
and-
video goes on, he has just pigeonholed himself into writing rules because he sees like corrupt person or like jaded person with single father with a daughter, and he just goes, then the focus of this character will be on the daughter and the relationship with them. So why? Because that's the only way to rationalize why the fuck he would be focusing on this.
And yeah, the relationship not well explored, not very nuanced, but he is a parent. Now listen to this.
it's such a bizarre sentence. It's not very well explored, but he is a
Yeah.
parent. You're like,
Apparently, he is a parent.
okay.
Oh,
And
Oh.
he was trying to also ask, so why does he care? So it's like, what, now he doesn't have to ask that question anymore because he's a parent?
This.
Gonna have to wibbly wobbly pawsy warsy because
Mhm.
you know how it works with these sorts of things.
Oh, ba da 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 da.
How did Arcane start?
Fucking glorious prologue, man.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing with Arcane Season 2. I'm gonna be excited even just to see the opening scene because it's gonna set the stage. You're gonna wonder what it's all gonna mean by the time you get to the end of it. Because like I believe that's what kind of story they want to tell. I like those ones.
Yeah.
Wait, did someone slow it down?
Someone
Wasn't
slowed
me.
it down.
Wasn't me. I didn't touch nothing.
And touch that.
Wasn't me.
Thanks,
I didn't do
Metal.
Is that him?
Unless that was the video maker.
No, that was.
Meow, 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 meow. It's Lonald. Oh god, I don't know. Like I said, I don't want to risk it at all, so I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Same bridge, same song, same meaningless
There we go,
war
it's
that
okay.
resulted in nothing positive, just more dead parents and more orphans.
Is that the focus?
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this seems like we're sidestepping to a different thing.
I'm
that's
like
happening.
thumbs up, but don't bring it back to the parents.
Fucking
and children.
orphans.
So that's why I put, because I was like, what has this got to do with Marcus? Like meaningless death, I guess is.
Is he making a
You are
comparison, I
technically
guess?
right in the, yes, there is more orphaned children here, but
I know
God,
it's
the
not
connections he
that's-
draws are very like.
it's a very strange way to take the scene in, especially with respect to everything being said about Marcus. Stop focusing on the fucking daughter. God damn it.
Powder was the victim before, now she's the killer. Her arc has come full circle, but in a nightmarish way.
Her arc is not full circle. We're not
She's
done
still got a way
yet.
to go. I'd say
She's
even
still
by
got a
the end
lot
of
of
the
time to
season,
go.
she's still got a way to fall.
I think it's
All you've
a fine
identified is a
observation.
parallel, not an
Yeah,
arc
but-
Fine
that is
observation,
over.
but not her whole arc.
No. Yeah, the observation is totally fine. I think it's a parallel. I just don't think it's not the end of her arc.
And she seems to realize this. It's why she's singing the song, and she's fine with it. Marcus's death is a crucial character moment, but for a different character.
No,
It's
no,
pretty
no,
crucial
it's-
for him.
It's crucial for him.
It's pretty
yeah.
important for him. Yeah.
I would imagine that he was
Give
pretty
him a
upset about
break.
that.
He had lots of thoughts and feelings about that scenario. Yeah.
But it's
He didn't get to fully
Man, this sucks
express
because now he's drawn what meaning you can gain from Marcus's story as a whole, and he's putting it into Jinx instead. So it's like, hey, excuse me.
No, he has this whole thing going there, and I don't know. Did he just miss it?
I don't know, because it felt like he was on track vaguely, and then he leapt off the tracks again. It's like, oh.
And that's use number 3. You can use a bad character to enrich a good character's arc, and
I hate this fucking shit,
I
man.
hate it.
So,
I hate it. I hate
if
it.
they're bad and they prop up another person, what does that mean? Are they still bad, or does that mean that they actually have a purpose?
How does
to
this
serve?
work?
Yeah, like what does it mean to be bad if you're incredibly useful to a narrative? If you're really useful and invaluable to a narrative and other characters, I feel like that's got to be indicative of like
Yeah,
bad
remember-
characters tend to taint other aspects of a story.
He
Why am
believes
I
that
so
Marcus
bad at being
satisfies
good?
all 3 of these uses. I don't know if there's going to be more, but like, how are you telling me that he's doing all of these things narratively, but he's crap? Like, what the fuck?
And also that you're going to apparently come along with fixes for it too.
Oh
Is
god,
that-
we're
you
not
said
even at that
the
part
third
yet,
part
are
is
we?
up to
Oh,
fixes?
I know I
What
mentioned
is there to
this
fix if
before.
he's so useful?
I guess we'll find out.
It's gonna be like when we watched Nando say that the Joker's girlfriend should have been a real person.
Oh, dude, he'll turn his daughter into a full-on character. He'll give her a whole
That's
episode.
gonna be it. Yeah.
He's gonna. I know I mentioned this before, but it's really annoying me. The entire framing of these 3 things of like uses of a weak character. People don't write weak characters intentionally.
Yeah, so this is
We can
useless
underdevelop-
advice, like, because
Yeah.
Is that
nobody looks at
Jacob
their
Porter?
characters as undeveloped and useless or whatever.
Like analysis is aimed towards the creator, right? It is to help, like it is aimed to the creator to understand creation better, to understand the creative process. But so what the fuck am I supposed to do with this? I don't go into any particular writing exercise knowing that I've got a weak, underdeveloped character who needs like because if I know that, then I'm going to start like putting flesh on the bones, so to speak. I'm going to try and flesh out the character and make it more of a thing.
Yeah.
The
I'm not gonna
implication
try
here
and
is
just-
that this is an accident. That it's like an accident that it all worked out, and that Marcus, as opposed to exactly the point.
Well, here's an equivalent. It's like you lost all the wheels in your car, and instead of him helping you get the wheels back on, he's like, well, your car can now be a table or a chair. You're like,
Yeah,
well,
make
no,
the best use you can out of that table. That doesn't.
It's like, well, no,
I
I
mean,
just
out of that
want to.
car.
I just want to fix the car at this point. Like, why
I'm
would
a car manufacturer.
It's not-
I want to.
But it's not something that it takes a resource to fix other than your time. That's the thing, right? It's like, there are situations in the world where your car could like have the wheels fall off and there's no more wheels. No.
Oh yeah, but in this scenario we have the wheels. He's just like, we don't need to fix this is the problem with this. His advice isn't to fix the character, it's to use it because I'm assuming this assumes that you've got a bad character on your hands. What do you do with them? Well, you can make use of them in a good way. It's like, no, you fix the fucking bad character.
Yeah.
But the problem
really...
is, a lot of what he's highlighting here are evidence of it not being a bad character. Instead, he's saying it's uses of it. It's so weird.
We're like over halfway into the video, and all of these 3 uses are completely unintelligible to me. Like, I mean that with no hyperbole. I absolutely don't understand.
So if I said to you, bad characters can enrich good characters, you're just sitting there like, I don't know what to do with that.
What? What am I supposed to say to that?
What if in Wonder Woman 1984 they wrote all of the characters to be terrible on purpose just to make Max Lord look good by comparison?
And like
they fucking succeeded.
Yeah, good job.
Said as if it's something good for the bad character. But like a good character can enrich another good character. They often do. A good character can prop up another good character. They often do. Like, the fact that he's bad has nothing to do with this, and he's not bad. So, like, what?
Things like
What's
parallels.
happening?
And I add to this that the grenade scene is doing something similar.
One final act to make you the martyr you've...
Gonna pause right there.
Yeah, gotta be careful.
Fill the pause.
Final act.
What does
Oh.
Silco mean by martyr you always saw
Oh, sorry. There's no point to it now. Fuck. Okay, carry on.
yourself as? I don't think that's true. It's a weird line, and I don't think Marcus really sees
Not a weird. No. So this is
What?
long.
Line?
This is not long after. He's been at the funeral for a martyred Grayson. She died doing a job like very well. It was horrific, horrible, and he looks up to her. I think he would love to have that fate, to be a person that everyone respected and understood, and did the right thing. So of course, he's thinking about that fate right now. But then he's probably also thinking about the fact that that means he's gonna die. It means that his daughter doesn't have a father. This is why, like, looking at this scene and being like, "You failed." It's like, motherfucker, there's a lot going on here. Okay.
Someone else's life.
Like, you failed to blow yourself up. Like,
what good are you?
I feel like it's pretty
Don't
explicit with the
understand how
funeral
you can
scene
take the scene this way.
that the martyr thing applies to him. I think so.
Yeah.
And I'm not surprised that Silco is even aware of that. He probably fucking had someone at the funeral. Who knows? Keep an eye on Marcus as well.
He's in Grayson's shadow and he knows it.
Yeah,
He is not the person that Grayson was, and he knows it. That's a big part of who he is.
All there. I don't know why he called it a weird line.
What does Silco mean by martyr you always saw yourself as? I don't think that's true. It's a weird line, and I don't think Marcus really sees himself that way. The way I see the scene is
He wants to be that.
He wants to be that. Yeah.
He probably did watch the show, Theo. He's so adamant that it's the second screen. He's so adamant.
There's no way.
We could be at the point of third screen, guys. I don't know.
Third screen.
Third screen behind.
The Twitter was on the second screen.
The worse the opinion, the like lower screen number it gets.
It's on the third screen that's been turned up vertically.
What if it was none of the 3 screens? It was on his phone on the desk while he was playing games. Oh no.
Marcus really sees himself that way. The way I see the scene is this mistake has plagued Marcus and the city as a whole for far too long, and Marcus wants to end it in any way he can. That's the just thing to do. He knows he's a crooked cop who never has done any good for the city. Sending both of them to hell.
I don't know if he thinks
I don't know about that. No.
I don't think he
I
probably has
probably-
done plenty of good. But
Yeah, the
he's
impression
also
I've
done plenty
gotten
of
at this
bad.
point is that it actually maintains a level of peace between the two cities at this point, him being an arbiter of it to an extent.
Yeah. That's probably why he's still in it.
It's interesting to think about. He's kind of like a Negaverse version of Grayson, because that
That's
was kind
the
of her
point.
role, but she was doing
Yeah,
it in
they
a very
do, yeah.
paragonish way, while he's doing it in a more underhanded way. Like, I keep the peace by greasing the wheels and, you know, getting a bit of blood on the money, that sort of shit.
Are you saying Marcus is the anti-Grayson?
Not even anti. Like I said, I don't know how I would put it. He's kind of fulfilling a similar role as
He's
her.
an
but,
inverse
Every
of
character
her.
is the opposite of every other character.
I think seeing what happened, he gained a little bit of perspective on what could happen when, you know, tensions get much higher if he, like, you know, if war starts to be on the table. So he's like, with that perspective, he's trying to fulfill Grayson's role, and with Silco as his Vanda, like, relatively speaking. But of course, Silco is a completely different character, and he doesn't have the strength that Grayson did. So it's a very different dynamic. He's probably still got plenty of good done, but it's not like he doesn't have the same leverage and the same ability to say no to Silco, because Silco has all the control.
As someone just mentioned, Grayson had Vanda, he has Silco. Yeah, and the interesting dynamic there is Vanda was very invested in helping Grayson because he understood the value of it. Silco is interested in taking advantage of Marcus wherever he can. Though at the same time, like I said when we were covering it, I wouldn't be surprised if Silco has given up henchmen here and there just to, you know, satisfy Piltover's anger because he understands the long-term benefits of it, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Just thing to do. He knows he's a crooked cop who never has done any good for the city.
Yeah, I just disagree with that characterization as well.
Yeah, I don't agree with it. If he never did any good for the city, he wouldn't have been able to keep his job.
That corrupt, Ranks. That corrupt.
Oh wow.
Sending both of them to hell is the right decision, the just decision.
Whoa, both to hell.
Whoa.
Oh, calm down.
Holy shit.
Holy shit.
We leaped really far away. It's kind of
Chill out,
suddenly...
man.
Jesus.
So if you'd ask
Shut
me,
up, dude.
is it the correct thing to do to pull the pin in that scene for Marcus? I'd be like, I don't know, dude. We're looking at a lot of variables here, okay? Like,
This is not a...
by the way, can we just have a look at that explosion?
Both of them to hell is the right decision.
So who knows how many people you kill by doing that?
Well, you know.
He certainly doesn't. He doesn't have power.
We'll send them to hell too. It's
Send
hell
them to
party.
hell too.
why,
Justice.
why did you say it like that? Send them to hell.
Send them to hell.
Marcus can't even go to purgatory or something. He's just all the way down, man.
Send them to hell.
They had their chat. Man, alright. So let's roll back, see what the overall point was. Oof, that lost me for a bit there.
Done any good for the city. Sending both of them to hell is the right decision, the just decision. But in the end, Marcus thinks about his daughter. She needs him, and he needs to be there.
Wait, so was it the right decision? Like, what?
What?
Man, okay.
It's the right decision,
Oh, God,
but it's
this,
also not the right decision.
this man challenges my everything.
And because of her, he can't go through with it. He can't sacrifice his daughter to do what's best for his city. Sound familiar?
No.
Yeah,
Can I-
that sounds like
shut
someone
up.
who goes to fucking hell.
No,
So,
shut
so
up.
I'm
Don't
sorry,
draw-
sacrificing your daughter is the just decision, right? We're not just talking about sacrificing himself. We're talking about
Yeah.
letting a young girl die.
Yeah, because theoretically speaking, that could be the result of killing Silco. There's no reason not to think that. Or betraying him, just in general. But I guess I'm a little interested in the fact that he's basically decided as a reviewer here that was the strict moral decision, you know, to have done that. Because he's now
Jesus,
comparing
Okay,
it
you fucking...
with
Send him both to
Fucking
hell.
I just want to make sure you understand this. He's drawing
No,
up.
no, fucking hell. Send him to hell.
He's drawing a
Moral to
parallel,
send
which I
people
actually
to hell
think
now.
there's an interesting thing to comment on, being the whole father-daughter stuff going on. But you know, like Silco's choice, give up Jinx, a fucking horrifying, murdering war criminal monster, and you get peace, sovereignty, and access to the Hex Gates. Basically, what is the downside, as Silco even
Give
says?
her up.
Compare that to blow yourself up and who knows how many other people and leave your daughter fatherless.
And send yourself to hell.
Or leave your daughter orphaned.
And and reveal to everybody, more than likely, like, what the fuck's going on. And you leave Zorn without a leader, which Jace correctly points out of this scene. It's like, it's amazing to me that he hasn't thought about any other, and he considers these, like, on the level. It's just like, fucking hell.
The 100% correct choice is detonating grenade in your hand.
The moral choice was sending him straight to hell.
Send him straight to hell and you with him.
I guess it's moral to send people to hell now. I don't know. Okay, like whatever. Like okay.
Yeah, we skipped that one too.
You can take that position, but I'm gonna leave you behind on that one, man.
No consideration for the idea that like there is a path to redemption. For Marcus that entails him being alive. Like,
which, by the way,
that door is closed on you, friend.
He frames that decision as that sort of thing, but he still goes to hell. What a difficult...
That's what we call not redemption, then.
Exactly. Like, if Marcus were told, like, this is a redeeming act, he's like, oh, cool. So it's still hell, though. Yeah, still hell. You're like, okay.
Oh, well, I don't want to go there. I don't want to go there.
Yeah, I guess I won't kill myself. I guess I don't want to go to hell just yet.
Try and get as much time on Earth as I can, since it seems like going to hell is inevitable. Even me blowing myself up isn't good enough.
God, what a...
Straight to hell! Why did he say that?
He really hates Marcus.
I can't stop laughing at it. It's just really funny.
And he needs to be there for her, and because of her, he can't go through with it. He can't sacrifice his daughter to do what's best for his city. Sound familiar?
Get me Jinx, and I'll give you your nation of Zorn.
I think he couldn't sacrifice himself.
I think that's how
he's afraid to die. Yeah.
I don't
know why we're ignoring it. Yeah, like people don't typically want to blow themselves up with a grenade.
It's
honestly,
a really hard decision to make.
I mean,
take your own life,
maybe you, but yeah.
I mean, yeah. I'm just waiting for the day myself.
I just really like the idea that we say that's in this video. I say it's just like, I hadn't considered that actually.
He might want to live. Okay, all right.
Oh, wait a second. This changes everything.
Is there anything so undaring as a daughter?
This scene uses Marcus as a foreshadowing prop, showing Silco using the very power that
I would say that the more pertinent aspect of it is that we're getting a lot of information on like what Marcus really wants to do. That he wants to do. He wants to be good and do good things.
He's done it again.
He feels like he really does not have the capacity to.
He's draining pieces out for Marcus, and then we're sitting here like trying to correct the pieces and be like, no, what you're supposed to have gained is this. This is what it says about it. And then he's like, also, what I just drained out isn't for Marcus, it's for Silco. You're like,
it's for someone else.
What are you doing?
It stems from Marcus. It is his content. It is his material. As a character.
Yeah, if you want to draw a parallel about what choices you make in Sacrifice for your daughter, I think that's totally fine. Marcus, Silco, and Vanda are all, like, their daughters define a lot about what they make choices for, but the way he's going about this, so backwards.
Yeah.
In the end. And by the way, Silco does want to be a martyr. And I think that's why he accuses Marcus of wanting to be a martyr.
Silco wants to be a martyr.
Want to be a martyr? I never knew that.
I thought Silco wants to be alive and the leader of
he
Zorn.
wants to be alive. I don't think he wants to be a martyr.
Yeah, considering that how he reacted to Saviko almost killing him, he didn't seem too indifferent about that.
Exactly. Yeah.
I think I would be willing to say Silco could probably be willing to be a martyr for Zorn.
If necessary.
Well, so wait, if we're saying if the offer were on the table, because he seems much more happy to give himself up to get Zorn's sovereignty to Jace, but if we're saying if there were a button Silco could push and it meant he dies, but Zorn gets sovereignty and shipping access and all that stuff, I think he'd be a little like, fuck, I can't see it for myself, but okay. I could see him doing that, but I don't think that's ever been his plan to die.
No, not at all.
No, he wants to be in charge.
People tend not to plan to die if they can avoid it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We mentioned this before with the grenade.
Where do I slot in the part where I die in this plan?
Noticing a trend.
Right here,
that'll
be perfect.
Is that a theme of Arcane? Because that's two characters
He's
now
got the
who
perfect character
who
who doesn't die in it, so he's like, fuck.
The themes of not wanting to die.
But I'm interested in this one. What are the references for Silco's martyrdom?
He's projecting. And it shows us that Silco sees the situation very differently than Marcus. For Marcus, this little girl would be losing her dad.
Oh wait, are we done with that already?
I think we're done.
That's why he accuses Marcus of wanting to be a martyr. He's projecting. And it shows us that Silco's
Wow, that is it. Okay.
He's projecting.
I think our only reference is his conversation with Jace. I can't think of a single other
But
one.
even we don't actually, because Hattie had said she was acting on my orders, and he goes, "Okay, give yourself up." Then he'd be like, you don't know what happens next in that conversation. He could be like, "You don't want me organizing the deal you're making with me." Like he could easily have said that.
sees the situation very differently than Marcus. For Marcus, this little girl would be losing her daddy, but his sacrifice would make the world she grows up in a better place. And that's why Silco absolutely would pull a pin if the roles were reversed.
I don't know.
I don't
know.
I don't know. If I'm not alive, then I cannot continue to enact my plan as I want to do it.
And you know what?
But also,
Silco would find a way to kill him without dying. That would be Silco's goal.
Yeah. Silco would just come back with a fucking gun.
But it's also like you understand it's not as simple as him just blowing up this room and sending them both to hell. Like that doesn't. There'd still be problems.
No.
You haven't solved anything. You
wrong
to some extent. What?
No, that would solve everything, Fringy.
The blowing up the mob boss solves all of the socio-political issues of the Undercity. Just, all of those other gangs, all the Chem
Every
Barons,
problem is Silco's fault.
they're all just gone. If we blow up Silco, there's no more Chem Barons. Simple as.
This is the thing, like the hyper hot take is like, does the world get better if Silco dies? Like, I can't be sure of that one because of all of the resulting chaos. It's like, and it's cool because Jace points that out.
And in a few episodes, the roles are reversed, sort of. And it's an accident, but Silco is fine with it.
What? It's an accident, but he's fine with it.
He's very fine with it.
Okay, we have stretched what it means to be a martyr.
Specifically doesn't want to die in that scene.
He's fine. I do. He's fine with it.
as we see his expression of just like, I don't.
He's fine
you
with
just
it.
imagine the chair turns over and he just kind of gives this shrug, like,
yeah.
That's all right.
I
would have preferred a grenade. But
that's his dialogue in this scene, is to say, "This is fine.
This is fine." You know what? If anything, this is preferable.
Can you imagine? Don't cry.
Look, that's going in Godelm.
Yeah, can you imagine? It's like instead of "you're perfect," he says, "Don't cry. This is fine."
This is fine.
No, he says, "Don't cry. I'm perfect."
There's a logic here, okay, and it does make sense. Many characters who wish to be martyrs are mostly fine with death, even when it's an accident. That lines up. There's an element there. This is the only fucking reference I think he has, by the way. He hasn't even got the Jace one, because that goes counter probably to death, because it's not even... I'm amazed that he's clearly trying to execute Vi so that he can remain the biggest influence in Jinx's life, and she, as a quick reaction to the gun sound being chimed or whatever, shoots him. And I think we talked about this in the third stream. We were just like, this resignation on his face of, I'm dead, that's it.
That's it.
And he uses his last breaths to tell Jinx how much he fucking thinks she's... He doesn't even command... He's like, make sure you fire that missile, or make sure Zorn gets sovereignty. It's, no, you're perfect.
Yeah. Well, that shit has nothing to do with it. It is all about Jinx in that last few moments.
The idea that he's like, quick, Jinx, record me dying so I can get my dying message out and everyone can see me as a martyr. Quick. Like,
hey, what's up? It's your boy here, Silco, with a final video.
Oh my god, look at this bullet in my heart. Rip-a-roo.
Let's get into the news.
Let's just jump right into it. But first, keeps.
Oh no. But yeah, really
First
fucking weird way.
Skill share.
Really weird way to describe this scene, but infinitely funny.
Absolutely would pull a pin if the roles were reversed. And in a few episodes, the roles are reversed, sort of. And it's an accident, but Silco is fine with it. He gets to be the martyr like he always wanted. So
where'd you get that from?
Yeah, that's not what happens in the scenes, like, at all.
I feel like that's not accurate.
There is nothing
I'm
even...
actually starting to accept the second monitor theory now, even though 19
Yes, join me.
Join me.
What are we doing?
He didn't watch it, I'm telling you.
I mean, maybe he stopped watching every time a Marcus scene showed up. Yeah, he just...
No, but that was a Silco scene.
Okay,
That wasn't. It's the most
I can
important scene,
explain that.
arguably, in the whole show.
Whenever he's realized that Marcus is sort of supporting another character, those characters' scenes as well are ones he ignores. He's like,
So
anybody...
you didn't watch like half the show? No, all of it by his fucking
All the
arguments.
show on the
I'm
second
right!
monitor.
He watched the Jericho scene.
No, Caitlyn's in that.
Okay, but no, it's only 1 degree. It'll only go to 1 degree.
Yeah, the way that Jericho makes the food is exciting and cool, which makes him
Yes.
a likable character.
But Caitlyn's in the scene, and she reflects Marcus.
And Marcus is I don't know how deep it goes.
What's the funniest visual I could have for talking about someone who's fine with accidentally dying because they're a martyr? I'm thinking like Ronald McDonald, but I don't know.
Ronald McDonald? I was gonna be like,
the Hamburglar has taken over McDonald's and he's using it as a front to launder money, and then Ronald McDonald is standing there with a grenade in his hand. The thing you've always wanted to be a martyr.
No, he's standing there with a burger in his hand.
He's like, I've always wanted to be a McMartyr.
He squeezes it and all the grease juice ignites and blows up the whole thing.
For some reason, I'm imagining Emperor Palpatine being thrown down a mine shaft with that.
He always wanted to be a martyr.
Yeah.
And then you have the statues of Ronald McDonald with the bronze statues of him standing heroically with a hamburger in his hands and chicken nuggets in the other.
I'd like them to maintain there's a pin in the hamburger as if it's a grenade.
They'll never know what Ronald McDonald sacrificed for them. They never will.
He's got an entire vest of hot apple pies like it's a suicide vest.
It really does feel almost as bizarre, though, as assessing Emperor Palpatine in the OT and concluding that he always wanted to die to become a martyr. You're like, where did you get this from? What's happening?
That was going to be my suggestion when you mentioned it.
I mean, when we see him again in The Rise of Skywalker, he seems pretty cool with it.
I've died before.
I have died before. That's literally J.J. Abrams in the audience with you.
Before.
He's died before, guys. Come on.
There's a lot of JJ in the audience with you in The Rise of Skywalker.
God, that fucking...
Somehow Palpatine
The dead speak!
JJ didn't
all the
do
writing
any favors with that, did he?
All the writing to do with Emperor Palpatine is fucking hilarious.
It's my favorite. I love it so much. It's the clearest.
You know how
we have never even given a shit.
There's that meme in Justice League where he has that board that says "I tried." Like the equivalent for JJ would be, "I didn't even try." Like I wasn't even. I didn't bother. I knew there was no saving.
I have tried before.
It goes real well. What do you do? But yeah. Okay. So there you go. Those were his 3 uses for weak, underdeveloped characters. This has been a ride.
Garbage.
Nice. So we have our 3 uses for this worst character in the series. Number 1, Marcus is a necessary foil.
Actually, we did ask the crew and the FAP chat who the worst character was, and they didn't vote Marcus, and that is as objective as you can get, 100%.
Echo, right?
No, lowest was wrong. Echo for some reason. That was interesting.
Poor Theo.
I understand why it's Echo, but still, Ree.
For this worst character in the series. Number 1, Marcus is a necessary foil, the anti-Kate.
Can't be a foil without having characteristics, so fuck off.
He's not the anti-Kate either, so yeah.
Number 2, Marcus embodies part of our setting, enriching it.
He embodies a setting element.
That sounds kind of nuanced.
How can you be in a setting without embodying a setting element?
No, that's pretty. That's
yeah,
pretty lame.
If he was a bad character, he would be doing that job badly.
And also, like, isn't that a necessary part of characterization if you are successfully embodying the society and culture that you're brought up in?
Where are the inherent contradictions in the character? Where are the breaches of his own principles? We don't have those.
All I'll say, I guess, is that that's usually how we decide if a character is failing or not, but for him, it's whether or not he was interested in them.
Which is unfortunate, because that means that there are going to be a lot of good characters that you categorize as bad based on that.
Yeah, I call it. It seems like a false positive system.
And a lot of bad characters that you may well.
Not even a false positive. It's literally just a point of I didn't like this person. Anyway,
I guess it's like false positives by his own system. You're right.
he represents Piltover like Jinx represents Zahn. 3, Marcus is a prop for parallels and foreshadowings. And by the way, these uses absolutely do not fix him. All the flaws I talked
Okay.
Wait, what fixes? I'm sorry, what?
So he was worried when he got to this part of his video that people might start thinking he's a good character, and he's like, "Let me remind you, he's still bad."
Fixed him, even though
This
he's
whole time I've been
incredibly.
talking about why they're bad.
Where am
I feel like all you've done is highlight in incorrect ways, albeit that he is relevant and meaning and important. It's so odd.
How are you, man? He's incorrect in every direction about the character.
Yeah.
Like,
God,
I'm gonna give incorrect reasons for why he's bad, and then incorrect reasons for why he's good. Like, what the fuck?
But he's
And then
not
I'm
good.
going
Don't
to-
worry.
Isn't this
And I'm
your
going to fix
job?
him, but not fix him.
about in the beginning of the video are still there, still prevent him from being compelling, satisfying.
Oh, good God!
Satisfying,
No.
appealing. It's getting worse.
Buzzword city.
Even Vegas, satisfying. What does that mean?
I literally
Why does
earlier I
Marcus'
said,
story have to be satisfying?
but
How is
Why
it
does
a
he-
character satisfying? Wait, what?
What is appealing? What does appealing mean?
well, and I literally said like why I like him so much is I find him compelling. It's like, but he isn't though.
No,
And I'm
it's
like,
he isn't
okay.
compelling.
Like, I use the sentence "Marcus is satisfying," and that's not what.
It's an odd way to
Marcus is
describe. Like
satisfying.
I'd say that you can describe like a narrative through line or a plot point. These
Yeah.
things can be satisfying, but like characters.
It is an event in
Weird.
a
Yeah,
character's.
well, that implies
part
that you
of the
feel
story.
satisfied when he appears on screen, like, right? That you're just like,
Maybe?
you see him and you go,
Marcus
The thing is,
Yeah.
though, if I asked any of
oh,
you
yeah,
guys,
oh yeah, Marcus is here.
Oh yeah.
if I asked any of you guys like your opinion on Arcane as a show or an individual character, and you describe them as one of these 3, I'd then be like,
Yeah, he's
Go on.
compelling.
Yeah, 'cause, like,
satisfying, and
go on.
appealing.
these are all these are all so broad and feelingy. Like,
And
obviously,
Compelling is
Synonym-y.
the only
They
one
are-
of
they
these
are
I'd
very-
use.
They're very synonymy too, as well.
Yeah, it's all just buzzword
Well, 'cause-
nonsense. This is
genuinely,
It's very
if,
human.
If I have 3 words, that's better than if I have 1 word. All right.
if Rags had
That
told me
actually is
like
what it
I'm
is, isn't it?
interested in Marcus because I find him compelling, and I go, oh yeah, why? And you go, I just find his story really satisfying. I'd be like, okay,
Yeah.
Why?
And you go,
Well,
I just
he
find the
appeals
appeal.
Because
to
it
me.
was
He's
so
an appealing
compelling, yeah.
character. It's like, why is he so appealing? Well, because he's so
At
compelling.
that point,
and we just
I'd be
go
like,
in a
Rags,
circle.
we've talked
You
before.
okay, mate?
You know this.
Are you trying to piss me off?
Can you
That's why
please
these
feed me?
buzzwords are so annoying, because they only mean anything when backed by references that support an argument about what the character is.
I think that the buzzwords can be incredibly useful though when you're trying to convince people, because if they agree with you, they can just fill in the gaps, or it just
Well,
goes unquestioned.
I would argue
I
there's an
think the
irony
buzzword-
here that I usually roll these out when I can no longer translate my experience to you with other things. Like if you're like, I just don't get it. Why do you like Marcus? I just go, I don't know. Like there's something about him that appeals to me. You know.
I find words like this, probably not the ones on screen right now, except compelling. They're good for like getting your foot in the door in terms of a dialogue.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
I
for
don't
all
think
of
there's
us, right?
anything
If we
wrong
were
with-
writing a video and this was our conclusion, we'd be like, oh, we failed then.
Yeah, it's like if you're driving down the road and someone else is driving down the road on the opposite side, but you both want to tell each other how you felt about a show really quickly before
Who's
you're
compelling?
done. This is how you do it.
I think because I've definitely used the word compelling when there's probably a better way to describe something. I think in like regular conversation, I don't really mind if these come up as long as we can expand on it further. But when this is like the crux of your structured scripted video,
Yeah,
if you're just trying to
man,
give them
we
the cliff
need
notes,
more.
you're just going to use these words.
Well, and
yeah,
Right.
sure, but
This is like writer-oriented advice. This is
Yes.
an analysis of a character, so you need more. You need.
it's
far
insane to me
more.
that this is writing. I guess it's not insane. This makes sense. A lot of this makes sense actually with all the complaints we have about video essay advice. Like a lot of it follows similar aspects. It drives us nuts.
well, you haven't helped me. Like if I came to this video looking for advice on how to I don't know how to use a bad character well, it's like you really haven't helped me because I don't even know if he's bad.
Yeah.
I
And
leave
supposed
with
to
more
do this
questions than answers.
Well, and to be fair,
Well, yeah,
we haven't even gotten to his fix yet.
Oh, I'm so excited for that.
Oh, there's a
I'm gonna
chaser
be
for a
upset.
shot.
I'm already upset, but I'm gonna be upset.
It's partly contributing to my excitement. I'm looking forward to the
I'm
reaction.
really excited to be upset by this. That's unironically, I kind of am.
Hey,
Feeling
look,
as a
that's
character.
pretty compelling, all right. That's what we learned. That's what makes you interesting.
Be
You're
satisfied.
Yeah,
excited.
that's
why I
a
keep coming
juxtaposition
back
within
to
my
it.
character, so I'm
Ooh.
interested.
Juxtaposition equals interesting. Okay.
Yeah, that's
just
why
that easy.
EFAP is an interesting character. It's all about tearing down writing advice in all these different video essays while simultaneously trying to give writing advice. That's so interesting as a premise.
Very
Mm.
interesting. And I think that
It's
Mauler
pretty-
guy, he's like he wants to be a martyr, you know?
No,
But he's also racist.
but he's also a racist.
A racist martyr, like Hitler.
I can see that being in this video. It's like he wants to be a martyr, but he is racist. That is so interesting.
There,
And as we
still
know,
prevented
racists cannot be martyrs.
True. Go straight to hell.
from being compelling, satisfying, and appealing as a
Racist
character. But that's what I wanted to highlight here. The Arcane writers had a bad character. Every story has bad
Stop.
characters, bad scenes.
Every story has bad
Every
characters.
story has bad
Characters.
characters and bad scenes. Hold on.
Okay.
Every story is that's just like
Every
that's
story.
throwing your hands up in the air and saying, "Well, I give up."
Every story has bad characters, you say. I put
So,
to you
okay, so if
Arcane.
Marcus
I'm-
wasn't in this story, who would be the bad character, right? Let's say
Yeah, that's a good way to put
Every
it.
story has bad characters
I am-
and bad scenes.
Even we say, right, yeah, sure, there's like flaws in everything, but even with that statement, if someone said, wait, so you think it's impossible to not be flawed? It's like, well, I guess it's theoretically possible. It's just that we usually find at least something in everything. That's typically what tends to happen. But he just said you always have bad characters and bad scenes. Like, oh.
We
You're
are
just
currently talking about a show that does not have bad characters.
I think I would happily say it has no bad characters. Yeah.
I would
I
say
don't think
that.
it
I
has
would
any
agree.
Bad characters, yeah.
Well, it's like, okay, so like, so if we look at something like 127 Hours, right? That only has one character, I assume. I've not actually seen it. I'm just using it as an example.
I
There are
think it's
flashbacks,
just
right?
him.
Or really, no?
It's-
Is
I've
it?
seen
Are
it
there
a lot- I've seen it a
flashbacks?
lot.
I can't remember. I have seen it, but not
So,
for like
the
100
conceptual-
If only I could have
fucking-
a flashback and remember.
Is that?
Well-
Can anyone name anything with like one character or maybe two?
What- Who
What
are the bad characters and scenes in Shawshank Redemption?
Heaven Sent has one character in it. That's a Doctor Who
I think the
episode.
127
Only one
hours
character
example
appears.
is still great, like because I don't think people remember there being much more than just him, and he's recording himself, right? That's how they get him to explore himself a bit while we're watching him. Like he's like doing vlogging, I think, because he's trying to record like a thing people could find. Whatever. Your point is very clear. There's like so. If there has to be a bad character in a movie that only has one character, it's like, well,
Then who is it?
that movie is fucked.
What? I guess
I
there are
think this is just a
bad
thing he
scenes.
didn't think about, right? Because like he can't
Oh, you mean
the
actually
video?
believe this. Yeah.
Right.
Like it was a statement he threw out that if he sat with it for like another second, be like, "Hang on, wait, no, hold on, is that actually?"
I think he's just trying to say like, you know, it's not a
Well,
big
so-
deal that it has a bad character because like lots of stuff does. I think that's what he
think-
means, but he's just
I
said
think
everything.
I think this is his mistake. Everything has like flaws, and he's taken it a step further to not that everything has like flaws. No, everything has like bad components, like really bad big components, characters and
And-
scenes. It's like, oh,
Well, another one.
just pull it back in a little bit.
Is there a bad character in Lord of the Rings?
Who would be the bad character in Lord of the Rings? Yeah.
Because I was gonna say, like, that's the variables are fucking sky high with that one, and the amount of people in it. It's like they're a bad character. Like, I don't know, man.
I don't remember. I don't think so.
Should not be a bad character in Lord of the Rings media pretty soon.
Who was the bad character in Chicken Run? Yeah, true. Who's the bad character in
Chicken Run?
Yeah, who's the bad character in like Wallace and Gromit, Curse the Were-Rabbit, or any like Wallace and Gromit short, or like in Finding Nemo or The Incredibles? Who are the bad characters? What
Who's
are
the
the
bad
bad
character in
scenes?
WALL-E?
Please tell me. There are no bad characters in WALL-E.
Maybe
WALL-E is fantastic.
Otto, because he's morally dubious and thus
See,
evil.
Otto is not interesting. He's a robot who's evil. I've seen that a million times before.
They even have a reference to Hal as part of his design.
Hal,
That's
yeah.
terrible.
That's some lamp shading right there. Lamp
Well,
shading.
see, but that serves a meta theme or whatever. Therefore, it's well used. Bad character, well used. Otto,
I got
done.
so confused for a second there because I forgot the autopilot's name was Otto, and I was just thinking like of the Simpsons character.
thinking of Otto from
What is going on?
Oh yes, Otto's face, which is the red light, like that's walking around in the Simpsons world. Good
Oh
stuff.
man.
Oh,
Like,
we're almost there.
Yeah,
I'm
what-
sure of it.
Bad scenes, flaws, and sometimes there's nothing you can do to fix them. You have to cut scenes for time.
Nothing
What?
you can do to fix them.
There's nothing you can do.
And you have to cut scenes for time. You said stories, I think, didn't he? He didn't say TV shows and movies. He said
He
stories.
said stories.
So with stories, if you're writing a book, you got as much time as you want, barring your book being like 10,000 pages long.
Can we please
But, like-
re-highlight that he just said sometimes there's just nothing you can do? What the fuck?
Yeah, like there's no way to fix
He-
it. There's
he's-
nothing
he-
you can do.
He's got the secret hidden asterisk there of
What
there
a-
is nothing you can do given the fact that there is
What
time
is-
and monetary constraints.
What does it mean for a character to be bad if you can't do anything to fix them? What does that mean?
I
What does it
you-
mean for a
you
character to
fucked
be bad if there are
yourself.
no amendments you can make? You fucked
I think-
yourself
I
completely.
think that
That's
means
just it. It's game over.
But like,
You really need to like backstep a lot if you've reached that point.
I don't even think you were generous what you just said there, Theo, about the like time and money constraints, because it seems like the context was adding on to the whole like every story has bad characters, every story ends up with bad scenes. Sometimes you can't even fix it. It's like the fuck. Why are we
What
even
is
talking
that?
about it this way? Why?
Because he said
You
you
can't-
cut scenes for time. I'm assuming
that was
that's
additional,
what he would
right?
be appealing to. Yeah, it was.
Let's
I'm
give it a little
being
listen
charitable.
again.
But that's what I wanted to highlight here. The Arcane writers had a bad character. Every story has bad characters, bad scenes, flaws, and sometimes there's
Man.
nothing you can do to fix them. You have to cut scenes for time, or solutions just create more.
Okay, you could argue that he's
Or the
talking
solution.
about
You can't say there's
examples.
nothing
No,
you
he's
can
about
do.
to say he's about to say something bad.
problems
Hold on.
elsewhere. But this is great food for
A
thought.
solution will create more problems elsewhere. Yes, you just keep working on it.
Yeah.
What kind of
Writing
thing is
isn't
that?
easy.
Yeah.
Sorry.
That,
Well,
dude, I
it's
would
funny,
argue
it'd
that
be
is
like
the
saying-
primary issue with writing, is you generate
be
a thing
like
that
saying-
has ripple effects in other places. That's the main problem solving you do in writing.
So when
the whole,
when
the
people
whole
when
aim is to make it so those ripple effects are beneficial to every other
That's
part
what
of the
makes it
story.
hard.
That's-
when
Yeah.
when you're developing a video game, one of the issues with bugs is that when you fix one bug, it might create bugs elsewhere. That is not a justification for a game to be buggy. You just keep working at it and try to keep fixing
Yeah.
those bugs. It's the same with a story. If it creates problems elsewhere, fix those problems
thing-
now.
I'm not
Like
even
fixing a
happy
leak,
to-
and then there's another leak pops up. It's like, well, shit. I guess I can't fix that leak. It's over.
I'm not
I
happy
guess
to
I'll just
concede that
drown
that's
in my
like
house.
an element. It's like that is the element of writing, is problem solving, essentially. You want to get your stuff across, but you're like, oh, I can't have that and that. I'm going to have to, how do I, okay, this. And you're like, yeah.
It
The
is-
longer you go, the harder it gets, because the more variables you've introduced. That's just how it works.
So, if writing was easy, every story would be perfect.
Pretty much.
It's
I
going to
mean,
be a
as
long
has been
game of
highlighted-
compromise, I think. Like, you will have to, in a reality in which you do not have infinite time and infinite money to do whatever you want, which is, an unfortunate reality of a lot of creation, you will have to compromise in places,
Mhm.
but the sign of, I guess, good creators, good writers and stuff, is when they take well-intentioned compromises that sacrifice little to gain a lot.
Yeah, it's picking your battles, very much picking
Mhm.
your battles if you have limited time. Think about what will yield the greatest results for the product overall. Yeah, it's opportunity cost and all that is playing into it. I guess someone
That
in
doesn't
chat
mean there's
said
never
like
any-
a problem was I just
Sorry.
saw someone in chat said a problem implies a solution. It's like, yeah, exactly. Like
Not
if it's,
necessarily, though.
No, that's
I
what
mean,
implies
I would-
means.
it implies
Shut
that
up.
there's a solution. What does it mean for there to be a problem to which there is no solution? It's not really a problem anymore. It just is how things are. Like, is it a problem that I'm gravitationally bound to Earth? And there's nothing I can do other than, like, I guess, build a spaceship and fly off. that
There
I
you go,
think
that's the
affects
solution.
problem? Well, there's a
The
solution.
notion of
Yeah, I
problems
guess.
has necessary.
I'm sorry, surely it would be
components.
more of a problem to not be gravitationally bound to the Earth, Ringy. You would
Well,
die.
no. Well, what? Not so. Man, I feel like you've totally misunderstood if
Quite
my
possibly.
objective is, if the problem, if my objective is I want to go to space, and it's like the problem is, well, wait, Fringy, you're gravitationally bound to the planet. You need a certain amount of energy that you need to exchange with Earth to get out. It's like, well, I mean,
yeah.
is that really a problem? I guess it's like it's a problem if I
I
want to
think
get
that is
off
a
of this
problem.
planet.
It's
if I-
a problem. Within
Within that
specific
framing,
to
it's
what
a
your
problem.
goal is.
Within
Yeah,
that framing, it's
the
a problem.
framing in your
Actually,
goal.
true. I need to
like-
fix it.
Well,
It is not a
The
problem
goal is
that
to not float off into
Well, it's like-
space. It's
I
very
actually,
good.
I
If
actually
you've been
agreed with the
stabbed
first.
and
statement, but the second one's throwing me. Like the first statement of a problem implies a solution. I agree with that. A problem, no solution means it's not really a problem. I'm not sure about that one.
Yeah, so like, if you've been stabbed in the middle of the desert on, fuck it, an alien planet, there's no one else there. And it's a really bad wound. So like, I think you could describe that as a problem.
Yeah,
If
sure.
your goal is survival, which is generally implied.
If your goal is to survive, then it's a problem. I guess it's just
if you want to die, if you want to become a martyr, you'll be in luck. But who will know on the alien planet of your sacrifice?
Your goal is to just maintain the integrity of your intestines.
I like people gradually realizing the reality of your avatar, by the way, Jay.
Oh, it's still happening.
Every once in a while, some people in chat are like, wait a minute.
I thought, you know, I'd like to have an animated avatar. At some point, I thought, what's the stupidest thing that I could do with that?
And you chose a really smart thing. Very clever, very interesting thing.
It's the cleverest joke I've ever made.
You have to cut scenes for time, or solutions just create more problems elsewhere. But this is great food for thought for writers. If you have something like this that's bringing your story down in a big way, and
okay, don't
bring
say
it down
a
in a
thing
big way,
and then have a different thing in text on screen that conflicts. I can't read that and listen to you. I have to pause. It's confusing.
I really hate it when essays do that. I hate that so much. It's so distracting.
Don't do it. If it's not like 5 words, maybe just don't do it. Or if the text is what you're saying, like subtitles are, we like subtitles.
There's a comma at the end of it, so I'm anxiously awaiting for another sentence as well. Or something else, anyway.
Solutions just create more problems elsewhere, but this is great food for thought for writers. If you have something like this that's bringing your story down in a big way and you can't fix it, what you can do is find uses for that same element.
So what do you mean, why can't you? Why have you already accepted defeat?
Yeah. What does it mean to find a use for a flaw?
Is he talking about like? Is he talking about like, oh, I just need that payoff where Han Solo shoots his pistol into the planet and it explodes. I have to have it, and it's like you can't. That doesn't mesh with that. And it's like I have to. So that's a problem you can't fix. It's like no, that shouldn't be your attitude.
This is on you. I feel.
So it's almost as if we're in an unworkable situation here, right? Like almost as if like I don't know. Let's say you're some kind of crooked cop. And you're working with a mob boss who's threatening your daughter, like that kind of situation where there's really no out. I mean, like you could pull out a pin out of a grenade, but what? Yeah. Shut up. What's that gonna do?
It makes you become martyr.
Make you the martyr you always dreamed of.
Yeah. No. He never dreamed of that. That was Silco's dream.
Oh yeah, my bad. But like, if you have the time to think about finding uses for your flaws, and you still have the development time for that to be a thing you can do, you can fix the flaws. You still have the time.
Oh my god, I was just thinking, like, imagine that was a real thing where the guy was like, I have to have Han blow it up with the blaster. It's like, all right, how do we use this? Like, well, let's make it so that the planet he chooses to blow up with the pistol is, like, really, really interesting and meaningful. It's like, what do you... No! We're not having him blow up a planet with a fucking blaster. Are you kidding me? It's like...
What if the planet is made of, like... What if the planet is made of bombs, so it makes sense?
You sound like someone who's on drugs and needs their fix.
What if the
gotta have it.
The planet is the size of a tennis ball.
Yeah, there we go. We've understood the video now. This is how he's contextualizing this advice. It's when you cannot fix the character, you must use them despite their flaws, essentially.
Yeah, they must be a prop for other characters now, or the themes.
To raise your story up in other ways. Marcus is what makes Caitlin's whole character function.
Oh,
oh
no!
I love how the power of the no caused Discord to freak out. I heard robots for a second during all those no!
Like a wolf howl, but everyone's just going no! Anyone can take this. I ain't doing it.
Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
No, why do you want to? You know what it says. It's just gonna hurt again.
Thanks. Must you inflict such damage upon us again?
Oh, someone moved the video back.
Uses for that same element to raise your story up in other ways. Marcus is what makes Caitlin's whole character function. He's what makes
Marcus is what makes Caitlin's whole character.
Can we hear if he elaborates on that?
Okay.
Half the scenes.
Well, I think he's talking about the foil thing.
Yeah,
he's just gonna.
no, he's
he's just
not.
referencing back to the whole foil
wait.
thing.
You can have a
But-
character function whether or not their foil exists. Like
But
that's
yeah, fucking
Well, you see,
Marcus
Mahler,
shares
the
two
thing is,
scenes
I
with
know that,
Caitlyn.
and you know that, and we all know that. But does he know that?
I don't know.
like fucking yeah. So Marcus shares 2 scenes with Caitlyn. Cut those scenes. Cut fucking Marcus from the story. It's literally just a story from Caitlyn's POV. She still looks great. She's still thoroughly characterized, with clear motivations and values. And this is just an alien understanding of storytelling to me, right? That you have such a thoroughly well developed character, as all the
Also,
characters
didn't-
in the show are, and you say, but if you took this character that they never interact with on screen for more than like 5 minutes.
Also, didn't he say all of his scenes were bad?
All of Marcus's scenes?
Yeah.
Did he
didn't
say he had a
that?
good one?
Well, I don't know. I can't remember him saying all of Marcus's scenes were bad. I fucking hope not.
They certainly weren't.
I don't think he said
cool.
that. No,
They
I don't remember
weren't
that.
awesome and cool and funny.
Yeah.
Function. He's the one who makes half the scenes that take place in the Undercity make sense to us. His
What?
Oh,
Half the scenes in
man.
the Undercity only make sense because of Marcus. I'm so lost at this point on how you're even concluding these things. It feels like
I don't
he's
believe
given
it.
us all the information we're supposed to have to understand this, and I am like, no. You, I need help.
You're in space. You're lost.
Ah,
love for his daughter
You
isn't
are
compelling, but
lost.
Silco's is.
his daughter isn't compelling. Shut up. What is this?
This is what makes Caitlyn's whole character function. He's the one who makes half the scenes that take place in the Undercity make sense to us. His love for his daughter isn't
No,
compelling, but Silco's is.
I can't
His
believe
love for it's
Oh.
amazing. He's literally the opposite of what the truth is. He's found a way to do the exact opposite.
If you ask
He's a
me,
bad character who makes half of the scenes in the Undercity work. How is this
You
not
just
an inherent
said-
contradiction?
his love for his daughter isn't compelling. It's possibly the focal point of what makes all of his decisions compelling.
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
What are you
It's what
talking
grounds him in
about?
his
How did you get
choices.
this so wrong? It's why you've even stated that. Like, what are you talking about? Well, I guess he said he's as a whole just uncompelling. That's just how it works.
is where you fail.
That take place in the Undercity.
Yoda is the only reason Luke's character works in the trilogy.
Bro, Yoda was fridged, okay?
Yoda was
True.
fridged.
It motivated Luke to become a better Jedi.
Makes sense to us. His love for his daughter isn't compelling, but Silco's is. And Marcus's inability to sacrifice is what makes Silco's final act just that much more meaningful.
You're insane. Like, I was not thinking about
You're a
Marcus
crazy
during that
guy.
scene, for fuck's sake.
I mean, it's odd for a bad character to be at the front of your mind when watching the scene that's probably most important for, like, Silco.
Yeah.
Okay, so now the big question. What would have fixed Marcus as a character?
Oh,
Oh,
God,
boy.
jeez.
Here
Oh,
we
God.
go,
Oh,
Here we go.
Here we go, everyone.
Buckled
Get your
in.
buckets ready.
My
Wait a
brain is
minute.
ready for a railing.
Theo is muted. I demand that he return to engage. There's no way I'm going.
AR.
You'll get hurt the most, hopefully.
I'm trying, but I'm in the fucking internet connection vortex. I don't know if I'm coming through clearly.
You think that? Oh, that's alright.
You're understandable. Get a little bit of robot. We'll see how it goes.
We'll pop us over to Singapore just for safety. Nice and safe in Singapore. So anyway, let's engage with this discourse.
So what I can't answer is how any change would have impacted the rest of the story as a whole, and that's the hard part. You can dream up anything you want to write, but little changes in a scene or character have a ripple effect. Change this scene, and now you have to tweak this other scene a little bit, and that scene makes you tweak this other character, and now the ending has to be different, etc.
Okay, so what he's established is if he makes any changes, other things have to change as a result. Alright?
And therefore I am going to choose not
Gone
to
over that.
acknowledge those.
Yeah.
etc. And there's considerations of timing and animation and all these other logistical concerns.
Logistical.
Logistical.
Not even logistical.
Slow the
Logistical-
fuck
is that even a
down.
logistical
You don't
concern?
need to talk like you're in a fucking hurry all the time.
Yeah,
It's-
if you cannot
that-
speak
you can-
clearly, then you need to
So
speak
isn't
slower.
logistics are to do with like location and where things are, right? So how is animation a logistical concern? Unless I'm just
I
completely misunderstanding the
feel like
word.
it is.
I was
You
under the
have to
impression
pay for
logistics
it,
refers
I guess.
to like how everything's going from different places to different places in any way. Like
Alright,
when you
come
get
on,
that
Come on,
broad,
Wikipedia.
you can argue a lot of things come under logistics, I think.
The detailed organization and implementation of a complex operation.
Yeah.
So it absolutely.
You're allowed
is
to call that
applicable.
logistics. I just wish he'd pronounced it logistics. That's all.
You're allowed to call it logistics, but not whatever he said.
Logistics.
Whatever. But in a vacuum, what does this character need? What's the most efficient path to making this character work on?
I'm not looking forward to
Well, if
this.
they're in a vacuum, they probably need like provisions.
I am.
Air.
What's he gonna
water.
say?
The same level as the rest of the character's work. Answer number 1, I think, is his daughter. Make her
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, here we go.
Give Red
There we
more
go.
meaning
We're
in
already
his
off
arc.
to a strong start.
So before he gives his thing, anyone here, anyone in the world can give what he's about to give, which is he's just gonna make something be true about her as a person. The thing is, the show isn't doing that. All right, we're not exploring Ren as a character. That's not a thing that happens. That's not a fix. That's just a different story.
Kylo Ren?
Oh yeah, the worst kind of Ren.
her play with Enforcer dolls in the
so
Silco playtime
interesting.
scene. Make her saluting with the rest of the Enforcers in the funeral scene. She
Why?
idolizes her father,
Why?
and
Why
she
would
has
she
this
do that?
rose.
To show that
She
she
looks up to her
idolizes
father. That's like the default is that she looks up to her father.
She
You
clearly
would have
loves
to
him.
show why that wouldn't be the case. Yeah.
Tinted idea of Enforcers. When she's with Silco, make her convinced that Silco must
Rose
be a good guy because
tinted?
he's her daddy's friend. All this
We don't
being
know.
geared towards making Marcus's weakness feel more pronounced, more hypocritical.
You know what would really have shown that she looks up to her father as if she had a mustache to mirror his.
She drew one on, and she was
Oh,
like, "Look, Dad, I'm like you."
Jay, I thought what you were gonna say was, you know what would make it better is a tattoo on her forehead that said, "I look up to my father."
Oh, that's next
thought
level
that's what you
writing
were gonna
advice. I don't know.
say.
She's got the Marcus has a mug, world's best super dad.
She needs both.
Bye.
She needs both. She needs a mustache and a tattoo on her forehead that says, "I look up to my father."
She's drawn some eyebrows on, like really big.
He's an idea.
When he's being a bully and just beating up random Undercity people, he sees his daughter playing Enforcer with her dolls and stopping bad guys and helping people, and he knows he's not that. His failure in his career is his failure as a father.
Well, we don't know why
Whoa.
it's bad or not necessarily.
Failure as a father. Wait, why would that be an example
how
of a
do
failure
you-
as a father to have told her Enforcers are good people and then to not engage that in behavior in his real life? That doesn't mean he's failed to raise her. I don't even know that, like, why do we have to make him a failure as a father anyway? Why would you want that to be a goal?
And it's more interesting, Waller.
It's
Is it?
It's unique.
Yes, there we go. Argument one.
I think the fact that he's a good father is an interesting element along with everything else we know.
Yeah, that's why all of this works is because the daughter's doing well. He's got the good house, a good position. His family's doing pretty good, and it's because he's doing all this other stuff. That's why. It's the reason why he's doing all this.
Yeah, because he gets paid for all of his
Yeah.
dealings. Like, it's got to tie in. And then the
If
sheriff
Marcus-
role was tied to Silco. At least the show makes it clear that that was the case. So this is just a. It's funny because he opened with saying like it'll have ripple effects. Like, yes, this will have ripple effects. Like making him a bad father because apparently that's his failure as an enforcer is his failure as a father. It's like, right, okay. What other ideas?
He's a dad, but he's also a bad dad, and he's a racist. That makes him interesting.
These are all
Yeah.
These just keep adding levels of interest.
The other scene to address is this one. I think this is intended to be a big moment for this character, but it's just not quite hidden. Arcane is
Intended.
Wait,
He is literally struggling with his conviction right now.
He said it doesn't quite hit. Like, what is going to be his fix for this?
kind of big on these moments that feel right and meaningful but are open to interpretation, and we discussed a few of these before, but you changed too, you're perfect, then a real monster showed up, Silco's late tantrums, Mel's paintings. Amazing source of content, by the way. Thank you for writing your show.
Wait,
You're
What?
talking
What are
so
we doing?
fucking
What are we doing?
fast.
What's happening?
what even was
Wait.
that?
Slow
I'm sorry.
down.
Wait, sorry, I missed all of that. Can we? I want to
I
Did
see.
you say he
missed
suggested
all of
changes
that.
to all of these scenes? Is that what he
I-
said?
We're going to go all the way back
Let-
for Fringy's sake, all right? This will be
You're
fun.
gonna need to
All-
slow him down because I just missed.
No,
he lumped
play it at
together
the
so
last
much
speed.
shit.
The last thing
Play
we
it regular
did was he said, make him a bad father, which is fun. Let's see what else. Let's go from
Bad
there.
guys
We
and
got-
helping people, and he knows he's not that. His
Wait a second. I'm sorry. I just saw a thumbnail come in from the related videos. It's been here the whole time, but I just registered what it says. It's a picture of the last event of the show with the words "is not a cliffhanger" in text.
Are you shitting me?
That's what it's.
Are you
My
poop- are you
understanding of-
pooping on my chest right now?
My-
Hang on. I want to see. I want to see why. I want to see the title of that.
So the fact that we've already got season
Why
2 on
ending
the way.
seconds later ruins everything?
Okay, no, it wouldn't. By the way, if that scene went on to see who died and who lived in that scene, that wouldn't ruin the show. I'm fine with it being the ending, but to say it's not a cliffhanger is a bit interesting to me, considering we're gonna get the conclusion of all of it very soon.
Wouldn't be a cliffhanger. Maybe best faith interpretation of the information I have is that he's saying it wouldn't be a cliffhanger if you ended seconds later, which is wrong, but it's less of a dumb point than everything else.
Very well.
He could mean.
His failure in his career is his failure as a father. The other scene to address is this one. I think this is intended to be a big moment for this character, but it's just not quite here. Arcane is kind of big on these moments that feel right and meaningful, but are open to interpretation, and we discussed a few of these before. But you changed too, you're perfect, then a real monster showed up, so goes the tantrums, Mel's paintings. Amazing source of content, by the way. Thank you for writing your show like this, Arcane writers. But
fucking hell.
I'm confused.
Way too quick.
I don't know what all that was, but alright, I guess we're moving on.
Yeah.
This scene is supposed to be one of those, why can't he shoot Caitlyn? But all the answers that kind of come to mind for this scene, I don't think are that meaningful.
He doesn't want to be... Okay.
Caitlyn...
He doesn't want to be bad.
Caitlyn is the closest thing to Grayson right now. She's doing good work for a good reason. He doesn't want to fucking kill her. How is that not meaningful with everything that we've already talked about, being that one of his biggest motivations is to be Grayson, but he can't? How have you managed to miss any meaning here? I just don't get it.
Yeah.
He can't shoot her because his tribalistic bigotry is just too strong.
What?
Tribalistic bigotry?
Huh? Because his tribalistic bigotry is just too strong.
What?
It has nothing to do with that.
He's arguing that the only reason that he can't shoot is that she's a topsider.
What the fuck?
And an enforcer.
That's insane.
You didn't understand this. You just didn't understand the show. You didn't. You barely watched it.
You've missed so much. How did you conclude this?
Poor man.
I'm annoyed now. Like the rest of these, that's wrong.
Let's continue. It was up until
this is like that was wrong.
You
Fuck
started
off.
to realize.
Breaking point.
That was. Oh my god. Fuck you. Stop.
All right. Okay. All right.
Like a freeze LJ to chill out.
Caitlyn says he's a bigot.
He just loves his
Actually,
own people.
I do enjoy the idea that he's not shooting someone. He spares someone's life because he's a bigot.
Yeah, it's fucking hilarious.
I mean, hey man, I keep on being a bigot then, I guess.
I'm gonna, like, that'll be a Goodell, and there will be someone in the audience who's like, no fucking way anyone said that someone spared a person's life because they're bigoted. What? How does this make any sense?
It was a big decision to spare this person's life. It's, you know what it is,
was
unironically?
bigoted of
You know what it
you.
is, unironically? It's the Peacemaker joke where he goes, oh, I've killed lots of white people.
Yeah, pretty
That's
much.
what it is.
Showed up, so goes the tantrums, Mel's paintings. Amazing source of content, by the way. Thank you for writing your show like this, Arcane writers. But this scene is supposed to be one of those, why can't he shoot Caitlyn? But all the answers that kind of come to mind for this scene, I don't think are that meaningful. He can't shoot her because his tribalistic bigotry is just too strong. She's a fellow enforcer, she's from Piltover. He can't shoot...
Fuck off.
Man.
Like, what a terrible read.
That's one potential read he's coming up with. I'm less annoyed, but it's still really stupid.
That's just him detailing the same reason.
That's not a meaning. It's not. Yeah, it's.
I don't see it. I legit don't see how. I don't see it.
I think that's absolute bullshit. I don't think Marcus is thinking of her as a Pilty when he's like, well, I think he looks at her as Caitlyn, and I think he sees a lot of Grayson's traits in her. And to be fair, probably traits he would wish to have that are in Caitlyn.
Yeah.
Well, it's not like Caitlyn's a bad person or anything. Even he can recognize that.
He doesn't want to kill people. I think that's pretty fucking straightforward.
I feel like that's pretty straightforward. Not specifically, I don't want to kill Piltoverians.
Yeah, do you feel like, well, he shot
why
Echo.
He's mad. Yeah, and he was mad at someone else because he felt like he was put into that situation. He's like, I'm so fucking upset you made me have to shoot this guy.
God.
Shoot her because he knows she's the good version of what he's supposed to be. She's a good cop. She's a selfless person who wants to do good that he wishes he were. And I think the second option
those reasons, not the
man, you just gloss over that.
That's like the primary. All right.
Really supposed to get out of this, but so what? Why now? What is he?
What? What do you mean?
Why now?
Because this is where the opportunity presented
itself. This is a situation. This is a serious
Because
situation he's been presented with right now.
That's the situation he's currently in. That's why now. Like, what is it? What other
He doesn't just get
answer is
to
there?
choose when this happens.
It's like, why are we making these arguments now? Probably because they're in response to the thing that you just said. Like, I don't. That's the
This
situation
is some
that we're
basic
in.
cause and effect. I don't know what to tell you. This is just how things work. Things happen as a result of other things.
He's seeing her exactly. What about this situation is making him have this moment now? So the way to fix it.
So it would have happened at
it's
any
not-
other point. This is when it happened. What do you mean?
It had to happen eventually, and it happened because all of these characters converged for all of these reasons onto this location, and he was there.
Didn't want to do this. His daughter was threatened. And then time comes to put that pistol to Caitlin's head. Can you pull the trigger?
I can't. I'm too racist.
Too big trick.
Oh, if only you weren't Asian!
So I'm not 100% sure on this one.
I'm too
Couldn't you be
racist.
black like Echo?
I'm too
still
racist.
reeling from this whole thing.
The spirit of Hitler
That
is
should
too
be the
strong in
dialogue
my
in the show.
veins.
I can't pull the trigger. I'm too racist. That needs to be on the page.
If only I wasn't an honorary Aryan.
I'll put that in there somehow.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Well, put that in after he didn't shoot because he was too bigoted. He said, "I can't pull the trigger. I'm too racist."
I guess.
this gun was
Do you want me to?
than
I can say the dialogue is too overt, and then I can play the scene, and I can have you voice over that, something like that.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm too racist.
I'm too racist.
Have this moment now. So the way to fix it, I'm not 100% sure on this one, but I think you tweak this scene of Grayson dying to give us a parallel. What the tweak is, I don't really know. It doesn't really matter. Tweak it a little so that we know that this is...
What? I don't even care what the
Doesn't
tweak
really
is.
matter.
Doesn't
even matter. It just it's fine. It's fine. Fuck it. It's fine. Just whatever. You know, you do you. He thinks that...
To recap, all right, what we should do is make it so that Grace's death parallels Marcus's. How? Who gives a shit?
I don't know.
Really?
He thinks that a show is like an animal in the wild, and you can just let it go free, and it'll find its way.
How is this not already a parallel? He doesn't want to cause what he caused again. It's the same, like, it's already a parallel, but he's like, no, it's not. You need to make it one. How?
How? I don't know. Who cares? It doesn't matter.
It doesn't matter.
What is that scene? And I don't know what they have in mind for Caitlyn next season, but this is sort of Caitlyn's version of the Grayson dying scene, passing the baton. He tries to pass the baton to the right person, and maybe he fails. Maybe you could do a thing.
Oh, he's talking about his fix.
His fix is he. I need so much more material to work with here.
We're gonna
to
try
know
again,
if this is even
'cause
They
approaching.
don't know each other, so the thing that you would need to make a big change for would be them interacting throughout the show. How are you going to do that with the time that you have? Maybe this isn't a good fix. Maybe there would be so much more that you need to change that it might be worthwhile to consider an alternative route.
Well, we have. That's pretty good. Why don't we go with that?
Wait, what are you?
Rex, you made a big. Oh,
here?
what? I'm waiting for this.
What are you writing here?
No, I was like, it was in response to something, but I've already forgot what it was.
Yes. Look at this. Look at this Godelb script. It's growing.
Oh my god, we got a lot out of this one, boys.
This has been horrendous advice. Like, what else can we say?
Yeah.
It's just, don't listen to this shit. Like, it's gonna get you even worse position. He's like fixing Arcane to be worse, but he doesn't even know.
I don't really know. It doesn't
Anyone
really
who
matter.
tries to fix
Doesn't
Arcane is
really
going to fix it
matter.
to be worse.
There's flaw, like we said, there's a bit of plot armor you could work with.
There are so okay, yeah. Anyone who tries to fix the characters in Arcane is probably going to fix it to be worse.
A little so that we know that this is that scene. And I don't know what they have in mind for Caitlyn next season, but this is sort of Caitlyn's version of the Grayson dying scene, passing the baton. He tries to pass the baton to the right person, and maybe he fails. Maybe you could do a thing where instead of the dotted line here, he tries to put his sheriff's star in Caitlyn's hand, but it drops and falls off the...
No. Because
No,
it'll be really
because it
weird.
takes emphasis away from the daughter.
And it's a really
the daughter
weird
needs
thing
to be
for
the
him to be
prime
like,
emphasis.
Caitlyn, you should be sheriff. It's like, no, they don't know each other even close to well enough for him
They
to do
don't.
that.
He was just considering shooting her in the face.
No, yeah, that doesn't work.
Imagine how much of a
That
weird
doesn't
day for
work.
that for her that would be. It's like, yeah, he went to shoot me, but he couldn't because he was too racist, and then he offered me the position of
I
sheriff.
got a promotion. It was
It
great.
doesn't even like you know if he like
Out of
crawled
fucking
over to
nowhere, I
her as
barely
he
knew
was
this guy.
bleeding out, he's crawling over and then he hands her the thing. I'd be like, ooh. That doesn't even make sense. Like if Caitlyn was like, "Oh, that's not how this works. You can't just hand me the badge. I've got to be sworn in and stuff." Like,
yeah, I'm not even like an enforeser,
Yeah.
so I'm not in the organization really.
That's how this works. Just
It's so
Oops.
it's so just great the way it is. You know, just stop.
Just leave it alone. Yeah.
The bridge.
Leave it
I don't know if
alone,
that really
it's
would have
so
done it. I'm
good.
curious if you guys have any ideas.
No.
But again, the problem with
Yeah, it sucks.
Yeah,
My idea is what they
Here's
did in
my
the
writing
show.
advice. I'm curious if you have any ideas.
My ideas are what the show did. Just stay there.
yeah.
little tweaks like this,
Leave it
Logisco
alone.
issues aside, is any change in one area affects everything around it. This is supposed to be a big moment for Jinx. Taking the emphasis off her for Marcus, even for a moment, is making a sacrifice. It's great to get a scene to do multiple things.
So they actually do that briefly.
No, but yeah,
in the scene.
yeah, because we get the Marcus thing and then the Jinx thing. They happen one after the other. They don't step on each other.
Yeah,
they
this-
are
this is-
they're extremely close related.
We are doing a weird thing here of like, look, this scene's about this person. We can't have this one. It's just like they managed to pull it off the way that it currently exists. So I don't even know why.
Things, but you gotta weigh that with sacrificing focus. So that's my take on Marcus, another character.
That's it. Those are the fixes. Make his
Alright.
daughter
With a
a
little
fully
smiley face.
realized
Got 2
character.
minutes left.
And, well, I don't know what the rest of this will be. I guess we'll find out. But yeah, the 2 fixes: make his daughter a fully realized character, make him, simultaneously making him a bad father to her, and his death scene needs to have it so that he passes on the role of sheriff to Caitlyn.
Somebody you've barely spoken to.
This is what I mean, like,
Oh.
so those 3 fixes. Number 1, the daughter's just like, that's not what the story's about. So it's if you want to have the daughter be a fully realized character, you go right ahead. Second one being the, well, the sheriff one just doesn't make sense at all. But then the second one of making him a bad dad, I don't even see the real utility in doing that storytelling wise. Like, you can make utility out of it, but I just don't know
think
why
it
you're
would
doing
hurt.
that.
Yeah,
Yeah,
that
I
would
think it
make
would
him
hurt.
Yeah, I think it would hurt.
I mean,
Because
it's good to have that angle on him. The idea that he's a good dad, despite some of the stuff we've seen.
Yeah, and plus, if it shows that what he's doing, even if he doesn't like doing what he's doing, it works. It is yielding good results for his family, so he's going to keep doing it.
So that's his take on Marcus. What are these last 2 minutes about?
I'm glad I looked into more. Like Mel, I wasn't so moved by the character on first watch. Like Silco, I found him to be cliche. And with those characters,
Silco's cliche. Oh no!
Cliche.
You
We
got a video on
joked-
Silco?
We joked that could be something someone could say. It's like, oh, he's just a crime lord. It's like, oh no. Though to be fair, he just said
What a cliche.
he just said that was his
Let's see if
first
he has a video on
impression.
Silco.
But I'm still surprised someone
Okay.
comes away with a first impression of
Still.
Silco saying he's generic or
Still.
cliche. It's like,
Yeah, how could a
Having
writer
that
have that as a
impression is
first impression?
Oh, hang on. I'm just looking through his channel. There are some really fun thumbnails in here.
who did crazy
Like,
better? He's gonna say Jinx, obviously.
I hope so.
I hope
I
so.
really hope so.
He's even said in this
Jinx or
video that
Harley
he thinks
Quinn.
like the writing in the whole show. He thinks the show is great. He just thinks that Marcus is bad, and it's been pain to see why.
I made an effort to understand them better, and I realized I was totally wrong. They're great characters,
There you
deep
go.
characters, and I realized I'd misunderstood and misjudged them. With Marcus, unfortunately, after looking into him more, I can't say the same. He's not a good character.
You'll get there eventually, guy. You'll be fine.
Yeah,
one
you'll
day
grow.
Yeah.
you'll see your sins.
Delight.
Hopefully, you don't go to hell.
Your sins.
He's just as undeveloped and uninteresting as I initially judged him to be.
No, no.
It's so wrong. It's so wrong.
Wait, hang on. Did he say he's watched the show multiple times?
He has to have to be making all these videos.
Yeah,
right? You'd
because it's
think.
like first impressions and stuff, right?
Yeah,
Pressing,
yeah. He's at
pressing
least
X
watched it
now,
twice.
Pressing X.
He doesn't remember what happened in it.
He's just as undeveloped and uninteresting as I initially judged him to be when looked at
terrible.
in his
I
own
hate
right.
it.
But that's not the end of the discussion. That's what I learned. And honestly, I think this is as important of a skill to develop as a writer as making good characters. What to do with
Stop.
bad characters.
You
Please.
shouldn't be talking about writing.
Please,
No, because you're not allowed anymore.
baby.
Yeah.
What to
Stop
do
saying
with
your mouth
unfixable
words.
elements of your story.
What to do with unfixable elements?
Unfixable. I feel like that's really bad advice that there are elements of your story that you cannot fix. Because first of all,
I
how do you
certainly wouldn't
identi-
give
how do
people
you
that
identi-
advice.
Yeah, how do you
First
know?
off, how do you identify which problems can be fixed and which can't be fixed unless you try to fix them? So, like, shouldn't the thing be always try to fix any problem that arises if you have the time?
One of his things was like, if you try and fix a thing and then it causes problems elsewhere, that might be why you stop trying to fix it at all. Just like, whoa.
It's like, I feel like any fix that you make is going to have some effect
Ripple effect,
on
yeah,
another
that's
aspect of the story.
always
That's
been how
just
it
the
works.
trade-off. That's part of the work. Is you need to, if you need to make changes, you need to think about how they'll affect other parts of the story, identify them, and work on it. And no, just give up. Like, yeah, just give up. Don't even try.
Really bad advice and no way to really figure out how to identify these things anyway, so yeah.
How to salvage the utility of your story's flaws and put them to use. And I'm going to be thinking about this a lot in my own writing. So your feelings on Marcus? Good, bad? How would you fix them? What would you add? Leave a comment. Very interested to hear people's takes on
I'm sure he reads them all. It's gonna be great.
him. I have to thank you, all of you. Well, 15% of you, but no, really all of you. This channel hit 10,000 subscribers last week, and it's overwhelming for me. I don't know if you guys realize how sort of random this all was. I mean, I wanted to start a channel for a while now. I want to make a platform to promote things I write. But if you look back on my old content, it's me uploading videos for my family and friends about traveling. And I did some kind of unusual traveling. There's some weird stuff there. So I was on this trip and I was trying out some new things with YouTube just to experiment. And I was at an Airbnb that had free Netflix, and I was like, cool, I can watch Squid Game. And then when that was done, I was like, huh, what's this show, Arcane? And then I uploaded my first Arcane video like a day after that episode aired, and a few days later it had 5,000 views, and I couldn't believe it, and I found that I really loved it. I really love sharing my ideas, I love talking with people in the comments, and I was like, I want to do this.
This is so wholesome compared to our coverage of him. You know what? It's great that you talked about somebody you're passionate about and it worked out. Please do better, I guess. Revise your opinion on Marcus. I feel it has holes.
From now on, and I am. And even if you haven't subscribed, that's fine. It's not that important.
Just because I decided to look through, like, you said, yeah, like 19 or so videos on Arcane. It's like, man, they are coming out so quick. Like,
Well, so the thing is, a lot of them are a minute long, though, which I think is...
Yeah, true, but I mean, like, I feel like even if you sit down to try and do an analysis and then you want to condense it into 1 minute, you're going to have to do a few, like, if anything, that requires even more revisions because you need to make sure that, like, every single thing that you're saying is super important and relevant.
I think it depends on the scope of the thing that you're analyzing, right? So if you're analyzing an entire character, then sure. But if you're analyzing something like the symbolism in one scene or whatever, then I think
I would actually side with Fringy on this one because of the fact that if you're using so few words to translate a big idea, you need to be very careful about what those words are.
Yeah.
Because
you can afford to be superfluous when you're talking for an hour. You can't afford to do that when you only have a minute to work with.
If you go like, so to summarize, he's not compelling. It's like, oh, do you know what you've just said? Like, do you know what that means? Like, you need to use a different word.
It's not that important. What's meaningful to me is just that you watch. And a lot of my views are from returning viewers, which means you guys value my thoughts and analysis, and that's just so cool. I don't know.
Yeah, we valued it.
You got a lot out of it, I can tell you that.
Yeah.
How else to put it? It means the world to me. It's really validating. So thanks to everyone who watches.
Oh god, we were the opposite of validating. Sorry about that, but I mean, your ideas were bad. I don't know.
And it's the experience that getting your videos covered like this, and it's experience. I know. The best thing you can do from it is learn from it.
I mean, yeah, who knows? Because maybe he's around, or maybe he'll ignore, and that's totally fine. Either way.
Thanks to that Airbnb host who had free Netflix. Thanks to the patrons. That's been growing so much as well. Been loving the discussions I've been having with people on there too. And yeah, new videos every Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. Thanks so much.
Well.
See, I think
that's a lot to make in a short amount of time.
That's a lot to make.
I think I could make 3 short videos a week without compromising quality. I think
you know what?
To be fair, my process is scary and alien to you.
I think that there's an amount of time that you need.
Well, okay, let me make this clearer. I think I could make 3 short response videos a week without compromising quality.
Here's something to think about, I guess. Oftentimes, when you sit with an idea for a while, it starts to just develop over time. And like the more time that you afford yourself to work on something, the more those ideas can develop.
Yeah, but that's why I say response videos, right? Because I find that with an analysis video, that is true, and you have to sit on the ideas for a long time, in my experience. Whereas with a response video, I think it's much easier to just say, okay, here's the problem with this. This is wrong. This reference is wrong, and you can just get it right away. That's why I find that's why I had to really slow down when my channel moved away from mainly response videos to mainly
sure, but
analysis.
I guess that's but this channel is mainly analysis. I guess that's the reason why I was.
I guess that's true. You're
thinking
right
about is
there.
just give yourself a little bit more time.
I guess I would want to watch one of his 1-minute analysis videos first to see what kind of thing they're like, because it's like I think there are 1 minute if I had to do I think I could do a 1-minute scene deconstruction every day. Like I think I could do that. What I don't think I could do is a 1-minute like overview of a certain aspect of something, right? I don't think that would be possible. So it just depends how tight the focus is.
Even with a 1-minute scene analysis, I feel like depending on the importance of that, like if I decided to do a 1-minute scene analysis of the Jinx Echo fight, it's like there's a lot of references I need to think about. There's a lot I need to think about to explain what I think works in that scene, and especially since I think I need a lot more than a minute to really say what I mean. So if I'm gonna do it in a minute, I would need to.
I think especially if I always made content on the same show and I had all those references to hand, I would be able to do that in a day. Like, you know, Doctor Who is the show that I know back to front the most clearly, right? I think if I was doing a scene analysis a day of Doctor Who, I could do that fucking easy. 1 minute
So
long. I could definitely make that.
I am pretty confident in my references for The Simpsons, but if ever I wanted to talk about any episode, I would have to sit down and think about it, even if I have the references on hand.
But if you're talking about one scene from one episode, do you not think that a full day would be long enough to actually do that?
Not to a place that I would be happy with it, probably. I don't know. I think I need time to... I don't know that I could write something that I think would be really strong, that is a minute long in a day, and then make the video afterward, depending, I guess, on how much editing there is. It just feels like a pace that's a little too... Especially if you're doing that and you're making long videos as well, because we're making it sound like all three are shorts. If you're making like one full-length analysis in a week, plus you need to try and figure out... It just seems like a lot to do in a very short amount of time.
Yeah, your script's going to be a mess.
I'm just wondering though, like I wonder if a lot of the our perspectives on this come from the fundamentally different processes that we have.
Sure,
we've talked about a bit.
I guess it's just that because now I'm thinking about it through the lens of he's just started, so this is pretty new, and like the swift pace. I think it leaves you with a situation where you write, oh, this should be a parallel. I don't think it matters. Where if you gave yourself a little more time, you might look at that and go, wait a minute, I should actually expand on that a bit to try and explain what I mean. Like, let's spend more time digging into this.
Having a friend to be like, wait, man, you just said this whole thing is important to fix the character, but that it doesn't really matter. And you'd be like, no. I just mean the specific nitty-gritty nature of exactly how the scene runs. You go, oh, that doesn't really come through very well. It almost sounds like you don't really care how it's done. And to be fair, aren't those the fix? Aren't the specific details the fix?
Yeah, like when you're writing a script for like a video, I think that it can become a bit tricky to identify the flaws in it that aren't stemming from just like grammar or particular sentences, but more broadly, I'm trying to make a point. Ideally, I don't want any of my points to just be a dead end where we're moving, we stop, and then there is no further relevance at all. Like, it doesn't even really tie into my broad point neatly. Ideally, you want like all of those points building up, and then you tie them all together at the end. And I think that it's a lot easier to have just weird dead ends, redundant qualifiers, or just these irrelevant like non sequiturs if you don't have the time to sit down and think about what exactly is it that you're trying to say. I don't see the detriment in giving yourself more time. That's all.
Well, less content. I mean, that's a balance we all strike, right? As well as that, we all strike the balance between.
I balance it very poorly, to be fair. But yeah, no, I know it's a balancing act. I guess it's just, and also he said he was making a comic as well, so it's like, damn, it's like you're not giving yourself a lot of time.
I didn't even if If everything he was saying was accurate, I would then just be like, your production could use a little work, especially the commentary. But I mean,
Yeah, but I mean, if he's new, like,
Yeah,
I don't
that's what
know
I'm saying.
how much
I would
now that I find
probably-
out he's only been doing it for a couple of months, it's like, well, you'll get there. You'll figure it out as you go.
Well, yeah, and I would honestly try and appeal to him and be like, you know, when you have words blending into each other and words that you have sentences that are starting up as other ones haven't even finished yet. It's like, just pace it out a bit
You need
better.
to slow down.
You may have gotten a false assumption that you need to be as fast as possible, especially if he's making the shorts. That's probably why he's doing that. It should be like, you really don't need to do that.
Yeah,
Wow.
Dude, I did that. I did that in my early videos. I was like, speaking fast. That's what like good YouTubers do. I'll do that. I think that was the entirety of my thought process.
Well, I will say, as somebody who frequently, you know, I did pretty well in oral presentations. I will brag about that. The one note that I got all the time was that I spoke too fast. Took me a long time to realize, yeah, actually I do. Slow it down. Trust me, slow it down. Like, it's way better. You'll enunciate more clearly. There'll be less goofs. People will have a better understanding of what you're saying. Slow down. Slow it down. It'll always help. Wow, depends how how slow we're going.
Slow, you don't.
If you're talking like, each word takes 3 seconds to come out. Pronounce all the letters. Yes.
Word.
Pronounce all the letters. Try to
Like the P
overcome
in
the limitations.
Simpsons.
Well, just try to overcome the limitations of the accent as well.
Well, no, because like
you can play into
enunciating
the accent as well,
properly.
You can.
So like articulating properly doesn't mean and this is because like I feel like this is a common misconception a lot of people have where they're told to articulate their words properly, and so what they do is they get rid of like certain aspects of their accent. Where that's not what you need to do. It's like okay, so let's say you're from a region of Brit. Well, it can't. Well, I'm not sure that I agree with that.
If you want wide appeal, it definitely is true. Because if you knock
out,
your area of the world will understand what you're saying, but other areas won't. And if you,
so hang on, can I do my example, and I want to see if you still agree with that, right?
Okay.
No.
Okay.
So if you are from a place in the United Kingdom where you don't pronounce the letter T, and instead you say like Britain, right? And you say
British.
Yeah, British. There is still like you can pronounce that more clearly without putting the T in there. You can go like,
sure.
There's a difference between like British and British, right? British, right? You can still enunciate very clearly and articulate without getting rid of those aspects of your accent. That's not a necessity.
Yeah,
so
I think
what we're talking about there is articulating British as opposed to articulating the word properly to a way that most people, far more wider appeal will understand. Because the people who understand British,
is there any other people?
British.
Are there people who don't understand British? Like, is that going to be something that
there is almost certainly someone in the world?
I would say
would
guaranteed.
I guess.
If you say British, people are gonna be like,
what?
What?
Are there going to be enough of them when people hear you talking in that accent and they actually genuinely can't understand you?
Well,
if you're enunciating very clearly and you can hear, because accents, like you learn them pretty quickly, right? You learn the patterns that someone's speaking with.
Well,
and maybe you don't understand them the first time you hear them make that sound, but like you hear them do it a couple of times, and you're like, oh, okay, that's how you say that sound.
Maybe, but I mean, if you're only exposed to like American voices for a long time, it might take you a while to fully wrap your head around a different accent. I think that if ever your accent is getting in the way of your ability to communicate to a broad amount of people, then it's probably worth trying to find a way to dial it in a bit.
Yeah, I guess I am coming at this from a perspective of I was exposed to a lot of different accents growing up, like in person. So
yeah,
maybe
aren't. Like, there are a lot of... I mean, there are people who think that I'm British.
That's true, but they can still understand what you're saying.
That's where you really are.
And then there are people... I remember I've had a couple of people say that they thought I was American. I don't know where the hell that came from. I feel like there's nothing there on that front.
I can see the British, but I can't see the American.
I can see the
American, but I can't see the British. That's the thing, right?
Really?
Really? Well, I guess I can see it more so than I can just see it more so than the British. Right?
I don't know. Maybe this is contentious because I remember I brought up the idea once and I got pushback on it. I can't remember if it was Muller or if it was someone else, but the Australian accent is much closer to like British English or like the way that certain British accents than it is to American. At least I think.
Yeah, you want to
you say T's in the way that Americans do, though. You say like
Isn't it?
British.
I thought Australian was born from like Britain. Like you come over and then your
It
accent's
was.
changed.
Well, it is, but
Well, I guess
but
Americans
I've heard
born from
people
Britain too.
I've heard people say that they think that the Australian accent is closer to American English than British. Which I feel like that's just not true. We spell the same way as British English, and
So,
of course,
okay, you do
a lot
have
of our
like, for me
vernacular
the
is
defining
similar.
trait. The defining trait of the American accent, at least the one that I listen
Is
to,
the hard is the really strong.
Oh,
R's,
I love a hard R. Yeah.
it's not
yeah,
the R's.
I knew
Like,
that you were going to do that.
You do the
so that's
British
why I had to
R's. You
change
do
it.
the British R's. You say your R's like a British person.
Yeah,
Well,
I'm saying
like
that
an Australian person, but you know what I mean, right? But they're closer to
the
to a
strong
British and
aspects
American.
of the American is really strong R's. Instead of saying like we say can't, Americans say like can't. You know, I can't do that. You know, like you always and O's are kind of like A's as well. Like it's a project instead of a project.
But for me, the what should we call it? The like one of the first things that I identify an American by is the way they say their T, and you do that
but
in
a
the
lot of
American
British
way.
people say that don't say T either. So I feel like there's got to be
it's not
something better than
saying
that,
T.
right?
It's pronouncing it as
a
closer
D?
to a D.
I'm pretty sure that there are British. Muller, say a word that has the letter T in it.
British?
T.
Oh no, something else.
And it's the word. It's the letter T in the middle of a word. If it's at the start of a word,
that's
Americans
of
don't do
course.
that.
Yeah, of course.
Ritter?
Attack.
Yeah, whereas I would say a fritter.
Yeah, and that is the American pronunciation of that sound. Well, it's also the Australian one, but you know what I mean.
Say water.
Sometimes we enunciate T's in the middle. It depends on the word.
Yeah.
I guess the clear one is we say water.
Oh, that's a great
usually.
one.
People say water.
Yeah, we say water.
Whereas,
Yeah, we say
whereas
water.
we say water.
I say water generally.
Water.
I think it's just
well, the worst version is water, which is what I used to say. I'm trying.
Water,
I've since moved on to water, which is the.
I know. Yeah.
But water.
I don't know why I find myself
water is
snickering at the
confusing as
people who
hell.
say-
Like I could
think
totally
it's a
picture
matter,
people
though,
not
of,
from Britain
Yeah,
to be
is
like,
it
"What the
wet?
fuck is a
Is it
water?"
not wet?
You
I
saying
snicker at the
war?
people who say water. W.
Oh, I had a
says
teacher.
that?
I had a teacher in school who calls it water. She just say
Water,
she
yeah.
used water.
Y'all want
Water.
some
Okay.
water?
WUDDR water.
I guess.
I think a matter of like a lot of this is just to do with you notice the differences between you notice the differences from what you hear
rather
most
than the
often rather than the
similarities.
similarities. Yeah.
Yeah, and to
So
clarify,
it would be
I'm
very
not saying...
strange for me to hear your accent and to think that you sound like an English person with some differences. That's just not how I think perception of that kind of thing really works.
My point was never the less accent, the more enunciation. It's just that there's a correlation between them where sometimes your accent, especially if you're in like deeper parts of whatever country you're in, like languagely,
really
culturally,
gets in the way.
Yeah, there can be words where people be like, "What the fuck are you even saying?" And you're like, "Oh right, yeah, because yeah."
Yeah. I think there's a benefit to trying to taper it down a little bit, unless you're really leaning into it.
Yeah, which
but
you
I
can
guess
do.
it's just you can. But I guess if the goal is to communicate clearly to the most amount of people, you're probably better served trying to more strongly enunciate the words. But I mean,
However,
yeah,
Scottish. I will say
though,
though, Scottish people don't change a thing. You're hilarious. I love you guys.
Well, I'm pretty sure Dankula said that he will dial down a Scottish accent when he's recording videos. That if he was
Really?
speaking normally, he'd be harder to under. Yeah, and I can believe that wholeheartedly.
Meanwhile, I
mean,
think
I'm pretty
Drinker,
sure I dialed down my accent too.
Drinker, I think, plays it up when he's doing his. He's obviously playing
Yeah.
up being a bit drunk as well, but
Yeah, he does.
but yeah, I think he.
Maybe that's what makes him sound more Scottish to you, Mauler. Maybe you're a
Accent is-
racist.
Accent is
Oh
part
no,
of
I
the
won't be able to
identity.
shoot people.
So like,
Yeah.
I'm not. I wouldn't espouse that you try to like completely change your accent
No.
to present YouTube videos.
Or be racist.
Well, it wouldn't. No, language. That's a topic. Language. You can't be racist towards a language or an accent.
You can
No, you
have
can't.
racist intent. No, let me finish
Oh.
my sentence. Fringy.
Okay.
You can use you can try to use it in that way.
You can, but it is not fundamentally racial.
No, it's
because
not.
anybody of any race can speak any language and have any accent.
You see like a fucking Asian person and you make you go you do the ching chong thing and you pull your
Oh,
eyes. Like, you're making
ching-chong.
fun of the
Well,
language there. But
yeah,
you're
I mean, if you
also
do
being
the eyes, of
like,
course
the
that's
part-
racist.
Well, yeah, right.
Like
Of course that's
that.
racist. But like, the whole point I'm making there is that you're making fun of the language because you're trying to be racist.
Well,
Like, that's the goal.
yeah, I get you. It's just the idea that on its own it can't be, because it's at its core anybody can speak any language and have any accent. Yeah, I know we've had this discussion before. We probably had many of the discussions we have on here before. We stream for a while.
Ideas.
Topics go around. Yeah.
Idiots.
Let's talk about the most effective ways to be racist.
Let's do it. Let's start with Marcus.
What? Sorry?
Because he's the opposite. Oh, no, wait. He's a great example.
most
Marcus is our
effective.
teacher.
He's the most
Marcus is a
effective.
great
Not
Yeah.
killing
example of
people is
racism.
pretty effective, right?
So
So-
yeah. He controlled his gun, so therefore gun control is racist.
Yeah, I suppose it's time for me to. I said I'd probably say what video I've made at this point.
Oh.
So,
Oh boy.
but I'll do it in the form of interpretive dance. Not, it's kind of like that. It's in a video. I chopped out a piece of the video and then I put the thing
Okay.
on it, just so it's only a short
nobody's
one.
Okay.
Um,
How exciting.
yeah. All right, chat. Here we go, you bastards. And
Gonna watch together.
Yeah.
The
my
studios and
mic.
everything said, well, wow, we can make a lot of money. This is the license to kill. And they did it. They just simply, and of course, the only way you can really do that is not take chances. Only do something that's proven. Let's not do any. We've got to remember, Star Wars came from nowhere. There was nothing like it. Now, if you do anything that's not a sequel, or not a TV series, or it doesn't look like one, they won't do it. That's the downside of Star Wars, and it really shows an enormous lack of imagination and fear of creativity on the part of an industry.
Oh shit!
there you go. Okay.
God dang.
A lot of people. I've seen some people say it's definitely not TFA Part 4, and I was just like, why? Why would?
Well, I wonder
Gotcha.
what they thought it was.
Find those people now.
Well,
Embarrass
remember,
them.
there are
Embarrass
a
them.
few. There are a few things that I think people would be latching onto as potential. But
Yeah, there are lots of different things it could be, but I don't see why you'd block out.
Yeah, like I saying it's possible.
People who
but
just
it's
believe
not.
you're
when
never
part
gonna
5,
finish the
it's
series.
already begun.
When Part 5. Yeah, that'll be Friday. I'm not sure what time. We'll figure it out. But with that, I guess we're just gonna jump right into the old Super Shorms now.
Yay!
Yeah.
And let's see. Should I start with our Arcane backlog or today's ones? Probably today's ones, right?
We should probably
Let's
do
start with
today's.
today,
Yeah.
Yeah, start today.
What do you think,
Okay.
Jay? What's your opinion on
Yeah,
this?
Jay, come on.
Or has the
think we should
cum
do
addled your
today's.
mind?
Both, but I think we should do today's.
Oh, okay.
Very well. Here we go. Hi, Rags.
Hello to you.
Hello, others, I guess. Not as cool as Raggleton, though. Huh. Well,
Ooh, it's true.
Hello, I guess.
which means,
Yeah, I
Rags,
guess.
you are a more interesting character. You know, that's how it
I've
works.
done so many very cool things, and I am not a single father.
Are you dying? Guess.
You
Guess
didn't
that's a
deny
guess.
it, so yeah. What is this
I'm a
one?
collective mirage.
This is they've sent
Your
this.
collective mirage.
Yeah, you're all experiencing the same mirage, and it's me, and it's also has an audio component.
That's pretty cool.
It is very cool.
New Stigames fake and gay? What is this? What does that mean?
Newest games, fake and gay.
News. Thank you, games. Fake and gay.
All right.
New soul style. New soul. All you have to do was send it in a way that we could read.
Yeah, that's the big
That's-
clue as to how to make this system work real well, you know.
Yeah. That's all you gotta do.
All right. Do you believe in the ghost of Kiev? Heard the story? Or
I don't know. I've heard the story. I don't know if it's true.
What is that story?
It's
There's a story that a fighter pilot, a Ukrainian fighter pilot, is shooting down a lot of Russian aircraft, which is extremely impressive. But I don't know if it's true or not.
Ah,
Lord
no,
Longbong
could be.
of Muirshington. Yeah, like I said, I don't know. Of Muirshington
We're
Abbey.
we're probably not the people to ask about the Russia-Ukraine conflict for the most insightful answers, to be honest.
We're talking about Arcane, not Ukraine. Come on.
Nice.
Have you given any more
Arcane?
thought to a Kong fap
Arcane.
of Peter Jackson's Long Kong when there's less going on? It'd be a movie fap for the ages. P.S. Ohio Ragson squitches for the good boy.
Oh, hello. Thank you. I'm not opposed to a
Ohio.
Long Kong.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's on the cards, and I don't know what this person's gonna do when we release a Long Kong fap, you know?
Well, I guess the next thing would be Kong Skull Island, right?
Oh, maybe they'll go with that.
That's got Brie Larson in it.
Ooh.
It's
Yay.
got Loki in it too, Tom Hiddleston.
It's got Samuel L. Jackson in it as well.
It's got
John Goodman.
It's got Sully too. Yeah.
I really didn't buy into Marcus's entire conflict. They should have had him yell, "Why am I so bad at being good?"
I mean, that is some pretty good writing right there. Yeah.
That would have really cemented him as a character.
I think it would have been clear at that point what we were dealing with as a character, yeah. Have any of y'all seen Peaky Blinders? I feel it's a good TV, or it's good TV rather, but I'd love to hear y'all's opinion on it. Season 6 is releasing soon. I've not seen it.
I've heard it's good, but that's
I
all
saw
that
season
I know.
1 ages ago, but don't remember much about it. I've been meaning to pick it back up.
Dropped it.
Oh, did I interrupt you there, Rex? I didn't mean to.
No. That was it. You are able to nestle comfortably in between my two thoughts.
that's nice.
That seems like a cozy place to nestle.
It is, but it is a tiny place.
So the comfiest places to nestle are the places where you just fit.
Badly written, who dares? Oh, so, yeah, we got to find out. They did. Batman EFAP next weekend? Very, 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 very likely, yes.
When's that out again?
Well, it's different for everyone, right?
I'm going to one on Wednesday.
Mine is Friday morning.
I think I'll be the first of everyone here.
Yeah.
To see Batman.
You gonna go see it, Jay?
Yeah, it's the 4th for me.
When are you seeing it, Jay?
I haven't got tickets yet. I haven't
You should
decided.
probably get onto that soon.
Yeah, idiot.
Yeah, maybe.
They've been on sale for
Definitely.
like well over a week at this point.
Boop, boop. Where's Duma? I'm sad and mad that he's not here. Anyway, play DDLC, dumbos. The whole EFAP crew was invited to this one as well. Sorry, not whole EFAP crew, Arcane crew. We got like a group chat from. Though this will be the last outing until, I guess, season 2.
Yeah.
But, yeah. Springy, please say it's Bully Okay, I'll...
Just post it, yeah. It's Bully McFring. See you, chump. Electricity, my enemy. Spider-Man, he hates me.
I hope that's in a meme at some point, I guess.
Oh, I'm sure. Maybe I should have split them up, but there's no full stop. Oh, there's one full stop.
Cover Star Wars Explains video, Boba Fett arc. I think I've got that in my selection of videos I was supposed to check out, because a couple people have said it's incredible.
Ooh,
So,
yeah, maybe.
Maybe, yeah, because this is the thing. We've had a lot of Boba Fett, you know?
Yeah.
We have watched a lot of Boba Fett.
And I'm ready for that to be just the door is closed on that chapter.
Bah, 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 bah.
Boba Fett.
See this vid? Grace Randolph's Arcane character ranking is worse than this by far.
Oh no. Oh, that could be so fun though, because she's so weird and she talks about John Cena's penis.
Ooh, she was very entertaining.
Grace Randolph Arcane. I'm curious what her rankings look like, just so we can have a little taste of how terrifying.
But like, there's no terrible characters that she could put at the top. That's like that's encouraging. Like, how bad can it be?
Oh, her
It's not like she
ranking.
could put like Boba Fett up at the top. Hmm?
Does she do them like one at a time and give them? Because I can't even see what her rankings are just from visually. I guess she's not doing it. Oh, I see what she's doing. So number 1 is Jinx, 2 is Vi, 3 is Victor, 4 is Silco. This is pretty normal.
Yeah.
Unless it's the reasoning that's really flumpy.
It might be the I mean, like,
I feel like women
is that
need
a
to be on the
single
top of lists more.
like? Is there a single like list order that she could give where we'd be like, that's completely like, nah, that's crazy. Wait, like
Yeah, I
even
think if you put like
like
Silco and Jinx at the bottom, I'd be like, oh, okay.
Tell
I
me
guess.
why.
But even then, it's like, yeah, all the characters that are above them are great characters, though. So
Yeah, I guess it's her reasoning that's gonna be the big fruit. All right, boop boop. Sorry I can't catch all of this live, my biggers. I'll see you in the archive.
You bet. I will see you there
See
in
you
the
there.
archive. See you there.
The
in B
animal
square.
of the day is the bombardier beetle. Thanks for the great content and high rags.
Hello. I'm looking up the bombardier beetle.
I'm pretty sure they asked us to look at this one before.
I feel like we've seen that before.
I know
Rings a
this
bell.
guy.
Yeah, because the fun fact is, I had to do a bunch of voice lines for this, for the video game. I remember the bombardier beetle. Terrifying. He fought some people and they die.
Yes.
Oh,
it can
no.
melt your fucking skin off. Which is bad,
Yeah,
by the way.
yeah. Marcus is my second
Sure.
favorite character in the show behind Victor. When it showed that he was contemplating pulling the pin on himself and Silco, I really felt for the guy and his struggles. No. He's not compelling. Nobody's
is
It's
unlikable.
not interesting, haven't
No.
you heard?
Like,
Oh yeah, that's right.
it's a scene because it's like, even though I'm pretty sure none
It
of
is
us
a
have been in
scene.
that situation, right? I'm gonna say that. I'm gonna say that with confidence. I'm guessing none of us have been in that situation. I'm pretty sure everyone has been in the situation of thinking about doing something in that way of like, oh, if only I could just say this or do this, but knowing that it's too drastic for them and just not doing it. I feel like that's an incredibly relatable, probably to most people, incredibly relatable experience.
No, he's unlikable and unrelatable. The animal of the day is Rags the doggo. Hi, Rags.
Oh my goodness gracious, it's me. I'm not going
One-
to Google myself.
One the award,
I
nice.
know all the things. Thank you very much.
Initially, I liked Marcus, but thought he was underutilized. You guys helped me gain a new appreciation of him. I feel like my perception of him went up after our big 3 streams on Arcane, to be honest with you. Yeah.
Yeah.
Lots to remember and connect. Magic is real, but not like these stories. Check out the Ewan method. Science calls it natural intelligence, but does not really understand it. This is because it cannot be understood. It must be experienced. Okay.
Okay.
Whatever you say, buddy.
Ewan
Interesting.
method? Yeah, I don't. Okay, all right. It almost comes across as you're not even human when you said all that. Like,
Yeah.
What do they call it? Ewan, like the name.
Y-U-E-N. Ewan.
Y-U-E-N.
Ewan.
Method.
Oh, Yoon.
Right, what is this? I'm gonna find out what this is, and I'll be back to you.
Okay.
All right.
Hello, Pepple. Hello.
Oh, hello.
Wanted to
Hello.
know how Arcane ranks to other animated shows and movies, both objectively and subjectively. For me, it's up there with Incredibles and others. Also, oh wait, so that's the second question. So first question, yeah, how does it rank for you versus other animated things that are also good? Pretty high.
It's just not fair saying
Certainly
like,
highly.
when it comes to like shows and movies, it's like, oh man, why'd you have to lump them both together? That makes this so much harder.
I mean,
Yeah, it's tough to say, but
yeah, like I'm not
it's
going to be able to tell
definitely
you whether
higher.
or not it ranks above or below any particular thing, but I just like it's a very high rank. It's up there. It's with them. It's chilling out there.
Yes.
It's having a drink with Wally and Incredibles. Hell yeah. That's probably the best I can do without... Yeah, figuring out how to definitively rank TV shows against movies is very tough. It's a good lad. Also, what is your favorite shot from the show?
Favorite shot from the show?
The tough one.
It is a tough one. There's so many that are good. That's the thing.
Yeah, they really carefully considered all the shots and angles on the show.
Favorite shot from the show. What? Maybe the opener from the very first episode near the beginning when they first climb up onto the roofs and you see,
It's a pretty cool one, yeah.
kind of over everything. Yeah, it's neat, good establishing sort of this is the world we're in kind of stuff.
Yeah, you could pretty much make a poster out of that shot. It's pretty good.
Well, that's the thing, I guess. There's like, would you choose a favorite shot for what it represents and means, or a favorite shot for just the scope and scale? Because there's a couple that come to mind that, like the coin falling into the blood and stuff. So, like, I like that one quite a bit.
The big old moon.
Yeah.
One.
Yeah.
That you know how when Vi looks over and Silco is seen with Powder near the flaming bridge,
Yeah.
and she's about to come running after him. It's like that little shot kind of gave me chills. Like, oh no, bigger trouble! And so it's like it was impactful, and the shot was just really fucking good too. It's like it was kind of interesting how it was. The focus wasn't even in the center of the screen. It was off to like the bottom left, but it still like conveyed a powerful impact to it. So that was a pretty good shot that kind of comes to mind there. I'm sure there's more. It's just that that's something that kind of sprung to mind.
I really like how the rocket smashes the glass and it like reflects the face
I was
everywhere.
just thinking that.
Yeah.
So there's a couple. Hey all. Hello.
Hi.
Molly, you want to take a look at this ARG stuff Metal brought up recently if you haven't. Look up Backrooms Found Footage as a new example. I think I've seen that.
I've seen the backroom stuff. What was he saying was
ARG, I think, is the medium/format. It's just like internet found footage things that are all spooky. As for what Metal has brought up recently, like I mean, I can chat with him about that. Found an interesting bird, the long wattled umbrella bird.
The long wattled umbrella bird.
This is how it's spelt.
Okay, I got it. It's an oh wow, that is a long wattle.
Yeah. Man, look at how big it can get. Holy shit.
Wow. It's really big. Look at him go.
Man.
He's got a BBW.
BBW.
Do you like his hair as well?
Yeah, it's got that Fonz kind of thing going.
Yeah, it's like, is he overcompensating? It's like, no, it's just the style he likes, okay? I recommend this guy's video about whether or not Vi changed over the years. Very insightful. This Marcus video is pretty bad, though. Like I said, I was surprised to find out it was the same guy that I thought I saw some interesting and good videos from, but that video was horrendously bad. Can't always hit, Can't always hit.
No, cannot.
I made you some memes. See Twitter. I see.
I'll have to collect them.
I'll have to just move through my notifications about Hassan being a poo.
He's a poo.
I saw that. That was very funny.
I believe this one, and it relates to, oh my goodness, more hut goo.
Not what we need in our lives, but all right.
Oh man, there's some interesting stuff going on here. It's like behind the scenes in Fringy's lab,
Wait, what's that? Sorry?
I just got
Someone said his name.
Got some
Yeah,
experimentation
someone was
going on.
talking about my lab.
Hello.
Oh, just in
Hello.
time, Jay, for your favorite part of the show.
Oh boy. Goo.
Accepted Goo. And it's my Goo.
Oh, that's beautiful.
So dramatic.
I returned, by the way, with knowledge of the Yoon method.
Oh.
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you were this
So
invested in it, but alright.
Well, I don't like bullshit science. So I was like, that sounds like bullshit science. And I looked it up. And let me describe to you the philosophy of the Yoon method, gentlemen.
Oh no.
Okay.
The
Yeah,
Yoon
let's hear it.
method, devised by a, I didn't take notes on all of his qualifications. But he had a lot of them. He was like a monk. Then he was a TV like choreographer or something along those lines. He had scenes where he did martial arts and television. Then he was a physicist and engineer, and now he's gone. And then he became a chiropractor. So he's got a bizarre
that's quite
fucking qualifications. Quite a life, yeah. So the Yoon method, devised by him, looks at our body as if it were a computer. All parts are either ones or zeros, which represents strength or weakness. A part of your body is either strong or weak. The spine is viewed as the hard drive, and it remembers everything that happens to you. Thoughts, emotions,
Why would it be the spine
and the genetics
rather
of
than
your ancestors. That's
why
a good
your
question,
spine
Fringy.
instead of your brain?
Because he's a chiropractor and he wants to play up his importance. Nah, I'm just fucking around.
The method itself is to find programs that are no longer working, that may have slowed down over time, and deprogram them and reprogramming them, right? To which the person talking is asked, you were talking about your spine, it works on that? To which she answers, yes. And the method itself to reprogram and deprogram and reprogram these old programs is to think about them really hard using your mind, like you're running your mind up and down them like a zipper.
Okay.
What? A zipper? Okay.
That's the Yoon method.
I mean, that all makes sense to
this,
me.
When was this invented? When was this all made up?
Oh, I'm not sure. Sometime, I think 40 years ago, I want to say, was the figure I remember. It was definitely mentioned in the video, but I'm struggling to remember what it is. Oh, I've lost my voice for a second there. Glad you found it. Unless this is a very poor explanation of what it is, so poor that it describes just something else instead. Pretty sure this is dog shit.
It does sound like that.
Yeah.
Like anyone who's believing in this stuff, you've been spun a placebo.
Yeah, it's kind of like sounds like another Scientology, to be honest with you.
Is the
take
imagery
real
on
medicine,
screen,
guys.
those images of the hut cream, does that relate in some way? Is this the
No,
Yoon
it doesn't.
method?
No.
This is much more of a important.
No, the hut cream has real scientific
this is
validity.
scientific. Yeah, exactly. We care about the scientific method at Fringy's Goo Labs.
We don't just be like, yeah, you just really want to focus on your mind, and science can't explain everything,
No, no, that's see,
Science,
science.
it can. That's the point.
Science is wonderful.
Yes,
actually,
science seems to be able to.
No, there is no Fring method. My method is just the scientific method. That's good enough.
Too busy playing Elden Ring. We'll watch this later. That's fair enough.
All right, that's fair enough.
I'm not judging you.
Why can't you do both, you fucking weirdo?
You fuck.
You know what? It's true. Fucking so true. Got Netflix just so I can rewatch Arcane with the Swedish dub. Interesting to see how it compares, since Swedish dubs are often kind of bad these days. Yeah, Mel was saying like he gets frustrated now when he ever has to get a German dub.
Don't cry, Jinx. You're perfect the way you are.
Mainly because of the losses from the original dub, and it's just like, yeah, it's got to be a frustration. It is for us when, well, I wouldn't know because I don't watch Wumbo dubs of like Korean content and stuff now, ever. Nor should anybody.
No, should anybody.
The only reason to watch dubs is if you have like actual problems reading subtitles, like if you like have severe dyslexia or something, you can't read subtitles fast enough.
Sure.
What an undoing to have a daughter.
At that point, you should just learn Korean. Come on. Lazy.
Learn to read.
Learn to learn.
Dyslexics.
You guys like shows dealing with the law and courtroom dramas like SVU, etc.? Matt Murdock in Daredevil also counts.
I do
Sure.
kind of like them, but not so much that I really like go out of my way to watch.
Well, I like anything. Like, it just, you know, like if it
Yeah.
was like, you guys like shows about carpentry? It's like, well, I mean, what are the characters like?
It depends. It could be really cool. Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I guess, are there any genres for you guys that you're like, oh, it's that genre?
Science.
Like, I really like that genre. I'll check it out.
I really like science fiction, but like that alone isn't enough to get me to watch something.
I'm really into murder mystery and stuff like that. So when it comes to like court stuff, yeah, I usually dig court stuff as long as there can be good in betweens. I don't like sit down and watch Judge Judy or nothing, but you know.
If I was to choose anything, I would eventually explain this because I'm searching for the highs of that genre, and then I'd be like, well, I guess this applies to all genres then. So yeah, really, I don't think I'm searching for anything in particular other than I just want some good stories.
Good material. Yeah.
Like, I mean, for me, I'll tell you, like, as well, I think I mentioned it on before the podcast that, like, I do have a real thing for sci-fi archaeology stuff where it's uncovering old things from alien civilizations. I will just check something out because it's that, but I don't know why, really. I don't know why.
So have you played Halo?
No, but that's so high on my list.
I mean, sounds like you're not that desperate.
How high could it be on your list? Halo's been out for ages.
Yeah.
Basically,
Wait, you never played any of the Halos?
I have these very strong intent. Well, I've played for each. That doesn't really count.
Well, it certainly doesn't have any of the alien archaeology elements.
No, I know
Reach,
exactly.
Yeah.
Basically, as soon as I played Reach first, and then I discovered that pretty late on, actually, discovered that that was a large element of other Halo games. And ever since I've wanted to play them, and I have MCC, and I'm gonna at some point just install it and go through all of them. But the thing is, they're games, so they are long-time commitments, I imagine.
I mean, individual campaign's probably going to take you like 10 hours.
But they do have co-op, so you can play them with people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's at the top of your list to play, much like Soma is on Fringy's list.
Yeah,
Soma's also
so high on my list that I started playing Disco Elysium the other day.
Rags, shame him.
That is starting on Soma.
Oh, Fringy.
Shame.
What are we gonna do?
I'll play Soma.
I'm gonna play Soma before you.
You might.
I should honestly,
might.
I'll pay whoever completes Soma first $100 out of you two.
Well, technically, you owe me $100, Mauler.
I do?
Oh, you're airing
You
this
actually.
out publicly.
No, you do. What's the thing? I just wanted to make the joke. You said it was a while ago. You said that I'll send you the super chat money that people sent directly to you if you want to just send me a PayPal. And I said sure, and then I never did. That's where that comes from.
Oh yeah, I'll do that whenever you want.
And then I never did.
I think it would be funnier if you paying me that money is conditional on me completing Soma.
Well, it would be 200 then, but only if you beat Fringy. Which is very possible. But yeah,
I don't want them to race through it. That's the thing.
That's
Yeah,
that's
don't do
the
that.
only thing
Savor
holding
it.
me back from actually doing that, you know? I'm
The
like,
thing
oof.
holding me back from playing
Shit,
Soma
what
at
games
the
do you want me to
moment
play?
is,
Fucking hell.
The thing holding me back from playing Soma is the fact that I want to stream it and my internet currently isn't good enough. But I think I've got a fix for that.
See, I'm the opposite. I don't want to stream it. I just want to play it. I think it just is like, for instance, I played Mario Kart this morning for probably longer than it would take me to beat Soma, but it's a lot easier for me to start Mario Kart than it is Soma because it feels like Soma is more of a commitment, even though it's incredibly short.
I mean, it feels more like, even though it's
Well,
like the most
I'm gonna pay
pathetic kind of
attention,
mental
right?
effort,
Like,
right? It feels like
No,
more
I
mental
know,
effort
I know.
to start something new that you have to pay attention
Oh
to.
no, I mean it's not necessarily that it's new. It's that I know that like Mario Kart is a very non-committal game because I can just jump in and play for a little bit.
Like, is it not a relatable thing to other people, that aversion to like starting something new rather than something you're familiar with and comfy?
Yes, because
I
of the
don't-
time commitment that it could pose, and I have a very little of that
Well, and
lately.
also,
So yeah,
I think people are generally more comfortable with the familiar than the new.
there's that too.
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't not make sense. Just you'd hope that the angle of wanting to play it will compel you enough.
Yeah.
All right. The single frame that says Marcus is a single dad just reminds me of that EFAP video meme titled "Where Are They Now? Star Wars" with the Ewok music playing. Haha. I don't even remember that. Where are they now?
Talking about,
Star
like,
Wars.
Enthusiastic laugh.
Like, is it like the end of that film that stops like after that guy gets like shot with a flare, and then it just credits roll? It's like he turned himself into the authorities, and then just like the credits. Was that the? God, I butchered that. You guys know the thing I'm talking about, though, right?
Yes, I do.
Well,
You're talking about Blood
remember-
Debts.
The best
That's
ending to
the
any movie
one,
ever.
yeah. Yeah.
All I was thinking when you said that was, I have to leave now. My planet needs me. And then Poochie.
Another great ending.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, Blood Debt's ending with just like Marcus's story. He gets shot, and it's like Marcus survived and became a single dad.
What was that Stephen King movie where the murderers are a bunch of like trucks that came to life?
Oh,
you're talking about
The Transformers horror movie.
You know
what
it's
is the name of
technology that
that?
comes to life and kills people, right?
I think
It's
so.
like- was it like-
But they're being pinned into an eatery by a whole bunch of semi trucks who like wanted gas or something.
Maximum
I know
Overdrive?
of the movie. I think that's
That
it.
might have been what it was, because I remember that one ending with like all of a sudden everything was solved, and then like in the like a text blurb it said like, oh, the cause was a satellite, but it got blown up by another satellite that had nukes and lasers and shit. So, hooray!
We did it, everyone.
Oh, so they just ran out of time. I get it.
Rags, do you care for
I
Marcus's
think that
daughter?
I think that movie would say what?
No, well, just if your things about that, there's a new thing.
I thought that was supposed to be a parody movie, Maximum Overdrive. I thought that was Stephen King parodying himself. At least that's what I understand to be the case, right?
Don't know.
Yeah, I have no idea if it's supposed to be a parody. I just know that it's a goofy movie.
Oh, imagine like you try a serious effort, and someone goes, "So you're parodying yourself with this movie, right?" And you're like, "Oh no."
Oh,
Yeah.
it.
You're like, yes, and then the producer is like, no, you would. You're like, shut the fuck up.
I definitely
Oh,
was.
I'm a genius.
Rags, you care for Marcus's daughter now that she's an orphan?
No, of course not. The opposite.
Gotta sort out who owns
Now that
her
she's an orphan, I
blood.
care for her less.
Yeah, that's how it works.
Yeah, fuck.
As a family equals automatic deep meaning dismissal. So this is the thing, you don't want to go too far in the other direction, right? If someone says, yeah, okay, he has a daughter, I guess there's an automatic amount of care comes with that, but we don't get to know why specifically. I should be like, yeah, but the story never required anything more than he has a daughter he cares about. Because she's used as leverage. She's not a full character. A lot of people have blood ties. It's a thing. It'll be fine.
It's normal. It's
A
okay.
lot of people have blood debts.
Nice.
Ba 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 ba.
Generic dadness with a crying face. Like, yeah, I know. Hey, EFAP, you should watch Bakemonogatari. I will tell you this, everyone.
No.
Theo is on, that is all.
No.
I knew everything I needed to know in that title.
And I'm afraid Theo's not even in the call anymore, so that's... Oh yeah, sorry, I should have mentioned that Theo's connection went wombo, so there's no way he can stay, I'm afraid.
Wombo.
Nothing interesting or deep here, just generic EFAPness. Yeah. Got a lot of generic EFAPness on EFAP, it's crazy. Why is he so mean? Why does he only hate? I don't even know if that's it. Part 2, I think?
That was it. Yeah, I think it was it, part 2, yeah.
The original or the film?
The original.
The original, yeah.
The TV movies, I think yeah. I think this guy got triggered by how much of a Jersey Marcus was at first and missed when he became a man trapped by his past bigotry and mistakes.
Maybe, yeah.
The video
maybe.
was strange in terms of trying to address a Marcus as though he's not had any change of mind about anything. Like he's a constant from episode 1 to 9, which is just not true. We care because he
So
has
on
a
my
name.
first watch through.
Go
So on
ahead.
my first watch through, it took me a second to realize they were the same characters simply because of the mustache. That's a true story right there.
I think the first thing I noticed when watching it with Fring, I was like, oh shit, he's sheriff now? And I was like sad because I was like, what a piece of shit. Like, but it's a cool way of just being like, yeah, that's what happened as time went on. But yeah, we care because he has a name. Are you sure this guy is a writer? Because he doesn't seem to understand basic fucking concepts.
A lot of
I
writers
wonder
don't
what he's
understand
written.
basic concepts, like
Is it-
JJ.
True.
He seems to elevate himself above a writer. It's like, for you writers, this is my advice to you. It's like,
I'm a good
oh.
enough writer to teach writing.
But not accurately.
Steve as we know, the only people who teach are very successful in their field.
Yeah.
Of course.
Steve wrote his own story. He was an interesting character. F you. The pencil, Steve, wrote his own story. I like that. That's good.
That's good.
Hey Fringy, look up the thumbnail for Only Plays Weed Games video. Fringy is currently unavailable, but I will pop that in the chat and he'll see it when he comes back and he will say things. Hi Massives, is Duma still not here? Remember when he was certain that Silco and Jinx showered together? Good times. It was just a kiss. And he was a little mistaken. But yeah, I think he said he'd happily come on EFAP on a different topic, so I'm sure he'll be back. 3D Squelton.
Yeah, he will.
3D Squelton is life. Also, he likes balloons. That's true. True about 3D Squelton. I hope he wouldn't be considered uninteresting or uncompelling. That would suck.
Yeah.
The opposite of locking up Violet is unlocking down Yellow. Did anyone unlock down Yellow in the show?
Nope. Afraid we don't have an anti-Marcus then.
Damn. Trust the one right Undercity person. So he's saying Echo isn't trustworthy. Dude, there's so much to that statement we probably didn't even address, right? Like, first of all, she trusts multiple people. Secondly, what do you mean the one right person to trust? Nobody is trustworthy in the entire city except for Violet? Like, that's weird. But then, of course, yeah,
Well, that's a
Echo...
funny thing. He wasn't even referring to Violet. He was referring to the lumpy guy.
Are you talking about Jericho? Who's a lumpy guy?
No, the little lumpy guy that she was aiming the gun at.
Oh, I thought he was talking about Vi.
She used him as a visual example.
Well, I mean, even if he did or didn't, that's another person that was worth trusting.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what he was because we were all thinking that he was referring to Vi, but he wasn't. He was referring to the little lumpy dude, little lumpy nerd guy.
Little Lumbus.
He was using, little Lumbus. So,
Little Lumbus.
Whoopsie poopsie.
The opposite of a mustache is the bearded guy in episode 1, lol. Look at this ugly mug. Look at his ugly... Yeah, the whole, like a full beard and no mustache. That's a style. Remember when Jay on Red Letter Media would have that, Rags? Remember that?
Remember when Quentin would have that?
That was a fucking terrible decision that he eventually stopped doing.
I'm glad I make good facial hair decisions.
What are your facial hair decisions, Rags?
Yes.
Wow, you do all of them?
My whole face is hair. Because I'm a dog, you see.
My whole face is hair is a great statement.
All my face is hair.
So, fuck, marry, kill, Vanda, Silco, Jericho.
Marry Jericho. And who's left?
Vander and Silco.
Vander and Silco.
Oh, well, we're killing Silco and... Oh, no, I spoke too soon. We're fucking Jericho, marrying Vander, and killing Silco.
All right.
Seems about right.
Vander seems like a great dude.
I'd hang out with him. I would have beers with him, and I would consider marrying him, yes.
I want him to fucking raw me.
All right, so anyway, is Cupcake meant to be Asian? I didn't notice. I think her dad is Asian, her mum isn't, I think. And that's why, so she's got like her eyes are not quite as rounded as the other characters are drawn. So I assume that's like the way that they're trying to show that. I don't know.
He's
obviously
mixed race, you might say.
Yes.
I'm just only plays the weed games thumbnail.
Well, now I gotta see it. Only plays weed.
Why did someone ask me? Is that
They
why
did,
you posted it?
but now that you've laughed at it, I want to see it. Oh my god.
It's real funny.
Only plays. Hi. Thought I'd finally give some back for the literal months of video after catching you guys live. I arrived at the 2-hour mark, so I guess I'll play on 1.5 times speed and see if I can catch up. Wish me luck. Well, Magnus, did you catch up? Because we're now at nearly 5 hours. Means you probably should have by now. If it would times... Oh, it's time 1.5. Fuck, I can't figure that out. Maths. But, yeah, maybe you are, maybe not. I don't know. McLean, south is where your marriage went. The last tight thing you slid in was an air vent.
Is that a
Die Hard?
Yeah, that's what I thought.
That's harsh right there. I don't like X, therefore X is bad. That's what this whole video is. He seems like he's got some... This is the thing. He's got some sort of a system, but we haven't really figured it out. I want to ask him why it is that a well-utilized character can't be a part of how well-written they are as people or whatever. And that, you know, when he opened with the whole unlikable, uncompelling, blah, 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 it's just like... Because he kept repeating the unlikable thing. It's like, why does a character have to be... all of those things, basically?
Yeah.
I was thinking about how it's not even a collection of them, it's just any of them individually. Especially when he said that, when you said Marcus didn't do anything awesome, cool, and funny and stuff. That's probably the biggest indication that we would have been dealing with someone who's barely past, like, 10 years old, but I think he has. So I would like to have follow-up questions.
You're being mean.
Yes. Not meaner than you, Jay. You were much meaner. Freen had to tell you off.
I just said fuck you, and then I took it back.
That's far meaner. You're cruel. Too cruel for this stream.
Mm-hmm.
Hi, Longman.
Too cool for this stream.
I'm looking forward to the 4th next week. Hi, Rags. Hi, Vrungle. Jay, you smell like cheese. Oh.
I wasn't expecting that.
You smell like cheese.
I
Or
hope
did
you
you know?
recover.
Have you been smelling me?
There's something wrong with smelling a person now? Is that where we're at?
Yes.
The future the left wants.
Yes.
Everyone's smelling like cheese.
I think the tragedy of Marcus is that by the time he had learned from his mistakes, he was already in too deep with too much to lose.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think that's a fair assessment. He was trying, man, and he just, you know. Some people do not review. All they do is coping and trying to find a way to convince themselves that shit ain't shit. Is this referring to the video or something else? Try and convince themselves that shit ain't shit.
Maybe instead of shit, it's stuff. Like that's what it's sort of...
shit in the non-derogatory sense, like trying to convince himself that shit ain't shit, right?
Someone in chat just said, was it ever revealed what Baller's next video is about? No.
No.
Too late.
No.
It's a shame, but we never got around to it.
No. Lex paid off Marcus. It all makes sense now. Wait, Lex Luthor? I don't know.
Checks out.
Producing/mixing music is similar to the video game bug analogy. Fix one problem equals creates another is fundamental in almost every creative process. I think that's fair.
Yeah, it's just they're all interconnected, the pieces. It's just that code is a really good example because the code is very much built up
and it's
based on the connections to other bits of code.
And that feels like a commonly understood thing, that when you try and fix a thing in a game's code, it'll have repercussions in places you may never
I
have
think
thought
it's
it would.
somewhat commonly understood, but I do get the impression that there are some people who don't quite grasp what that means. Like, if you ever looked at behind the scenes things for video games, the amount of bugs that they need to go through and triage is like insane sometimes. So many. And you have to try and prioritize which ones you do. You need to hit the game breaking ones, then the major ones. Which bugs are you going to let slide? You know, the ones that you're like, look, we can fix this, but it's not worth it when we have these other ones that we need to deal with.
It's been a problem in
that, only speedrunners will exploit, no one else will notice.
It's been a problem in,
or maybe we can fix it later. Yeah.
It's been a problem in League of Legends for like since it was out, because they've only ever put code on top of code on top of code. And so when they're like, oh, we need to lower, this item's AP scaling by 0.1 units, and then they do it, and then it's like, so you've just made it so that one of the characters now can't even be selected in champion select. It's just like, what? Why? And it's like, I don't know.
Did that actually happen?
Yeah, they call it spaghetti coding, where it's just like
when it's so tangled, and so you just keep adding things on without going to like the base and reworking it from there. Where
just to be clear, that was a real example of a thing that happened.
Oh, I don't know if that was just made up. I don't, but that's the nature of the kind of problem you get, where it just has these kinds of ripple effects that you're just like, what the fuck? And other people, the players are like, how did you screw this up? And then they're like, I don't know. Like, that's not something
I don't actually know.
Because it's just, it's, I remember that it's something that gets talked about when like trying to build a new engine or something, or developing a game on an engine where it's really not suited, or alternatively, you just keep iterating a little bit each time until you're like 10 years removed from the original release of the engine, and you just keep adding on top of it, and it becomes really difficult to work with.
Yeah, and
I know that was a big problem that they had when BioWare was forced to use Frostbite to make games that were not made for Frostbite, that they had to build new systems, and making changes was really difficult.
And there's this thing of like, it sounds a bit abstract and bizarre, but it's true. You're sitting there like, oh man, who should attack Boba Fett? It's like, oh, I guess just some assassins. What do they have? It's like, we can't kill him, so like electric batons or whatever. It's like, oh, also like shields, just arm held shields that are like really effective. Nothing can get through them, just to raise the stakes. And it's just like, you know what you just done? Do you know what you're doing when you do that? You create like this really easy to access and use shields that apply to the. It's like, why doesn't fucking everybody just have these? Why does it? And then you start to think more and more, and it can all like cascade. It's just like, why is there no effective armor in all of Star Wars except for the main character in The Mandalorian? Like, he's like the only person in the world who has armor that works.
Bugs the hell out of me.
This is the thing about you. It has the same problem as the hyperdrive, where it's just like, a lot of people think this is a good argument, where they're like, well, of course you can weaponize that. It's like it's an object moving in whatever way. It's like, yeah, but if you do, it fucking breaks everything. Like, you have to basically just create an arbitrary rule that, no, it just doesn't work like that. It just doesn't. But they didn't even state that. We just had to understand it that way. And then TLJ was like, la, 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 and just like sprayed paint all over the walls, and it's like, now you fucked everything up. And I saw people discussing that 2 days ago on a Twitter thread, and one of them was just like, they still never explained why no one's ever used this before, and they still roll out the excuse of Holdo was the first person to come up with it.
Which is
funny.
horseshit.
She came up with using the fast-moving thing as a weapon. Wow.
Not good enough.
Great for her.
And see, that's an attempt to make it fit, It's just like, that's not good enough.
Got a thing that goes really fast. What if we slammed that into someone? Do you think that would like hurt them? Whoa, shit, I never thought of that.
How does Rey appease the sandworm without killing it? Uh-oh.
She gives it a wank.
Gives it a wank.
Gives that worm a wank.
You know what? That would have worked better.
That sounds like a 90s children's toy, wank a worm.
It would have worked better for the plot.
Yeah, it would have in the world.
Yeah, because you're just like, oh, all right. Yeah.
Man, you know that they were
Get to
like,
it.
do you think it makes sense to have Rey do a force heal in Rise of Skywalker when they've never seen that in the movies before? And it's like, what if we put it in that stupid show we're making? The little baby can do
I'm
it.
sorry. You think that it would have? You think they asked if it would make sense?
I'm gonna look, Jay. There's no way it was a coincidence that the two first force healings ever done were done within days of each other in different mediums. It's like, there's a reason for that. It was to try and ease us into the fact that force healing is even a thing. It could be
To lube it up before they ease it in.
because this is the thing. JJ is worse than Jon Favreau at writing. We all agree on that, right? Yeah.
I think so. Maybe. It's like they're both just shit though.
Oh yeah, they really are.
Like, if
That's
we
the
can
thing.
zoom into the scale, right? Like, I think few notches above
I'm just like,
JJ.
why though? Like,
But-
what's the point of zooming in that far?
Well, to say that JJ just did it, the heal thing, he didn't give a fuck. And then he was like, or someone else was like, whoa, that's fucking dumb. John, can you do something about this? And he's like, we could have the fucking baby heal. That sets a precedent that healing's a thing, I guess. Ugh. I don't know.
Like, would you
No one
rather
knows.
have cat shit smeared in your face or dog shit smeared in your face?
There's
Dog
probably,
shit, because at least I could pretend it's mine.
There's probably an answer to that. Like, a good answer. Maybe the one of them is typically more
Probably depends
stinky.
on their diet.
Yeah. So what he's saying is that people can never be redeemed ever. What the heck? That was a weird part of the video where he was just like, this was the morally correct thing to do, and he'd go straight to hell. Okay. All right.
Generally, sacrificing yourself for someone else gets you a one-way ticket to heaven for the most part, but I don't know, whatever. I don't know what the
Not
rules are in
anymore.
Arcane Land.
Well, yeah.
Unless
you
you're
know,
Asian. Unless you're a minority.
you
Wait,
gotta-
Asians are minorities.
you gotta do a bunch of other good things first, because yeah, I mean, we just have to find out from that guy how do you get to heaven? What do you gotta do? What's Mark's gotta do?
I want theology
maybe-
videos from this guy.
Maybe he didn't pull the pin because he wasn't racist enough.
That could have been it. Yeah.
It's like the trigger.
So because he didn't pull the grenade pin, every death after Marcus's meeting is Marcus's fault? True. In fact, every death in general is his and Joel's fault.
Marcus
remember when-
and Joel, the dynamic duo.
Remember when Just Right said that? Every single
Yeah.
person who's died
Wild,
is Joel's
isn't it?
fault. So fucking wild.
I wonder if I wonder how he felt when he said that. He's like, yeah, I'm so right.
This is so correct.
Just right.
I have never been more correct rather than right now. Springy's goo could cure cancer, but he's too racist. Oh. Maybe we can convince him
But
one day.
I'm still working on the goo. Calm down. You need to make
Cancer
sure it's
cure,
safe.
Well, that's what they all say. I'm still working on not
That's
being
right,
racist.
He's like
No, I'm
Jace.
still working
He's
on
not.
the-
He's not gonna rush things.
I'm not listening to your racism, Free.
No, I'm more like Heimerdinger then.
What?
10 years and we're good.
Oh, you mean like smart but really dumb?
And super ignorant. It was an Ivory Tower
Oh
evil.
yeah, that's right. Yeah.
Ivory Tower
Ivory
evil.
Tower evil. Yes.
He never explained what that meant. By the way, he
Well,
just said it. It's like, you guys know what I mean, right? And I was like, kind of. I think.
The best we got was evil via ignorance, but I don't even know if that was actually the point. And I don't know how it
Maybe,
applies to
yeah.
Heimerdinger any more than any human being that's ever existed. Because of course there are things you just do not know about. So going as yeah, whatever.
Nothing I don't know about.
Liar.
Try me.
2 plus 5t. 4.
Yep.
Alright. We could recognize Australia, but we're too racist. Yeah, that's true. Anakin could not have killed the younglings and Tusken Raiders, but he was too racist to stop. That's what all these stories have been about, really.
That's gonna be the meme, isn't it?
Maybe. We'll see. I don't think I'll have the staying power of, I grew up around X. That,
I grew up surrounded by
Surrounded
racism.
by X.
Hatred, revenge, I don't need any of that. There is no reason why. Is there any man that needs a reason to protect his own children? Adam, the first human, record of Ragnarok.
What?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure if that's a reference to something, but yeah, I definitely don't need a detailed and passionate reason for why a parent would protect their child. I can kind of see that as being a thing on its own. If next week Mola told us that his mum died and that he was sad about it, his mum would have been fridged because we haven't seen their relationship. True. How it works. Unfortunate, but I mean, fridging happens in real life too.
We don't make the rules, folks.
Have a New Zealand coin for being funny on Shu's vid. Yeah, even when I listened back to it, I was like, man, that's almost pretty edgy even for me. But it's a good joke.
Wait, you're in the new shoe vid being edgy?
Yeah, she wanted me to record being a misogynistic Eminem.
Oh.
You know, just the usual. All mimes.
If you were an Eminem, what color would you be?
Blue.
Yellow.
I mean, I think I know what color I'd be.
I think I'd want to be orange.
Well, if you're not going to be the red
green.
Eminem Mauler, then I'm going to be red.
I mean, I'd be chill with red, but yeah, I'd like
Red's
blue.
a wonderful color. Yeah.
This kind of seems to me like you'd have chose red. I'm kind of surprised.
Well,
by
I
blue.
thought you would choose flesh colored because you're racist.
No.
Well, that's flesh. What flesh colored is?
Oh, you know,
that might get a different.
Imagine
answer,
having a fucking flesh-colored M&M.
Well, flesh-colored M&Ms would be brown, right? Because like the flesh of an M&M is the chocolate,
That's
right?
true.
Like the flesh of a fruit.
What if it's like
maybe
what
he
if
did
it's red
choose
because it's like the inside of your flesh?
Yeah, so maybe he did choose flesh.
Yeah, and maybe the
It's
M&M
deep.
has no
Yeah,
shell if
man.
it wants to be flesh colored.
All right, lots of flesh in the world, lots of colors of flesh. Cool.
There
Lots
is
of flesh in the world.
Like
Lots of
salmon
flesh in
flesh
the
is orange, not salmon.
It is orangey.
Really?
It's orangey, sort of. Yeah.
Hmm.
It's also delicious.
Salmon
is. It's fucking
It's probably my
delicious.
favorite fish. I really do like salmon. Had salmon last night.
All right, Mr. Salmon.
Yeah, all right. Jeez.
I didn't say
Mr.
I missed a
Salmon.
salmon. That was just you getting real mad there for some reason.
You didn't have to say it. I inferred
Are
it.
you okay,
from what you said.
Jay? You sound really big mad at the moment. Is everything
Jay,
alright?
you tricked me into thinking he
just
said he's
I'm
Mr.
just
Salmon,
unhappy.
which is not nice.
You just unhappy. Have you considered going to therapy or?
I just decided to take it out on you. I'm sorry.
Look. That's okay. All right, I won't hold it against you. The first step is
That's
acceptance.
chivalrous of you, Fringy.
The second step is denial.
No, it isn't.
No, it isn't.
No, the first step is acceptance. And then the second step
I'm
is
not
denial.
Okay, it is.
And then the third step is anger. And then the fourth step
Okay.
is depression.
Okay.
The fourth step is bargaining, and then the fifth step is depression. It all ends.
You know
in
what?
one
I'll give you
place.
that one. I'll give you that one.
Yeah. That's it's what's the other one that people like? The hierarchy of needs.
Kanata?
No, it's who is it? Is it Maslov or like
Maz Kanata.
No, it's not Maz Kanata's hierarchy of needs.
I think it is
it's
Maz Kanata's.
It might be.
She does have a hierarchy of needs, though.
needs.
She does have a
Definitely
hierarchy
fucks
of needs.
Chewbacca.
A good question is below
about
another.
to say, what
She
about
would fucking
Chewbacca?
die.
He's versatile.
Someone in chat will know. It's just the other one that people cite. Maslow. That's it.
Maslow Kanata.
Oh.
Is that her full name?
Maslow Kanata's. Oh, Pavlov. No, that's something
Pavlov
else, isn't it?
Kanata.
Pavlov Kanata's hierarchy of
As
Kubler-Ross's 5 stages of grief.
All mimes have a French accent.
They have no accent.
Well, they do. They just.
I guess
don't,
you
they're
still
not
have an
talking
accent
anymore.
if you
They
choose
still
not to
have
talk.
accent.
Are you sure?
Right? I think so. Yeah. Well,
What is
What's-
the accent
all right,
of a mute
what is an
person
accent?
then? Who's
Well,
never said a
wait.
word
Mimes
before
and
in their life?
mutes are different
well,
things.
people.
Well, they must
No,
have an
okay,
inner
so-
monologue with which they have like an accent.
Yeah, that's where I was going.
What does
Jay.
that mean?
People,
I think the
What does
people who
that
don't
mean,
have
though?
accents are actually deaf people who have never heard speaking in their lives.
Yeah.
Well, so what is your inner? Because I think in words.
I generally
what
form
is-
sentences in my head, and it's generally my own voice. So
Yeah, exactly. So how
Now,
is
if
it
you
if
don't
you
have a
no
voice that
voice?
is your own to use, perhaps you use somebody else's voice for your own inner monologue, and that would have an accent. So that's like your accent in a
What if
sense.
you're what if you're deaf then? How does the inner monologue?
Then you probably sound like
I'm just thinking, like, would it be more likely that you'd be thinking in abstract, like in visuals, or
Probably. Yeah.
I don't know.
I guess.
That's
I mean, we
how
could ask
I'm like,
someone deaf, I guess.
I am genuinely like that. I guess the thing is though is that it's the thing of if you don't really have a point of reference for the way that someone else thinks, it might
Yeah, but
be
it
hard
seems
to communicate.
it seems universal for everyone that I know that they think in words rather
pretty
than
sure
just
that they
pure
haven't-
concepts.
I have a
Yeah.
Voxy.com article. What language do deaf people think in?
Oh boy.
Let's
I'm
see.
so helpful that there's an article that's just about that specifically.
I could see how a lot of people would be curious.
What if a mime's actions
see.
in order to speak had the accent?
Okay, so their thinking process is a little different from normal people. Essentially, when they think, they are
Normal
seeing
people? Wow.
themselves. Yeah,
That's accurate.
because being deaf is abnormal. Yeah, it's abnormal. When they think, they see themselves signing from first person point of view or a third person point of view. When they imagine a hearing person speaking, they imagine them actually signing instead of speaking because they can understand him that way.
Hmm. Interesting.
So,
Now,
I mean, I guess the question
because
I have now is, what if you have a deaf person who can't sign? How do they think?
with their fists like Vi.
How do you
Mhm.
how would you how
Totally.
would you think if you were deaf and blind? Like what would you be able to latch onto?
I mean, I guess Helen Keller must have like thought of the
Well,
Simulation
well,
of
she first learned to communicate with via people touching her hand, right? And
right, so without
spelling words
sound
out
and
on her
sight,
hand.
you would have to latch onto something else, yeah.
Touch.
Yeah. And I guess I guess that would probably be the main thing you'd have. I guess it's just interesting to think about. Especially when I think about how much of what I think relies on sight. And I guess written language or spoken language. There are people without internal monologues. Are there? Like, is there anybody who is just an absence of thoughts arising and dissipating?
Hassan.
That can't be. Got him.
It's funny because it's probably true. Like
He just doesn't. Like they say, there's some people who can't. Like if you're, like if you don't have a particularly high IQ, a lot of like a high percentage of those people can't think of a lot of abstract concepts and hypotheticals. Some people have trouble just visualizing objects in their head. So I think it's absolutely very possible that Hassan like legitimately has issues doing a lot of the things that we take for granted in terms of being able to conceptualize things.
Or
I
like
mean,
thinking.
Like, are just thinking,
Well,
period.
yeah,
How
I guess it sometimes needs restating because I think that we throw around terms like stupid as a society pretty liberally. Like Hassan is bafflingly foolish. To an extent that it is honestly bizarre that he has such a large audience. I do not understand. I don't understand.
Maybe lots of idiots connect with him.
I have more faith in humanity than that, I guess. Like, come on, guys.
Oh, we'll take care of that.
How sweet of you.
I think he's the Force Awakens again. I think that people just enjoy him in that capacity where they just like they throw him on. They don't really think about what they're consuming.
Well, it's the problem that's sort of been discussed on the whole React thing is that it's like a lot of people will cite it's okay because it's basically a stream that I can go to have all of the information I need to know to be engaged in like internet circles, but I don't have to go look for it, and I can have a sense of community as well because it seems like a lot of the reason why people congregate in online communities is not even necessarily like a shared mutual interest, but that their mutual interests are shaped by the community that they want to be a part of. Whether that be video, like you have more normal ones that make sense, like that you're part of a community that talks about video games and you congregate around like strategy games or something. And, maybe your interest in strategy games increases because you spend more time. Then we have the weird ones, which is people looking for community through shared political positions. Odd, but whatever.
I think that
I
actually
think that really depends on what the position is.
Maybe.
Like what kind of issue it's on. Especially if you're...
I don't know that there's any... I don't know that there's any specific issue a lot of the time. It seems like broad,
I guess I misspoke.
nebulous
I think
terminology.
What I mean is... what I meant... It's not really like... I just said something else, but I think what I was trying to get at was... I think if it's the kind of thing where people are going to go out and advocate together and actually try and
Yeah, but nobody does that. They just hang out on internet circles and talk about how good they are, and they never do anything. They don't even vote. Some of these people don't even vote. It's like the one way that you have to affect.
That is amazing to think. There is a sizable chunk of Hassan's audience that, because especially if they're young, because young people just don't fucking vote. They just don't vote. They'll sit all day and watch his streams in his chair, and they'll talk all this stuff up and do all these things, and then they won't go vote.
How is that odd? It's really odd if you don't do anything with this shared interest, I think. Yeah. Like if you
are they asking why it's
specifically
because they're like, people join political parties. It's like, I would like to think that we can recognize the difference between joining a political party and like getting involved actively as opposed to just hanging out in niche internet circles to talk about
and then the one time that you could actually do something that's meaningful and it costs nothing except a car ride or a trip or something like that. Basically, it costs basically nothing.
Sending an email. Like, when have you ever sent an email to your local representative? I didn't mean to make this a whole discussion. We can get back to the super chats if we want.
Well, one of the things I was going to say, by the way, was just when you were talking about how it's a one-stop shop in a sense for a lot of viewers to watch his stream, to stay abreast of all the sort of happenings of the internet world. I would actually argue that's why they've a lot of Twitch streamers have been so defensive over the criticisms that have come from Jay, because you are actually you're going to be dealing some damage to what is essentially the core appeal to a lot of the things that they do, which is I
think you're right.
I will grab all of the things for you, precious viewer. Don't worry. Let me just grab this YouTube video, hit play. Ah, my job is done. I've worked very hard to do this today.
People will want to keep what they do seeming seem legitimate, essentially.
I'd rather them do nothing. It's the motivated people that tend to cause problems. George Carlin said that. Point to me somebody who's sitting around stroking his dick all day, and I'll tell you someone who ain't causing any trouble. It's like, yeah, a little bit. Like, it's all the motivated people that are causing all the trouble.
But they're also the ones that make things better. Typically, right?
People watch reactions to form shared opinions on stuff they otherwise don't have to watch. Cough, cough, this community. We openly encourage, conversation, though. And
absolutely, we do.
So we are actually making the content as we go, right?
We just turned 15 minutes
watch the stream
into 4 hours.
Yeah, you can't watch the stream and say that we have not engaged in making content in at least some way here, right?
First and foremost, it's
we are not simply curators.
I guess if it's the idea of RC, all internet online communities are the same. It's like, I would like to think that there is a way to identify. Like, what was one of the things that was talked about so much when we were covering that Hassan stuff is that anybody who criticizes him, he screams his head off at them and then bans them. And then the whole chat are like, haha, 11 months, see you, buddy. You know what I mean? It's this weird element.
It's so weird when they all celebrate it, because it's like, I don't see how you don't realize that could be you.
Because they're not smart.
Unless you think that you failed, you forgot the rule that we don't criticize senpai, right? Unless you are of that perspective, where you genuinely think that you should not criticize this man ever, how do you not see yourself in the position where one day you think that Hassan is being unreasonable and this happens to you?
Well, it's not happening to you in the moment, therefore, I'm fine with everything happening so far.
All right,
it could never be me.
Wings quote of the day. I can't take these snipers, man. Poor guy.
Those days. We've all had those days.
The bonus quote just says, why?
Can't take the snipers.
Why? Something very amusing about that, but yeah.
Oh man.
TFA Part 5 when? Haha, I need to get to work. I need it now, get to work. Oh, there you go. I can't read. Sometimes I just can't read. 20...
Well, they need that video or they'll be stranded away from their work.
2024. That's TFA Part 5. On the way.
Ooh, nice.
So this is Silco. Vander lied to me. He hates me.
Vander is my.
That's a pretty good scene. It's bad to me.
Drowned me.
Yep.
Muller on the song "Enemy." Well, I like it. It doesn't fit the story, but I like the. I think I said it doesn't fit it tonally. Not that it doesn't fit the story. The lyrics definitely fit the story. I just.
The lyrics fit, yeah.
Rags. Oh, the misery. Yeah, I know. Rags. Yeah.
And aren't tonal criticisms generally going to be subjective in nature?
I think it's
a tough one to
little
nail.
bit complicated. Yeah,
That is
because
tough one.
how do we for instance, Tarantino is probably a good example of somebody who balances tone in a very interesting and somewhat unconventional way. Like
I would say so.
marrying comedy with drama. Comedy and drama is like the interesting one because I feel like the conventional approach is you have the jokes and then you have the drama scenes. And the less conventional choice, the one that I find really interesting because I'm not I feel like it's really hard to figure out why it works or it doesn't work, is having comedy and drama happening at the same time. How do we point out something as being tonally inconsistent, or what context we need to look at? And what if it's just that somebody finds it upsetting personally, or they just don't like it? Yeah, I don't know. I think it's tough.
I think Jojo Rabbit's possibly one of the best examples, actually.
I think that's a very strong example. Yeah.
Drinker recently did a recommend
that
for that.
last sequence, that final third in particular. It's that feels like a really strong example of blending comedy and drama without one compromising the other.
Mm-hmm.
I think I've said it a few times. I think Arby and the Chief is a pretty strong example of marrying comedy and drama.
It's tough.
Yeah.
Tough.
It's tough. I think it is tough. I think that you can. I remember that was one of the issues with Barry was that there were times when the comedy was so utterly absurd, given the situation that was playing out, that it was yeah, I don't know.
Keep in mind, I love Atla despite its issues. God, I absolutely love Silco. Amazing character. Why is he so bad? Good at being bad. Lol. Hi, Rags.
Hello.
Yeah, Silco is top fucking notch. Have you seen the Long Man commercials? I have, yeah. They're quite amusing. It's like a gum or something. But a lot of people made edits where it's just me. Giving some gum to some ladies, long gum.
Music has
and
a
the
major
ladies
impact.
give you the gum,
Oh,
if you know what I mean.
Oh, jeez.
I agree. Music is a relevant part of tone as well.
For sure.
I think it's we talk about this sometimes, where what is a story trying to tell me can influence whether I think it's good or bad. For instance, if the story is trying to tell me something that I think the simplest example would be if there was happy music playing, if there was triumphant Star Wars music playing while Darth Vader was going down that hallway chopping up all the rebels. It would just be what are you trying to tell me here? Are you trying to tell me that this is good?
I would almost go as far as say, would it be funnier if it was just the general Star Wars theme plays? It's
yeah,
yeah, exactly. What the fuck is this? What are we doing? What's happening?
Yeah,
I've got a real one for you, Fringy.
Okay.
You're aware of this one, but you haven't
Sure.
seen it. But it's one of those things that we suggested checking this out to see how bad Misfits gets. Is that the final episode the final season has 2 scenes on separate occasions where a sexual assault is put to triumphant music.
Yay.
Yeah, no, that show got real bad.
Well,
you really have to think about what exactly you're communicating to the audience with the choices that you're making. And I think, because I know that this gets a little bit tricky, because what do we do when we have like for instance, when Walter, no, Breaking Bad's been out for 10 years. When Walter orders the execution of all of the informants, and they're playing that, take a deep breath and start
Yeah.
all over again. That's kind of like, it's kind of upbeat music to a very horrific scene. And I mean, of course, the point there is there's a contrast. We've got upbeat music contrasted with incredibly violent acts.
It's supposed to make
do
you
it on
uncomfortable.
purpose.
Yeah. But I think that's a good example of the show is not communicating to you that this is good.
Yeah.
I think that the scene in isolation communicates that well enough, but I think when you add the whole context of the show, it becomes clear. It's like Walter's the bad guy, guys. Like, don't forget it. Like, he is the protagonist of this story that we're following, but like he is the bad guy. And I think,
and it was after Mike's gone, who was the person who would have stopped him from doing that?
Exactly.
In Misfits, it is literally like, so it's literally triumphant soundtrack, not like licensed music, which I don't know, those communicate different things, right? Licensed music and soundtrack.
Well, I'll give you an
think it
example of that,
depends.
Jay. Have you ever seen Good Morning Vietnam?
Have not actually. Let me shock.
Well, remember there was a scene where they play
I don't remember.
What a
'cause I've
Wonderful
not
World,
seen it.
and they have Vietnam events, kind of, visuals that you see, and you get this contrast of the music and what it's saying with what's happening, in the visuals.
It is it's definitely diegetic versus non-diegetic music is relevant as well. Is it is it score? Is it in universe? Like, can the people around hear it?
People
you
want
could have
context on the
go for it.
on the Misfit stuff as well. So like, it's a weird show, right? But it gets way weirder in its 5th season. There's a character who has the ability to, if he has sex with someone, they lose their superpowers. Right? That's the ability. The first occasion is, I think the more defensible of the two, where he sexually assaults someone who has been possessed, to remove the possession so that they have free will again, right? It's a really fucking weird story, but like, I think that you can. It's more justifiable to put heroic music to that scene. The second one, there's just no fucking justifying, which is the villain is a character who can fly, and the character. You're about to hear these words. The guy who can fuck people and take their powers away grabs onto him, and as the character is trying to fly away, he sexually assaults him until he can't fly anymore, and then he falls out of the sky and dies.
So stick his finger up his butt.
There's heroic. No, it has to be his peen.
Oh, really? So he meant.
Does.
So as the guy is trying to make his escape, he just rams his peen right up the guy mid takeoff.
No, he's already taken off. He's clinging onto this guy in midair, and he rams his peen up his ass. And just to be clear, the scene had to be made even worse by the fact that this character was wearing a full jumpsuit over his entire body. That somehow this guy wrestles off him midair.
Full hump suit.
And then sexually assaults him. And just to be clear, this is a scene of a character being raped to death, and it has heroic music over it. Just because the character being raped to death is a villain. It's like, man, you guys misjudged this.
The point that...
Why do you know this? Because I've seen the show. Okay, what do you mean?
So I guess to pull it back to the broader discussion, the idea of what are you communicating to the audience, I think it varies sometimes, but like I would consider it to be some sort of flaw in the writing. I think that when you think about the fact that stories are trying to communicate certain things to you, whether they be values or messages or a theme of some kind, that if a story presents to you something that simply doesn't comport with like what ought to be communicated in terms of like good or bad, that you can have a problem there that could be categorized as a flaw, rather than, well, they're just complicated people or something. Like, it feels like that's not. If it just feels like there's got to be something more concrete to latch onto in terms of messaging, and like whether you can succeed at it or fail at it, and what that means for the rest of the story.
I was thinking as well, we didn't even bring it up, I think, when we talked about it in Black Widow, but, like, obviously the prison scene has just got generic action music on it. But the reason why we wouldn't even have brought that up is because it was much more glaring that the characters had no recognition of the situation at all. Like, the music is almost not even worth commenting on, because it's just, like, it's just indicative of a larger problem at that point, with no element of the writing in that case has any clue of what's actually happening. Very strange stuff when you end up in that position, but yes.
Oh, Wonder Woman yeah, Wonder Woman 1984 is a pretty clear example of that. Something really bad has happened, but the film, you could say the film is unaware of what's happened. And it's really off-putting when that happens. Well, like a story doesn't seem to recognize. I feel like smaller examples of this are, you remember how in a lot of older movies there would be like 1 or 2 second glances that like the heroes would show if any of their friends had been like shot down in combat, or you know what I mean? Like when the hero seems to have some awareness and sadness for anything bad happening to people on their side.
Yeah.
Or collateral damage or anything like that, and how for some reason that seems to be something that you see less now. Like where it seems like they're almost completely apathetic to what's happening around them. Or you know, like a simple thing. A lot of Disney films, when the villain dies, the hero has like a sad look on their face to communicate that they are not happy about this outcome. It's just a really simple thing that you can do that will like endear you to someone really quickly. And like not having consideration for that, you need to think about like what tone you're conveying. Captain Marvel woo. I guess that's a different one. She's just outright happy about this, which is very bizarre considering these were her friends.
Yeah, I think there's still a huge contradiction there. Like it's like from what we understand of her, what the fuck.
Metropolis had its chance. Yeah, I guess Man of Steel is a pretty strong example. Like it should be the thing. I mean, the simple one with heroes is have the heroes save people during the battle. Have civilians there that they need to go help. That's what they did in Avengers. You know, have them help out civilians to remind us these are heroes. They're not just here to fight the aliens. They're here to help people.
Someone just super chatted in asking seemingly genuinely what the new video you're making is smaller.
Well, yeah, I'll be revealing it at the end of this stream. Yeah, get excited.
The new Mauler video, what will it be? TFA Part 4? Please? Arcane and Unbridled Praise? Whatever it'll be, I'm really looking forward to it.
Oh, man.
Finn and killing stormtroopers. Yeah, that's... Yeah.
Exciting stuff.
I think that's a bit different, though. To me, this is more of like an inherent contradiction. What I'm referring to is the standard things that you do to try and endear... it feels like a good one, but in Tarzan, when Clayton's chopping all the vines and it's wrapping around his neck, Tarzan tries to help him. And it obviously doesn't work out. Or, I mean, another one was that Simba didn't let Scar drop. He tried to help him, and it was like Scar that he didn't kill Scar. Scar got killed essentially through his own actions. Just trying to put a little bit more of either an endearing element to the heroes or a wedge between them and the really bad things that happen to like the villain or something.
Those dwarves were gonna fucking kill the queen, though.
What? Sorry?
The dwarves, they were out for blood.
Oh yeah, they were. Yeah, but that's older. That's
no, I'm fine with it. Yeah, I'm fine with them doing it.
Oh well, I think
it's just interesting to see how they were just like, yeah, they're going out to fucking kill her.
It's just a common thing that you do. Spider-Man trying to save Vulture. Well, yeah, but Spider-Man has a lot of those where like he tries to save the villain. I feel like it's one of the things that people like about Spider-Man is that he's always trying to like save the villains. Like he's never just out there ready to kill them.
Those bastards.
True, but I don't have to save you. Yeah, there is that.
Hi, Member.
Hi, Mamby.
How do you think Grayson would have handled Silco?
That's interesting. And another timeline, we might have seen that.
Would have put her finger in his bum.
Probably would have pushed back on him harder, obviously, than good old Marcus did. But it's tough to say. I don't know how they would clash. I would love to have seen it, though. No, Jay's priority should still be Lord of the Rings. Yeah, Jay.
Guys, I think you're just gonna have to give up on that.
Oh.
Yeah, we're gonna see him.
pathetic little babies want to get me to watch
Whoa.
your films.
Have you seen
I will never
Vox
watch your
Machina?
films.
No, I have not. I've heard of it though.
You haven't seen Ex Machina?
Vox Machina.
Uh,
From what I've heard, it's the Dota adaptation into a TV show, right?
I
People
don't know.
recommended it. But yeah, it's just, no, not seen it. Monogatari has incest teeth brushing for real.
What?
All right.
incest teeth. So, like, you're brushing the teeth of your sibling or family member?
Yeah, which is
Well,
pretty
like,
fucked up,
that's
right?
not incest to just brush someone else's teeth. Like,
Unless they're fucking him in the ass. I don't
That's
know.
that's
Yeah,
an
like-
invasive medical procedure.
Mm-hmm.
like is this like you're brushing, like your brother's brushing his teeth with your cum or something? Like, what's
What?
how'd you
what?
do that?
Is
How'd
that
you
not
have
how you do it? Or?
teeth brushing incest? Please explain this to me.
I
Because
think I'd
I'm
rather not. It
curious,
sounds like
but
an
not
anime.
so
and
curious that I'm going to actually do research to find out.
if it's an anime, you're probably going to wind up through a convoluted glossary before you even get to that point. At that point, the joke's over, and we don't care.
That does sound entirely plausible.
Morley, you missed most of my memes. So I found some
Speaking of
some
that.
of them, I think. You got some versus ones. Alright, so we can't go through all of these. The classic meme format you guys may recognize. You got Virgin Thanos versus Chad Silko. I'll just show them all so you can have a look around. The Virgin Discount Joel Death versus the Chad Vader Death. Banda, but yeah, alright.
Chad Vader?
Okay. You got Virgin Harley Quinn versus Chadette Jinx, or Jink.
Jink.
Chadette
And then, probably my
Chadette
personal
Jink.
favorite. Dirt under the shows of people Virgin Step Odd versus Giga Chad Arcane. And what's the point in even comparing them?
You would run out of you wouldn't have enough room for all the text you'd have to put on.
Look at Boba Fett. He's looking pretty, you know.
I
malnourished.
really like that drawing of Boba.
Skip too many meals.
Yeah, he should be sad.
He's having trouble. Yeah, you know, you got a lot of good descriptions here to explain why these people are. You got dumb hair, dumb ponytails for Harley versus Chadette pigtails for Jinx. I think that makes sense. Don't understand her for 3 movies. Yeah.
Those
She's been
pigtails
in
need to be
3
way
movies.
longer. It's funny too because remember when Silco picks Jinx up off the bridge and takes her away after she's been like critically wounded. Her pigtails damn near touched the ground. I think that would have been kind of funny if Silco like stepped on the pigtails and tripped a bit.
Oof. Her head coming right off. Maybe. It depends how injured she is. I like the description of Virgin Thanos. One of them says dumb purple. Dumb chin.
Dumb purple.
Adoptive daughter hates him. Adoptive daughter loves him, Vasilko. Yeah, that's true, yeah. I'll try
Yeah.
these things.
Seems
He's
to
got
me
a
that
little
Thanos-
syringe.
Yeah. Where are we? Does the cast have any more thoughts on Savika now that they haven't mentioned yet? She's in my top 3 favorites, so I'd love more Savika appreciation.
I do like.
I really like
Savika.
Savika.
Molly, you got like all the super chats up on screen
Savika,
right
I
now.
hardly know her.
Well, it's funny. This is how Nerdrotic and I think Drinker sometimes do it. I don't know if there's a benefit or not to showing the order I'm reading them. But I figured not. I don't know.
I don't think
Maybe,
so because
yeah.
they're pretty tiny. You got to really blow the screen up. To start
Yeah, I
reading them.
figure it's if anything, it's just distracting. I don't know. Because you're trying to figure out where I'm reading from or something, but yeah. It's a nice, helpful little thing that YouTube does, except for the fact that this screen, as many other YouTubers know, is laggy as hell. I don't know why. Like, when you scroll up and down or whatever, there's a new one, it just fucking freezes for ages. It's not the most useful thing ever. But yeah, Savika, I don't know.
She's
what do we got?
like she's interesting. I like the antagonistic nature between her and Violet and everything like that. But she's kind of really henchman-y, and I'm just kind of like I'm not quite as invested in Savika's plight as everyone else's, because Savika just kind of seems like she's just being a bitch. And I'm not saying
Wow.
that she's like an I'm not saying that she's like a badly written character or anything like that. I guess I'm just not as quite as invested in her as everybody else. I can tell you one thing for sure: she's like a gambler and she's like a turncoat. So she's certainly got characteristics you could describe without describing her looks or anything like that. So
He's disabled.
I like her and I'm happy
she's
with it.
disabled,
But I've not got a huge amount to say about her, and I'm hoping that we'll take a lot of what we've done with her in season 1 and move it through in season 2. This is the thing, I just feel like I understand bits and pieces about her, and I do enjoy her presence. I feel like it would be reading into it a little too much if I was to try and make anything definitive about her journey, if there were even to be considered one.
It will follow that she'll probably be more significant in season 2 now that Silco is out of the picture.
Especially that shot of her in the in Silco's office with Silco being dead at that point. It just makes me think like she's going to be taking his role.
She's probably going to be in charge, and she coming into conflict with Jinx. Certainly not
unless
like
Violet beat her so hard she's retarded.
I want to see how she interacts with Jace.
That too, yeah. There's lots to do with her, and I just think that this season, the 2 times she's lost faith in her boss, it's just like it's led to the obvious conclusion of maybe I should be the boss, that sort of thing. Like it feels like that's a really easy sort of journey for her to do. Well, it wouldn't be easy for her, I just mean easy as a choice for where you're going to take her character. Yeah, and I think that she might be assumed to be a lot more evil or duplicitous than she actually is. It's just the Vanda betrayal is seen as a bit much, you know, a bit rude, especially when there's kids involved.
It's hard to come back from that.
The new video, oh yeah, that's the one Jay read out. Wings quote from Mauler's streams earlier this week: "I've never actually seen incest go down." he's never actually seen it, you know.
I mean, me neither.
The other quote is,
have seen that.
I mean, I was in my mom for 9 months, but that's different.
The other quote is, "I didn't really grow up until I was 28."
Oh.
Wings, he was playing COD a lot, you know? You don't really grow up when doing that.
But COD ruined his life.
It grew him up and tore him down.
It's Call of Duty's fault.
Yes.
Just every time he's just getting upset, like, now I have to play a game that I fucking hate. Like, you don't have to do anything. You just choose to because that's what more people watch, and I wonder why that is when you declare that you make you unhappy. And you start getting mad.
Here, Mubschley, I'm giving you money so you can admonish Jay, which, by the way, has not kicked, that's true, but not watching Lord of the Rings. Also, hi, Rags. Jay, watch Lord of the Rings, or I'll admonish you. I'm admonishing you.
Okay.
Get admonished.
What does that mean?
Like chastised.
I see.
Wait, no, that is what it means, right? It's essentially like denigrate.
I don't know what, I know how to use it in a sentence, but I don't know what the actual specific
admonish.
Is. To warn or reprimand someone firmly.
Yeah, okay, so, yeah, I was kind of
firmly,
I could have been a little more closely. Yeah. Well, I guess reprimand, that would be, yeah.
Hello, Mormon.
Well,
Raggy.
Huh?
What do you want to say?
I'm not a Mormon. Oh, I thought you said you're a Mormon, Raggy. However, I need to go. I gotta head out. I need to take care of something. So you guys carry on ahead, but I gotta call it there.
I shall save any that are directed to you, Mr. Ragu. We shall see you next time, sir.
You bet. I will see all of you later. Thanks, chat,
bye.
for coming around and listening and for the patronage. We appreciate it. I will see y'all another time. Toodaloo. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Toodaloo, Rags.
Just 4 remain. Where was I? Oh yeah, hello Mole Man. So hello, Raggy Boy and the arch enemy Frongo. Arch enemy?
Oh, what?
I'm outraged. It's ridiculous.
Here's me.
Lies, Slandor. And to supporting cast, of course. Wow. Literally, I didn't even realize this, but it says, Rags, how did you get banned off Twitter? Second he leaves. Well, he posted the dreaded word. I believe that's what got him banned.
I can't remember if that was the reason why. It might have been something else.
Oh.
He had the wrong thoughts.
It's definitely that. I just can't remember specifically, but I think that was it. Do y'all have plans to watch Buds' video on Arcane? So I think Arcane is, after this stream, being sequestered to a reference now. It's not going to have any streams built for it until Season 2.
What if Just Right releases a video on Arcane featuring Movie Bob?
I'd have to genuinely ask if Fringy and Rags would be okay with doing another Arcane stream, or I could just do it on my own at that point, like on a different stream, because if it were like the worst Arcane video ever from Just Right, it would be tempting. But 5 Arcane streams? How many did we do for Joker? Did that even get to 4?
How many did you do for TLJ?
Oh, like 7,000 or something, but that's like that's a special boy, okay. So I saw the video you were talking about before this, and it made me mad too. It was weird though. I really liked this guy's video on Echo. I'm sure he has better stuff than that. That must have been his worst thing. I'm hoping it was. Brother brushes teeth to climax. It's very strange. Oh, there you go.
That doesn't explain anything.
Well, it means that they were brushing each other's teeth and one of them cooms while they're doing it. There you go.
I still have many more questions.
That feels pretty straightforward to me. I think that's fair and interesting and wonderful.
Yeah, and I'm going back away from that.
Probably should, yeah.
No, please explain more.
No.
No, we don't. No, stop.
Oh,
do it on your own time,
this
Jay.
is the next super chat. There's a lewd toothbrushing scene in Bakemonogatari 2.
God.
Worse yet, that it's the main character doing it to his sister. Why?
Yeah, why are we on this?
Someone has got a really specific kink.
Moving on.
Next one is Mola.
Moving on.
When I mean, when are you going to stream Dead Rising series 1 through 3? I don't really have any intention to do that ever, I'm afraid.
Why 1 through 3? Did you leave out 4 because you think 4 sucks? I've heard that 4 is pretty bad.
I just know so little about Dead Rising at this point. That...
Well, my reference for 4 is everything that I heard, not just from Crobecap, but like everybody was talking about how 4 sucks, basically.
Damn.
No time mechanic. That Frank wasn't voiced by the same person who voiced him originally and is basically a totally different person. Also that like it was pretty buggy or unpolished. Yeah. The first one seems like really interesting as a concept in terms of the actually having like a strict time mechanic that you have to work with. Feel like more games should explore that. I hear Disco Elysium's got that. Like that there are things that are timed and you need to do them at the right time to progress.
Yeah, I don't have any intention really of playing Dead Rising as a series. I don't know if any of you guys ever do, rather. Maybe.
No.
Maybe. In related news, when's Jay releasing their honor hole?
What?
I mean, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't know what an
honor hole.
Yeah, that's what it says. This is it.
You lost me there, buddy.
On a hole.
Like on a hole or on a hole?
On a hole as one word.
Oh, like all one word, on a hole, not like on a hole, like a hole of honor.
Yeah, the on a hole, but one word.
No, I don't know what this person's referencing.
Oh, a lot of people are saying it means flashlight. That's wonderful. Anyway, moving on. Google image search, anime incest, teeth brushing. You know what? I'm gonna move on to the next one.
Fuck off!
Vox Machina.
Fuck off!
Vox Machina is based on Critical Role, a D&D show. Oh, sorry, it's a D&D show. Okay. My bad. I think there's a Dota one as well. Something else, but... That's it! We've caught up with today's. And I think since we're at 6 hours, it feels like a roundabout ripe time, especially with Rags unable to continue this journey. Funnily enough, I think Metal is still streaming. That fucking weirdo. He's been going for 11 hours. Wait, what are you reacting to, Jay? What's happening?
I googled the thing.
Why would you do that, Jay?
I don't.
It's anime, Jay. What more do you need to know?
I don't understand this. I don't understand why this occurred. Why did someone create this?
Jay, I don't know. I just don't know. But, anyway. Oh, this just says so angry, Das. I think Das has a reason to be very confused and concerned, you know?
Talking about Arcane and all we're talking about is anime toothbrush fetishes.
Exactly.
I don't understand.
You goddamn weirdos.
I think toothbrush is the less weird part of the two things involved in that scene.
I don't know. You want me to think further on it? Let's figure it out.
Oh,
I think sexual toothbrushes is worse than is less weird than incest.
I just got a text and plans seem to have changed, so here I am.
Yeah, I got a text. My DoorDash was canceled, so we're both fucked up.
You don't have food at your house?
No, I don't. What? I gotta get up and cook. I don't want to fucking cook right now.
Yeah, do it.
Wait, so now what do we do? Because I was about to end because we finished the super chats.
Oh, well,
I mean,
well, I apparently my thing is not happening, so I'm here. If there's an EFAP, there's an EFAP. If there's not, then back to work I go.
6.5 hours of memes and fun times.
Memes and squeams.
Memes and squeams. Do not let them.
Oh yeah, someone asked, how did you get banned on Twitter? What was the thing that got you banned?
I said the gamer word, I think.
Oh, so it was the gamer word then. Okay.
Well, you never know. You legitimately don't know what the specific thing was. I never figured out what it was specifically. If I did, I've legitimately forgotten. I assume that's what it was. And the person I was responding to, they ended up deleting their tweet, so what I said remained contextless. So that's great. And so it's probably what did it. Thank God. Oof. Oh man.
Hey, you know what's funny?
What's funny?
Putin still has a Twitter.
Who?
Just Putin still has a Twitter. Just
but the fucking Taliban
so many
have
gamer
Twitters.
words.
The Taliban still has Twitter. Yeah, they do. They sure do.
We got 3 more now, so I can at least read them. Hee I'm lost. Come.
You're not lost.
They're not lost anymore.
Oh boy.
Send another super chat if you want to be last.
If you were a D&D monster type, who would you be? Or what would you be? Sorry.
D&D monster type. Let me look them up. All right, there are 14 different monster types. I'll list them for you.
Wait.
Aberration, beast, celestial, construct.
Aberration.
Oh, we'll get there.
Like
Construct.
like a ghost?
No. Dragon, elemental, fae, fiend. Fae, like a fairy, right?
Oh.
Fiend, giant, humanoid, monstrosity, ooze, plant, and undead.
I'm going celestial.
I'm gonna go ahead and guess that. I'm gonna guess.
I want to be
you're
an ooze.
Of course.
Well, I'd probably be a beast, a celestial beast, of course.
Yep.
All right, we did it. Except for you. What are you going to be?
What was the entire list again?
They are aberration,
Okay.
beast, celestial, construct, dragon, elemental, fae, fiend, giant, humanoid, monstrosity, ooze, plant, and undead.
I think I'd be a dragon.
Yeah, I think
see
you'd be
people in chat
humanoid
saying
ooze.
but
Ooze,
yeah, I mean everybody
definitely,
defaults to
definitely
ooze, but it's dragon. I'll go with dragon.
All right, there you go. There's the choices. Nice.
It's for me to decide, chat, not you.
I don't think so. You don't get to decide what you are.
You are who you
it's
choose
chat who
to be.
decides.
That's what the Iron Giant
Chat
learned
decides
when
what you are.
in the best Superman movie ever made, The Iron Giant.
Well, the Iron Giant isn't an aberration, even if he wanted to be. So
He's Superman.
Well, Rags isn't disagreeing, so nice.
Yeah.
Playing 1812 Overture during the prison grape scene in American History X was quite the odd choice, I should say. Perfection. Read the old super chats, you cabbage. Well, that's the thing. It's just like, what did we agree on? Was it like between 6 and 7? As long as we reach that we should consider it an end instead of like extending past. And as long as we make sure we catch any of the ones that have come in for the current, other than circumstances that prevent such things. This is the thing. It means that we can do other work, or we can eat, sleep, and stuff.
Yep, that'd be nice.
And the super chat catch-ups are back on thingy now, because they got a little bit flumpy with the Boba Fett stuff, right? Because it chopped into the time. But
now it's all back to normal, so we'll hopefully be making that progress.
Yes.
Not too much big media stuff happening either, other than Batman. That's it for a while.
Remember, Monogatari is Theo's favorite anime. I mean, why are you? What?
The incest one.
I don't know. I feel like Theo would be upset if.
Yeah, it's something about Boku something or another. That's
I don't know.
Incest one.
No.
Is this why he asked us not to watch it?
I don't know. All of it's very confusing and terrifying, otherwise known as anime.
Yeah.
If you guys can't think of content, just use J's. Oh yeah, we've got that as a backup. Don't worry. But that's the thing. We're not short on that. We got lots of things we got to get going and doing on. I got another stream tomorrow that I gotta make sure I get sleep for. And
I got stuff to do too.
And I want to stream more Elden Ring because I feel like I shouldn't make any significant progress while not on stream. As is the
I've been playing it this entire time.
See? Rude. Anyway,
I've been playing with zero volume.
Rude. It's rude to play a game that other people want to play when they're not playing it. That's how it works.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Learned a lot today.
Yeah? Sorry.
All right then. We'll probably stop there. Thank you so much for joining us. Who knows what adventures may befall us in the coming years. Thank you very much for chatting with us, keeping us company, for the donations, and is there anything else you guys want to say before I read the last super chat?
No, I don't think so.
Time to
working on stuff.
No, I'd love to hear this last one. I want to send us out with a bang.
All right. Everyone, you all ready? Are you strapped in?
I'm strapped on. I'm strapped in.
Okay. It's pretty sus that Morla can say the Animu name perfectly. It's only because I remember that that's how Theo pronounced it, okay? And then I was like, wait, is it...
Oh, yeah.
Is it culturally insensitive to Theo specifically if I don't pronounce it perfectly?
That's a likely story. You
You're
listen
a
to
likely
Theo.
story.
Oh, okay.
I've listened to Theo before. Sometimes.
Prove it.
This stream right now, roll back exactly 37 minutes times 3, and you'll hear it. That's probably not enough, actually. Because he probably left. 3 hours. That's probably with Theo still there. But okay. That was that. Beautiful. Thank you all for watching. And I suppose we'll see you next time. Good night.
Yeah, goodbye, everybody. We will see you later.
Big Chungus.
Bye.
I just got True Jedi.
Wow.
I'm gonna do that if they wanna.
Oh yeah, that's one of the criticisms I have of this game.
Anyone can do it if they want.